The case of Katie Passaniti. Loretta had no interest in her child, Katie. Loretta was just 15 years old when her daughter was born. Right after the birth, Loretta abandoned her daughter, and the father's identity was unknown. Consequently, Katie's grandmother took her in and cared for her. They formed a strong bond, and Katie always thought of her grandmother as her mother. When Katie turned 15, her biological mother, Loretta, re-entered her life. At that time, Loretta was 31 years old and had been living with a man named Ernest later for almost 10 years, even taking his last name. Although they were never officially married, they referred to each other as spouses. Shortly after reuniting with her mother, Katie decided to move in with her and Ernest. However, the family reunion did not go as smoothly as hoped. Their life changed significantly when she moved in. As a teenager, she began to rebel. Her mother and Ernest had trouble communicating with her. She often ran away from home, attended parties, and only called parents by their first names. The family never developed a close relationship with her. The situation changed when Katie started college. She changed from a rebellious person to a more docile person. Being very intelligent, she was accepted into several prestigious institutions. She graduated with a degree in chemistry and earned a doctorate in applied mathematics from Johns Hopkins University. While still a student, she met a young man named Anthony Passati, who would later become her husband. Anthony recounted that she was the first person to approach him to ask for gum, which led to their acquaintance. Their friendship soon blossomed into a romantic relationship. A year later, Katie and Anthony got married, and 2 years after that, they had a daughter. At that time, she was 27 years old. The family eventually moved to San Antonio, Texas. Here, Anthony worked as a physician assistant, and he had good career prospects in the medical field. Katie taught chemistry and mathematics at several schools, earning a good salary. She had a stable career, but she decided to leave her job to become a mother again. Family was always important to her, so she decided to adopt a little girl. During this time, Katie tries to reconnect with her mother, Loretta. Even though they rarely communicated with each other before, but now they are both trying to get closer. Loretta began visiting Katie and grandchildren frequently. By then, Loretta was already retired. Loretta and Ernest lived on a 25-acre estate in a small town called Keithville. They built a log house and a large barn for agricultural equipment. Ernest manages a small farm, which was an excellent way to earn extra money during retirement. In 2008, a major change occurred. A local mining company exploited a large gas field on the farm. To obtain the extraction permit, Ernest was paid $400,000, and overnight, made him quite rich. He invested the money in his own business. Since he already had everything he wanted, he continued managing his small company as usual. Everything seemed normal, but a new problem arose. One day, Loretta called Katie and asked her a strange question. She couldn't remember how much sugar she needed for the cake. From that moment on, her calls became increasingly strange. It seems that with age, she began to have memory problems. The same happened to Ernest. One day he went with Loretta to their daughter's house, Katie, for Thanksgiving. But halfway there, he suddenly stopped. It seemed that he became disoriented and got lost. Then, he turned the car around and went back home. After these incidents, Katie sent Loretta and Ernest to the hospital for examination. The doctors diagnosed they with the onset of dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Katie still keeps in regular contact with Loretta, calling her almost every day, as she was very worried during this time. To help with the housework, they hired Tina Van Moer-Keek, who moved to the farm with her husband, Chris, and their child, living in a trailer. Tina became Loretta's personal assistant and driver, as Loretta had completely lost her ability to drive. Meanwhile, Chris helped with the housework for the Luttrell family and worked on the farm where Loretta and Ernest lived. Ernest and Loretta's health rapidly deteriorated. Their memory issues became more severe, so they need more maids to do housework. They were frequently busy dealing with various matters. Ernest became irritable, visibly losing his memory. His awareness became muddled, and he became more aggressive. He blamed the neighbor for all his troubles. Katie has talked about this many times. In April 2010, Ernest went to his house and accused his neighbors of trespassing on his property, leading to a scandal that got out of hand. Katie, who was visiting Loretta, called the police and reported that Ernest had threatened to kill his neighbor. Sheriff's deputies detained Ernest and took him to the nearest medical center, where he underwent a psychiatric evaluation and received treatment for a while. His condition was poor, and upon arrival at the medical center, he was confused and did not know why he was brought there. While Ernest was in the hospital, Katie decided to help her mother, Loretta, solve the problem. She went to the medical center and presented a power of attorney over Ernest's property, which he had supposedly signed earlier. Katie insisted that Ernest remain in a nursing home for Alzheimer's treatment, as his behavior was unpredictable and aggressive. She felt that he could be a danger to himself and to others. However, he denied having threatened his neighbor or having had a conflict. According to him, he did not understand why he was in a medical facility and demanded to be sent home. The situation was unclear. Had Ernest really signed the power of attorney and just forgotten, or is there another motive in this? However, Katie kept him in the hospital for observation for a week to determine what was wrong with him. Throughout this period, even without treatment, he remained completely clear-minded. Ultimately, Ernest was discharged from the hospital because there was no reason to keep him there any longer. Shortly before noon on July 25, 2010, Loretta called 911. She reported that her husband, Ernest, had passed away. At first, it seemed like a typical report of someone who had died of natural causes. However, there was a hint of unease in her voice. The emergency services dispatcher asked Loretta to try to give artificial respiration to Ernest. However, she replied that it would no longer help and asked the rescuers to come with the police as soon as possible. The sheriff's deputies arrived at the crime scene within minutes. Outside the house, they found Loretta. It was known that she suffered from Alzheimer's. She encountered the police and seemed more confused than upset. She obviously didn't know what to do. The officers entered the house to investigate and discovered the body of Ernest in a pool of blood. Doctors confirmed his death, caused by 5 gunshot wounds. According to Loretta, when she returned home from church, she found the body of her husband Ernest lying in a pool of blood. She did not know what had happened to him. Her statement was confirmed by other parishioners. Indeed, she had been at church. Reinforcements were called to the scene. When the forensic experts arrived, they immediately began examining the crime scene and collecting evidence. They noticed that some valuables were missing from the house, including Ernest's car. Near the place where the car had been stolen, they found unusual boot prints with a unique design. Tina, the housekeeper, and Chris lived on Ernest's farm. They claimed they were not at the house during the murder and provided a store receipt as proof of their whereabouts, which confirmed their alibi. Meanwhile, detectives reached out to Loretta's closest relatives. They later learned she had a daughter, Katie, who lived in San Antonio, Texas. Upon hearing the tragic news, Katie traveled to support her. Investigators are currently having difficulty clarifying the incident. What happened at the farm that day? At the scene, police confirmed that Ernest had died tragically. It certainly wasn't him who ended his life, as there was no weapon nearby. Someone had killed he, and the gun was hidden by the killer. Finding the gun became a priority for the investigation because it could offer important clues. Ernest was shot at point-blank range, including in the head, leaving no chance of survival. He was found lying in a pool of his own blood, and the gun cabinet next to the room had been opened and emptied the ammo. Additionally, Ernest's pickup truck and several valuable items were missing. The truck was easy to locate because it had distinctive features, including a homemade fuel tank. Ernest used this tank to refuel his agricultural equipment. It had a large capacity, designed to supply equipment for 2 days. Thanks to these unique features, the truck was quickly found. Eric Crane was well acquainted with the police officer because he abused illegal substances. He had a rich criminal history, mainly due to his addiction and drunk driving. All his life, Eric was in and out of prison for short periods of time. He was found just 2 days after the murder. He was immediately arrested in the car and taken to the police station for official questioning. However, he began to categorically deny his involvement in the incident. He claimed that he was at work at the time, but his alibi was not confirmed by his colleagues. Besides, he also could not explain how he ended up driving Ernest's pickup truck. His boots had a unique pattern on the sole, resembles shoe prints found at the crime scene. However, at first they could not get him to confess. Eric was kept in custody during the investigation because it seemed he was pretending and not telling the truth. On the day he was arrested, a local TV crew found out and went to the auto repair shop where he worked. They interviewed his manager and colleagues, who revealed that he was absent from work at the time of the murder. Surprisingly, while they were there, the shop manager received a call from Eric, who was calling from prison. Eric informed his employer that he was in trouble and couldn't come to work. He also asked his boss to lie to the police, saying he was at work at the time. His boss then asked if he had really killed Ernest. Then, he shared a shocking story. He admitted to pulling the trigger and shooting Ernest, but claimed he was persuaded to do so by Tina, an employee who was also Loretta's driver. It turned out that Tina and Eric were lovers, and she had asked him to help with the crime. He claims that Loretta is the one behind it all. Eric claimed that Loretta lied and went to church during the crime to create a false alibi. She waited there until Ernest was killed. Afterward, Eric called Tina from prison to discuss details of the crime. A few hours later, a recording of this conversation reached the police station. Investigators needed to verify if Eric was truthful, if Tina and Loretta were involved in the murder. On July 28th, Tina was brought in as a suspect. She denied any involvement and claimed ignorance of the incident, but her motives remained very suspicious. Ernest had always been very kind to Tina's, providing housing for her family and giving her a job with a stable income. In her situation, it would be wise to maintain this relationship for as long as possible. Why would she kill her benefactor? It seemed illogical. However, detectives suspected she was lying. To confirm, they searched her belongings and found a bank card belonging to Ernest in her purse. Checking the database, the police discovered that months before the murder, Ernest and Loretta had filed a complaint against Tina for stealing money. Eventually, they decided to forgive her without prosecution. Tina confesses that she continues to steal Ernest's money. Her husband, Chris, revealed that the night before the crime, she did not stay at home because they had a fight and she went to a hotel. It turned out that Tina had spent the night there with Eric, planning the attack on Ernest. After several hours of interrogation, she confessed that Eric murdered Ernest, but she claimed that Loretta was the mastermind. Loretta had approached Tina, saying that Ernest should die. Initially, she refused, but Loretta coerced her into participating. The motive for the crime was financial. Shortly before his death, Ernest had promised to pay off his granddaughter's tuition debts, i.e. Katie's daughter. The granddaughter was at risk of being expelled over a $50 shortfall, and Katie was struggling financially. However, when it came time to fulfill his promise, Ernest refused to pay the $50. Loretta was so angry that he was so stingy that she thought he deserved to die. Afterwards, Loretta asked Tina and Eric for help, promising to pay $11,000. The crime was meant to look like a robbery, so Loretta allowed Eric to take Ernest's gun and personal belongings. Consequently, the gun and several valuables were missing from the house. Eric stole the murder weapon from their home and disposed of it. Of course, Tina and Eric's testimony was not enough to arrest Loretta. Before arresting Loretta, Tina was asked to call her. Her task was to talk to Loretta and try to get Loretta's to confess. She agreed because she wanted to make a deal with the prosecution to reduce her sentence. She also needed to testify against Eric and Loretta. Then, she phoned Loretta. The police recorded and listened to the call. According to the plan, she said that Eric would be released on bail in an hour. So, she needed $1,000 to cover his bail costs. Loretta agreed to pay and asked for more time to get the money. This provides evidence of Loretta's relationship with Tina and Eric, but could not obtain a confession to the murder. Ernest's funeral was held on July 29th. After the ceremony, Loretta was arrested as she left the cemetery. She was accused of hiring Eric to kill her husband, Ernest, and taken to the police station for questioning. Despite the accusations, she denied any involvement. The police pressured her, claiming she attended church that day, knowing Ernest would be killed. They alleged that she had orchestrated the crime. However, she remained firm, stating she attends church every Sunday. She also acted confused, repeatedly asking what she was guilty of. There is no concrete evidence against her, other than a phone call. It doesn't prove much. Loretta repeatedly claimed that she was always in church during the time of the crime. She mentioned her Alzheimer's disease and called the idea of her killing her husband absurd. She suggested that Tina, who had previously stolen money, may be involved in Ernest's murder. However, she denied any involvement herself. Her daughter, Katie, supported her claims and often shared this perspective with journalists. Even Ernest's family believed Loretta was not involved, pointing to her harmonious relationship with Ernest over the years. However, they later informed the police that they suspected Katie and insisted Katie should be more thoroughly investigated. Seems money is the motive. Ernest's farm was valued at around $1.5 million. Upon his death, the farm would pass to Loretta, and after her death, it will be passed on to Katie. Therefore, Katie focuses more on Ernest's assets. Because of this, Ernest's relatives decided to take the case to court. Nonetheless, Katie had a copy of Ernest's will, which allocated the property to Katie and her daughters, leaving the entire Ernest's family out of the inheritance. However, the dates in the will have many suspicious points. It was signed just 3 weeks before Ernest's death. His relatives believed it was either forged or that he was coerced into signing it while unaware of his actions. Consequently, they decided to contest the will in August 2010. By then, the investigation into Ernest's murder was nearly complete. There were 3 suspects: Loretta, believed to be the mastermind, Tina, an accomplice, and Eric, the executor of the plan. However, detectives suspected a 4th person might be involved. This was Katie, who had the strongest motive and stood to gain the most from the tragedy. Ernest's family insists that he will not pass on his inheritance to Loretta's stepdaughter, Katie. Ernest's family is certain that he wouldn't leave his inheritance to Loretta's stepdaughter, Katie. Ernest was known for being very frugal, even stingy. He wouldn't spend money carelessly or leave his family without an inheritance. Besides, he never had a close relationship with Katie, so there was no way he would leave everything to her. While the prosecution was preparing to try Loretta, Tina, and Eric, Ernest's family filed a lawsuit claiming inheritance rights. By then, the battle over the inheritance had been ongoing for several months. As police looked into the details of the incident, they began to suspect foul play. The main goal is to prove that Katie's copy of the inheritance will is a forgery. The copy of the will bears the highly suspicious signature of a notary named Penny Penner. On October 19th, the police came to see Penny, the notary. She initially claimed that she had signed the documents on July 1st, nearly a month before Ernest's death. She stated that she signed them at home, in the presence of several witnesses, including Loretta. However, she later confessed that the will was indeed forged, as she signed it after Ernest's death. When pressured, she revealed that Katie had come to her after Ernest was murdered. According to Penny, Katie explained that Ernest had died suddenly without having time to properly draft the will and that he had no living relatives to claim the inheritance. Katie was concerned that her mother, Loretta, who suffers from Alzheimer's disease, will have difficulty registering property, resulting in the property belonging to the state. The notary Penny feeling sympathy for Katie. She did not investigate the true circumstances and decided to help her. However, facing criminal charges, she chose to disclose the truth to the investigators. To avoid legal issues, she agreed to assist the detective by making several phone calls to Katie. Her task was to get Katie to confess to forging the documents. Following the plan, she called Katie, claiming she had problems with the police and needed details of the incident to draft a new document to distract the investigation. Katie answered several questions, which led to her conviction for involvement in the forgery of the will. The police had enough evidence to search Katie's house in San Antonio. They came to search for documents related to her forging of the will. When the officers entered, Katie reached for her purse. Fearing she might have a weapon, they handcuffed her. However, the purse contained no gun, only a letter with instructions for creating a fake, which she intended to destroy. In the house, they discovered boxes of documents, including copies of power of attorney for the house and notes regarding Ernest's health. It appeared she had been monitoring him for a long time, possibly waiting for the right moment to act. The police hoped to find evidence that she was involved in Ernest's murder, but they found nothing. Investigators suspected she had planned the murder with Loretta, but lacked direct evidence. Ultimately, they had to release Katie and remove her handcuffs. However, they did not give up. Instead, they decided to change their approach. After visiting Katie's house, the investigators decided to change their approach. Meanwhile, Loretta had been in jail for a long time without bail. Her Alzheimer's disease was worsening, and she was declared incompetent to stand trial due to her health. Consequently, she was sent to a psychiatric hospital for criminals indefinitely. During this time, she confessed, but her confession was not considered significant because of her condition. At the trial, the prosecution doubted that Loretta could have planned the crime alone. It seemed clear that she had assistance, probably from her daughter, Katie. After that, investigators focused on Eric Crane. In June 2011, he pleaded guilty to the crime in exchange for life sentences without the possibility of parole, thus avoiding the death penalty. As part of the deal, Eric was required to testify against everyone involved in the crime. Then, the detectives pressured Tina by threatening that they would find a way to get her the death penalty. This pressure was enough to make her confess. She pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against the other conspirators. Her interrogation was recorded on video, exposing criminal activities. Tina revealed that Loretta planned the crime and convinced her to kill Ernest. Katie was also aware of the plan and conspired with Loretta. In return, Loretta promised Tina that she and her family could live in Ernest's house indefinitely. More than a year had passed since Ernest's murder, and finally, the investigation had gathered all the necessary evidence. On March 2, 2012, the police returned to San Antonio and went to Katie's house. They forced their way in, breaking down the door. Katie's husband watched as she was handcuffed and taken away. On April 25, 2013, Katie appeared in court. She accused of committing murder in July 2010. She faced the possibility of life imprisonment without parole. The prosecution argued that her sole motive was to take over Ernest's farm. At first, she intended to put him in a nursing home to take over the house. She planned to fabricate a story about a scandal with the neighbors, then trick him into signing the power of attorney. When this plan failed, she allegedly turned to a more violent alternative. By this time, Loretta's Alzheimer's disease had progressed, but Ernest remained in good health. Katie had always had a poor relationship with him, and it was clear that he would deny her an inheritance if her mother, Loretta, died first. This gave her a motive to eliminate him, with one theory suggesting the murder was staged to look like a failed robbery. At trial, Tina claimed that she was forced to participate in the case without any other choice. She stated that Katie pressured and threatened her, trying to persuade her by promising payment. However, Tina's testimony was not convincing to the prosecutor's office. The prosecution's other key witness was Eric. Contrary to expectations, Eric testified that discussions about the murder plan only involved Tina. He claimed he never discussed it with Katie or Loretta, but suspected Loretta's involvement. Later, he added that if Katie had been involved, he would have known, but he was hearing about her involvement for the first time. The defense presented arguments to prove Katie's innocence by focusing on document forgery. According to the lawyer, Katie had indeed used a notary's services to prevent her mother from receiving an inheritance, but this has nothing to do with the murder. Loretta did not attend the hearings due to health issues. The prosecution played a recording of Loretta's testimony where she admitted involvement in the murder, but she didn't mention anything about Katie. On May 14, 2013, after just an hour and a half of deliberation, the jury reached a verdict. Katie Passanides was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and forging multiple documents. She received a life sentence without parole. As they left the courtroom, Ernest's family thanked each juror for their decision. They succeeded in contesting the will and inherited Ernest's entire estate. Despite this, Katie continued to assert her innocence, visibly shocked and fearful after the verdict. Tina, who cooperated with the prosecution, avoided the death penalty but was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Loretta continued her treatment until her death and never appeared in court. The case of Chloe and Aubrey Berry. Wack-BJ is a small coastal settlement in Canada with a population of under 20,000 people. It is an ideal place for starting a family with a united, quiet, safe, but still well-developed community. On December 25, 2017, the town was alive with the Christmas spirit. The windows of the apartments along the street sparkled with colorful lights, and homes were beautifully decorated. However, the festive atmosphere was disrupted by the flashing lights of police cars responding to a tragic incident. Sarah worked for the local ferry service, which connected the mainland with coastal areas and several nearby islands for communication and cargo deliveries. She studied at the University of Victoria and completed an internship for this position. Prior to this, she worked in the public relations group. She was active and energetic in everything she pursued, which brought her success. Her relationship with Andrew blossomed quickly after they met, and they soon took their relationship to the next level. They got married and started a family, welcoming their daughter Chloe in 2013. 2 years later, they gave birth to their second daughter, Aubrey. At the beginning of their relationship, the love of young couple Sarah and Andrew seemed sincere and sweet. However, the pressures of daily life began to take a toll on their bond. After the family has children, their relationship deteriorated significantly. To make matters worse, Sarah faced the heartbreak of losing her father in a car accident. All of these things caused Andrew's behavior to change a lot. He became anxious, prone to outbursts over minor issues, and often directed verbal insults at Sarah. It was clear that Sarah's father had previously helped control Andrew's temper, but now that support was gone. As a consequence, Andrew's aggressiveness increased. Initially, Sarah attempted to resolve conflicts and kept their issues private, hoping this tough time would pass. Unfortunately, matters only worsened. During a tense argument over custody of her two daughters, Aubrey and Chloe, Andrew made serious threats, claiming that he would harm the entire family if the situation did not change. Sarah was deeply troubled by these threats, and Andrew's anger became increasingly uncontrollable. Andrew's behavior became erratic and dangerous. When he got angry, he drove recklessly, creating hazardous situations on the road. At first, he tried not to act like that when his daughter was there, but he eventually lost control and engaged in these antics even with the daughter in the car. It is clear that this marriage was once a happy one, but now it has become seriously dangerous for Sarah and her daughter, who were growing up in a hostile and unsafe environment. Despite this, Sarah made efforts to maintain the marriage. Months went by until Sarah reached her breaking point. She decided to end the relationship and told Andrew directly that he needed to move out that day. Instead of leaving calmly, Andrew has sparked another debate, barging into his wife's bedroom and trying to strangle her. Sarah managed to escape, grabbed her phone, and called the police. Andrew continued his aggressive behavior until the police arrived, clearly displaying his violent nature. He was quickly arrested and taken to the police station. After this episode, Sarah obtained a restraining order, preventing Andrew from approaching her or their children. This brought a sense of relief to the family, as Andrew was now under control. He moved into his own apartment and lived alone, while Sarah took care of their two daughters. She worked hard and often worked overtime to earn money to raise her children. Meanwhile, her mother also helps take care of the children while she is at work. During this time, Sarah and Andrew finalized their divorce, and Sarah was awarded full custody of their children. Because of his aggressive behavior, Andrew lost his visitation rights and was ordered to pay alimony. For 3 months, Sarah focused entirely on her daughters, giving them her love and attention. However, everything shifted when Andrew returned, saying he missed his daughters and wanted to meet with them. Sarah refused his request, and he was unable to see the children. At that point, Andrew seemed to have changed. With the help of a lawyer and witness testimonies, he wanted to protest the court's decision to grant custody of the child. Amendments were made to the court order, allowing him to see his daughters on weekends. He was proud that he now had official permission to meet with them. Sarah was responsible for bringing the girls Aubrey and Chloe to meet their father, Andrew, and she made sure to supervise their visits. During these times, Andrew was able to connect well with his daughters. Unfortunately, this was just the start of a tragedy. A few years later, issues arose concerning alimony and the shared ownership of the house. The court ordered Andrew to pay a large amount in alimony. Meanwhile, there were ongoing discussions about how to divide the jointly owned house for the benefit of their children. Andrew, the young father, refused to contribute any money towards the house. Consequently, the court allowed Sarah to buy Andrew's share of the property, valued at $60,000, for only $20,000, after deducting the alimony debt. The agreement means that Sarah will have full ownership of the house and will no longer be able to claim maintenance payments. Sarah accepted these terms. However, Andrew opposed this arrangement and sought to contest the court's decision. During this time, he frequently took their daughters to spend time, as the court permitted him to do so without the presence of their mother or any guardianship authorities. Soon, Sarah began to notice increasingly concerning signs regarding her children. After Andrew returning them one day, she discovered a bruise-like mark on Aubrey's head. When she called Andrew, he explained that Aubrey had accidentally hit herself while playing. However, during a later conversation, Aubrey revealed that Andrew had attempted to touch her inappropriately. Andrew dismissed the accusation as absurd, but Sarah believed her daughter. Determined to protect her children, she contacted Child Protection Services. An investigation was launched, and during this time, Andrew's interactions with Chloe and Aubrey were closely monitored. Although Sarah and Aubrey expressed concerns, law enforcement and Child Protection Services found no evidence of any misconduct by Andrew, leading them to close the case. Andrew insisted that Aubrey's bruise was caused by her falling, which appeared plausible since he stated he had accidentally bumped into her during a game. Sarah argued that Andrew posed a danger to their daughters, Aubrey va Chloe. She noted that he had previously exhibited strange and suspicious behavior, and the daughters were often reluctant to spend time with him. In an effort to protect her children, Sarah attempted to restrict Andrew's visits. In late 2016, she once again questioned his ability to care for them after he left Aubrey alone in a stroller in a public area while he walked away. Furthermore, Sarah claimed that Andrew spoke badly about her in front of the children, which she thought was his way of trying to turn them against her. During the trial, Sarah and Andrew shared their accounts of the incident and presented their arguments. Ultimately, the situation remained unchanged. Aubrey va Chloe continued to live with Sarah, while Andrew was allowed to take them on holidays and weekends. The judge viewed Andrew as a caring father capable who could provide well for his daughters. The court concluded that Andrew's aggressive behavior was only temporary and linked to domestic issues, with no evidence of child abuse presented. Andrew was given another chance, and both he and Sarah received decisions that they must comply with so they can continue to communicate with 6-year-old daughter Chloe and 4-year-old daughter Aubrey. Chloe and Aubrey were bright, cheerful children with distinct personalities and interests. Chloe had just begun first grade at a local school, where she discovered her passion for horse riding, a skill her cousin had been teaching her since she was young. She also had a talent for art. Meanwhile, Aubrey was getting ready to start school. The sisters were full of energy and creativity, and they shared a close bond and a love for artistic activities. During the court hearings, the guardianship service assessed Sarah, the girl's mother, and found her to be an excellent parent. She worked hard to maintain a good relationship with her daughters, both during their time as a family and after the divorce. The judge required both Sarah and Andrew to complete special training courses, and Andrew was actively involved in the process. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to prevent a tragic outcome. According to the custody agreement, Aubrey va Chloe were scheduled to spend Christmas 2017 with their father, Andrew. They celebrated Sarah's birthday on December 21st at morning with the children, and then Sarah took Chloe and Aubrey to Andrew's apartment on Beach Drive. Andrew lived just steps from the marina, in an upscale part of the city with a view of the Pacific coast. However, he is facing many great difficulties, including a financial crisis. He had quit his job, lost his main source of income, and developed a gambling addiction. As a result, he was unable to pay alimony or even provide basic necessities for himself and the children. From the beginning, Sarah believed it was a mistake to take Aubrey and Chloe to see Andrew. A court order obligated her to do so, and failing to comply could lead to serious repercussions for her. Sarah was especially hesitant to let Aubrey and Chloe spend the Christmas holidays with him, as she felt it was unfair, but she felt she had no alternative. Sarah asked Andrew to leave the children with her for her birthday, but he immediately threatened to sue, so she was forced to comply. As Sarah approached Andrew's apartment, her anxiety intensified. She noticed from a distance that the lights in the windows were off. For several weeks, Aubrey va Chloe had shared that during their visits with Andrew, they enjoyed using flashlights as if they were camping, which they found entertaining. Sarah was aware that Andrew had left his job in May and are having a lot of financial difficulties, which might explain why the electricity had been cut off. To avoid making the situation more tense and affect the children's vacation, she decided not to talk about the issue with Andrew and the children right away. However, she planned to address it later, as she was looking for ways to restrict Andrew meet to Aubrey va Chloe. When saying goodbye to Aubrey va Chloe, Sarah was understood that they would stay with Andrew until noon on December 25th, after which he was expected to return them. Upon returning home, Sarah noticed that Chloe had forgotten her favorite stuffed toy. She took the toy and brought it to Chloe. When she knocked on the window of Andrew's apartment, both Aubrey va Chloe appeared at the blinds in their holiday outfits, smiling and looking happy. This made Sarah feel a bit more at ease. She gave the daughters the toy and left, anticipating that she would see them again in a few days. On Christmas morning, Sarah woke up in a surprisingly quiet house and began her usual chores to pass the time until Aubrey va Chloe returned. During this time, she cleaned the house, decorated for the holiday, and placed presents under the tree, all in an effort to make the daughters happy. By 2 p.m., Sarah's parents arrived, but she was starting to worry because Aubrey va Chloe had not yet returned from Andrew's house. Andrew was supposed to return Aubrey and Chloe by noon, but Sarah had called and texted him several times without getting a response. She then tried to contact Andrew's sister, but she also ignored Sarah's calls and messages. Growing more worried, Sarah decided to go look for the children with her mother, leaving her father at home in case Andrew arrived with the daughters. When Sarah and her mother arrived at Andrew's apartment, Aubrey va Chloe were no longer at the window. Inside, the place felt eerily quiet and empty. Sarah couldn't see what was happening through the blinds. She knocked and shouted at the window, but there was no response, which only increased her fear. In desperation, they decided to speak with the neighbors. One neighbor mentioned that he had heard the children talking early in the morning and, closer to midday, he heard loud noises coming from the apartment. Initially, he thought nothing of it, but now it seemed suspicious. He also noted that he hadn't seen any strangers near the building. Alarmed, Sarah and her mother quickly contacted the police to report Aubrey va Chloe's disappearance. When the first police officer arrived at the scene, he attempted to contact Andrew, the apartment's owner, but received no answer, just as no one responded to Sarah's screams. The officer then tried to open the door and discovered it was not locked. Inside, the lights were off, and flipping the switch had no effect. It became clear that Andrew's electricity and water had been cut off due to unpaid utility bills, and he was facing eviction. Using a flashlight, the officer was met with a shocking sight that resembled a horror movie scene. Blood was splattered everywhere, including the ceiling, prompting him to immediately call for backup. The police officers cautiously, weapons drawn, aware that the killer responsible for the horrific massacre might still be inside. They followed a bloody footprint to the bathroom, where they discovered Andrew, who was naked and severely injured with multiple wounds to his chest. She was still breathing, but each breath seemed increasingly difficult. In the next room, they found Chloe on the bed. She was already dead. Her body showed numerous cuts and bruises, indicating she had been beaten with a blunt object. Nearby, a bloody baseball bat lay on the floor among her clothes. Andrew was found in a similar state as Chloe, dressed in blood-soaked pajamas, with splatters even on the ceiling. Both children Aubrey va Chloe had suffered multiple lacerations and stab wounds, similar to those found on their father, Andrew. The police checked Aubrey va Chloe's pulses several times, but they were confirmed dead. An ambulance quickly arrived to assist Andrew. Due to the cramped space in the bathroom, he was placed on a stretcher and prepared to be carried out of the apartment. At that moment, he regained consciousness, looked at the medics, and simply asked them to end his life. Andrew was taken to hospital with other police officers, and they hoped to question him once his health has stabilized. Meanwhile, they informed Sarah that both of her daughters, Aubrey va Chloe, were dead. Overcome with grief, she screamed hysterically and desperately tried to enter the apartment. Sarah had many questions, and so did the investigators, about the brutal murders of her two young children on Christmas Day. She believed she knew the answer: their father had killed them. Given the severity of the injuries, Andrew quickly became the primary suspect. Sarah warned that he was a danger to himself and Aubrey va Chloe due to the nature of the wounds. The police thought he might be more willing to talk while in the hospital, as they often obtained truthful confessions in such situations. Therefore, they wanted to interview Andrew to uncover what had happened to the children and to him. The police suspected Andrew had harmed Aubrey va Chloe, defenseless children, and after realizing the gravity of his actions, he might have attempted to take end his life. Aubrey va Chloe's bodies were so severely damaged that the expert believed he first killed Chloe, then he killed Aubrey. Chloe suffered multiple severe head injuries from a baseball bat, which led to a fractured skull. Additionally, she had 26 stab wounds. Some of her wounds were inflicted before her death, while others occurred posthumously. The cause of death was identified as blood loss. Aubrey's situation was tragically severe. She had 32 stab wounds, leading to fatal blood loss. The medical examiner determined that the attacker had flipped the children over twice to stab them in both the front and back. He appeared to be enraged and intended to ensure that the girls would not survive Christmas. Meanwhile, forensic investigators thoroughly examined the apartment and discovered men's jeans and a blood-soaked t-shirt, both belonging to Andrew. A knife, clearly the murder weapon, was also located at the scene. The amount of blood in the apartment was so much that a team of experts was called in to assist in the investigation. Experts discovered many signs that there were efforts to clean up the scene, including fingerprints on the knife and patterned socks. Blood traces were even found in the refrigerator, indicating that the perpetrator had rummaged through it after the attack. In one of the rooms, a note addressed to his sister was found. In this note, Andrew expressed a long list of disappointments about his difficulties with Sarah, and felt misunderstood by the woman he loved deeply. He conveyed a sense of betrayal and recounted the many struggles he faced during his marriage and after his divorce. According to his confession, the only source of happiness in his life was his children, which led him to decide to end their lives together. It was clearly a suicide note. After investigating the crime scene, the police concluded that Andrew had attacked and brutally killed his children, Aubrey, 4 years old, and Chloe, 6 years old. Following the incident, he entered the bathroom and attempted to harm himself, believing these injuries would also result in his death. However, doctors assessed that none of his self-inflicted wounds were life-threatening, so he survived. Andrew soon regained his composure and was placed under medical supervision, where he admitted to self-harm. After receiving treatment, he was arrested and charged with double murder. When Andrew was taken to the police station, Sarah was already there with her parents. The police believed that Andrew had harmed the children, and he confessed to his actions, which caused Sarah to burst into tears. She had to be taken away from the station because she was inconsolable. It is hard to imagine her despair and grief, especially since she had tried desperately to protect her daughters from their father. Despite filing complaints with Child Protection Services and taking legal action, Sarah could not provide evidence to prove that Andrew was a danger, and her claims were not believed. Tragically, her daughters were killed by their father. The case received widespread attention and many people held memorial services to honor Aubrey and Chloe, innocent girls who suffered. The public was outraged by Andrew's actions and expressed support for Sarah. This incident sparked a worldwide reevaluation of the child protection system and raised questions about the judge who deemed Andrew a father thoughtful and loving to his children. The judge's decision granted Andrew unsupervised access to Aubrey va Chloe, which ultimately resulted in their deaths. However, no disciplinary actions were taken against the judge or the Child Protection Service. The victims of the tragic massacre, Aubrey va Chloe, were cremated. During the investigation, the complicated relationship between Andrew and Sarah came to light. Andrew is having a lot of trouble with his finances. He left his job in May 2017 and had already begun having trouble keeping up with his rent and utility bills, leading to his electricity being cut off. His financial problems were largely fueled by his gambling addiction. Although Andrew earned a decent wage of around $200 per shift, but during this time, he became addicted to playing cards. He attempted to recover his losses, but things only worsened. He started borrowing money from anyone who would lend it to him. His gambling addiction spiraled out of control, with his gambling expenses reaching about $3,000 each month. In the fall of 2015, Andrew won a big amount of $100,000, but feeling overconfident, he quickly lost it all. In an attempt to win back his losses, he borrowed $10,000 from a man named Paul. Desperate to repay this loan, he continued to take out additional loans, while losing interest in his job, eventually quitting. By spring 2017, he was in deep financial trouble, owing approximately $225,000, with all his credit limits maxed out. Andrew was in a desperate situation, even thinking about withdrawing his savings from a pension fund. He couldn't afford to buy food and had to ask his neighbors for help to feed his daughters during their visit. His life was filled with ongoing tragedy. During the investigation, police found disturbing search queries in his internet history. About a month before the double murder, he had been searching for ways to end his own life. His problems grew worse, and on Christmas Day, he made a tragic decision. He used a brutal method to kill his daughters, doing this act coldly and mercilessly, which makes people doubt his love for them. On January 16th, the hearings for the double murder case began. The prosecutor presented detailed information to the jury about Andrew's relationship and life circumstances just before the crime occurred. The prosecution argued that Andrew willingly put himself in this situation because he could not overcome his gambling addiction. They described his actions as premeditated, using evidence like his internet browsing history to support their argument. In contrast, the defense attorney highlighted flaws in the investigation, pointing out that a patrolman had left the scene while waiting for backup, which left the situation inside unclear. The lawyer argued that Andrew and his children were victims of a killer seeking revenge for Andrew's debts after the officer had left the scene. This allowed the real perpetrator to escape through the fire exit. However, the prosecution rejected these things because the scene was under constant surveillance. There were no signs of a break-in, and the attacker could not have quietly exited the scene without being seen by the police officer. Furthermore, statement of the defense contradicted Andrew's confession made at the hospital. During his hospital stay, he even asked the medical staff to help him die, indicating that he had inflicted injuries on himself and wanted to end his life. It is clear from Andrew's suicide note that he intended to end his life and harm the daughters so that they would be with him in death. However, the lawyer maintained that the family could have been victims of a stranger, a killer who unexpectedly found Andrew and the children in the apartment. Alternatively, they could have all been random victims of a maniac. On April 25, 2017, a woman was attacked and stabbed near Andrew's house, but the police could not identify her attacker. The defense suggested that the same person could be responsible for both this attack and the murder of Andrew's children, who remains at large. However, the details of the wounds and the circumstances of each incident were different, indicating Andrew's guilt. During the presentation of the crime scene and evidence related to the murders of Aubrey and Chloe, Andrew started to cry. The prosecutor asserted that their father, Andrew, was responsible for the murders. One key piece of evidence was blood on the floor that matched Andrew's. If the attacker had been a stranger, they would probably have worn shoes typically found in a home. However, the shoes Andrew was wearing when he was arrested matched those discovered at the crime scene. Also, the forensic expert pointed out that the injuries on Andrew and the daughters were the same. Andrew acknowledged that he had inflicted wounds on himself, and similar cuts were found on the children, indicating that the same person used the same weapon. At trial, the defense attorney argued that Sarah had put pressure on Andrew, leading to the possibility of him acting aggressively. They believe Sarah is the main cause of Andrew's unstable mental health. In response, Sarah countered these claims, saying that Andrew had been aggressive for a long time, which led to their divorce. She was only trying to protect her children from a dangerous and unpredictable situation, which is why she filed complaints with various authorities, all of which were ignored. Sarah was concerned about the safety of her daughters during visits. Recently, Andrew appeared to have changed for the better, but no one realized this was just his cover. The defense continued to argue for Andrew's innocence, portraying him as a victim of his circumstances. They mentioned that Andrew owed $200,000 to another man. Andrew claimed he couldn't pay his debts, which led to him being forced to keep a suspicious bag in his apartment, the contents of which he was unaware of. Various individuals resembling criminals would periodically come to collect it, and Andrew had given them a spare key. According to the lawyers, one of these individuals committed a violent act in the apartment. The prosecution questioned Andrew about why the attacker would kill Aubrey and Chloe in his apartment while he was there. Andrew claimed that he lost consciousness after being struck, and when he regained it, he found Aubrey and Chloe unresponsive. The attacker was still in the apartment, but due to the darkness, Andrew couldn't see his face clearly. However, he noted that the assailant was a dark-skinned man with dark hair. The attacker then ran into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and tug of war, during which Andrew was struck multiple times and lost consciousness again. A mysterious bag was discovered during the investigation, but no evidence of any intruder was found, including DNA or fingerprints. The prosecution argued that Andrew's primary motive for the murders was financial distress. He was struggling to cope with life, unable to pay his debts or child support, leading him to consider killing his children to escape these obligations. The jury deliberated for 3 days and ultimately found Andrew guilty of double second-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, eligible for parole in 22 years. Andrew showed no emotion when the verdict was announced, shocking Sarah's family because the sentence was too light. They also found themselves unable to contest the verdict. The case of Sharon Pryor. Sharon Pryor was born on February 9, 1959, in Montreal, Canada. Her mother, Yvonne Pryor, is from the UK, and her mother's family immigrated to Canada when she was very young. Her mother lived her entire life in Canada, where she met her future husband, George, a serviceman. The couple fell in love, got married, and later welcomed their daughter Sharon. Just before Sharon's second birthday, her mother gave birth to twin girls, Doreen and Marine, in 1962. Then she had another brother, who was the youngest. In 1965, George was stationed elsewhere in a different location, leading to the couple's decision to divorce. While George continued his military career and moved frequently, Yvonne settled in an apartment in Lang, Canada, provided through a program for military families. This quiet and cozy place seemed perfect for raising her children. Yvonne, Sharon's mother, thought she had found a safe home for her family. But she was unaware that danger could lurk even in such peaceful neighborhoods. From a young age, Sharon is famous for being a very gentle person, beautiful, and caring. She was responsible, sincere, and kind, which drove her to help those in need. Consequently, she often rescued homeless animals, especially those that were sick or injured. This compassion inspired her dream of becoming a veterinarian in the future. Later on, Sharon joined a school club and began playing hockey. She was also very creative, dedicating her free time to art clubs and needlework classes. With her many talents, Sharon appeared to have a bright future ahead. Yvonne was thrilled to see her daughter blossoming into such a wonderful person. As Sharon's assistant, Yvonne was naturally cautious and tried to protect her from negative influences and trouble. Sadly, this caution could not shield Sharon from meeting a cruel man who came into her life. At 16, Sharon is a normal girl facing typical teenage problems. She loved the music of the time and had new hobbies that her parents didn't always support. During this time, she met a young man named John, who had admired her since the 4th grade. Eventually, they started dating in the presence of their friends and were seen as a close-knit and loving couple. Sharon's parents, recognizing their affection for each other, supported their relationship. According to Sharon's mother, they had a harmonious relationship with no conflicts, and Sharon was surrounded by good people. Unfortunately, they were unable to shield her from trouble. On March 29, 1975, March 29, 1975, everything was going on as usual. Sharon woke up and had breakfast. Her mother was out running errands, having gone to the store the day before Easter to buy food and gifts for her children. When her mother returned home with the shopping, Sharon, the eldest daughter, helped her unpack. This day was meant to be special for the family. Additionally, her mother's boyfriend and his son, Stephen, along with some friends, were planning to visit. Sharon spent most of the day painting Easter eggs and preparing for the holiday. Stephen arrived early and played with her younger brother. Afterward, Sharon got ready to go with Stephen to a sports and crafts association, where they were members. Sharon will go there to get a coat called Garl. This named after the brother of the organization's founder, who died of leukemia. This jacket represented membership in the association, but it wasn't given to everyone. The children had to earn it, for instance, by selling lottery tickets. Sharon was determined to get jacket and had successfully sold enough tickets. Excited, she went to the association to receive her personalized jacket. However, she was disappointed to find that they did not have her size available. As a result, Sharon had to return home empty-handed with Stephen, planning to come back for her jacket another day. Despite her disappointment, Sharon maintained the festive spirit. She joined her mother and boyfriend to help with the final preparations for the gathering. Once the guests arrived, Sharon and her mother hid Easter eggs for the children to find later. Sharon then asked to go to the local pizzeria, Marina, which was popular among teenagers. It was close to home, and her mother often allowed her to go there with friends. This time was no different. After receiving permission, Sharon went to her room to get ready. While Sharon was about to leave, the girl next door came to visit. Everyone chatted while Sharon got ready. She borrowed one of her mother's sweaters and put on her favorite suede jacket. Around 7 p.m., Sharon and her neighbor left the house, but Sharon went to the pizza shop alone because her neighbor changed her mind and didn't want to go anymore. They said their goodbyes. The girl next door went home, while Sharon headed to meet her friends at the pizzeria. A group of teenagers was already there waiting for Sharon, but she didn't arrive on time. The others assumed she was just late because she was with her boyfriend John, so they didn't worry and continued their evening at the pizzeria. At that time, several employees from the company were watching a hockey match at home. After the game ended, they headed to the pizzeria. Among them was John, Sharon's boyfriend, who was there without her and had no idea where she was. Like the others, he expected Sharon to be at the pizzeria by the time they arrived, and her absence worried everyone since she was usually very punctual. Meanwhile, Sharon's mother, Yvonne, was at home putting the younger children to bed and watching TV. She decided to wait a bit longer, thinking that Sharon might have lost track of time while spending time with a friend, and will return home later. She stayed in the living room, watching TV, so she wouldn't miss her daughter's return, but she still hadn't come home. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Yvonne was overwhelmed with fear because there was still no news about her daughter. Sharon. It was too late to call Sharon's friends, so she had to wait until morning, look out the window occasionally. As dawn approached, Yvonne started calling Sharon's friends to find out where she was. Unfortunately, neither her friends nor John knew her whereabouts. She was deeply troubled to learn that Sharon had never been to the pizza shop that evening. The girl next door confirmed that they had said goodbye to Sharon on the street, and she hasn't seen Sharon since. When Yvonne spoke to Mary, Sharon's best friend, she became even more anxious. Mary said her that after 7 p.m. near the pizzeria, a 20-year-old girl named Cheryl Roy was attacked by a stranger with a knife. Fortunately, other passers-by heard Cheryl's screams, which scared the attacker away. Witnesses reported that the man fled in the direction Sharon would have taken to the pizzeria. They described him as tall, dark-haired, blue-eyed, and mustached. He spoke calmly and wore a ski jacket, blue jeans, and pointed-toe shoes. After hearing this, Yvonne panicked, realizing that the time and location of the attack matched with the route Sharon usually takes. She came to report to the police, but they have yet to come to any conclusions. The police were in no rush to charge anyone in the attack. Instead, they decided to immediately launch a search. Hundreds of people learned about the incident and came out to help search for Sharon, a 16-year-old schoolgirl. They received her photo and description to make the search easier. Her mother, Yvonne, appeared on television to inform everyone about her daughter's disappearance and urged anyone with useful information to contact the police. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, there were no new leads. Days went by without any updates on Sharon's whereabouts, but her mother continued to hope for her daughter's safe return. However, the police had already searched the area, and the chances of finding Sharon alive were dwindling. Sharon had no reason to run away from home. She had a good relationship with her parents and was dating a nice guy at school. Their relationship is built on love and understanding, and he didn't seem like someone who would harm her. Sharon also stayed away from troublemakers, so when she disappeared, the police had no leads or suspects. Attempts to locate a man with a knife seen nearby were unsuccessful. The investigation has not made any new progress in a long time, and Sharon's mother was devastated, but she still hoped for her daughter's safe return. On April 1st, around 6 a.m., Sharon's mother, Yvonne, noticed something unusual through the window. A familiar young man was leaving Sharon's house, crossing the street to retrieve a newspaper left on her doorstep. Sensing something was off, she called out to him, trying to understand why he was up so early and taking newspapers from house to house. He didn't respond and instead quickened his pace to leave. She rushed outside and caught up with him. He tried to keep the newspaper, but she managed to grab it from him. He shouted for her not to look, but she did anyway. On the main page, she was confronted with a heartbreaking photo of a girl's body found in the snow. This incident occurred in the suburbs, just a few minutes' drive from their home. She was not only shocked by the news, but also because the police did not inform her, which they should have done. She learned about it later than many neighbors who had seen the latest news in the paper. She convinced herself that it wasn't Sharon, but rather another girl who resembled her daughter. After gathering her thoughts, Yvonne called the police to dispute the newspaper's frightening headline. The detectives informed her that they had not yet confirmed if the body belonged to Sharon, which intensified her fear. Feeling overwhelmed, she asked for Sharon's father, George, to come to the area for her since she was in shock. The photograph of the victim bore a striking resemblance to her missing daughter, Sharon, and she was dressed exactly as Sharon's mother had described. When Sharon's father got there, he recognized his daughter, leaving no doubt that the 16-year-old schoolgirl was deceased. A local resident, Jacques, who had also read about the girl's disappearance in the newspaper, discovered the body. Upon recognizing the victim looked like Sharon, he immediately reported the grim discovery. Jacques usually made sure that all his doors were locked, but on Tuesday, he discovered that one lock was open and the door was unlocked. He thought it was strange that there were no signs of a break-in, as if someone had a key. The truth was, he was the only person with full access to the house. When he went outside to the driveway, he was shocked to find a woman's body lying there, naked from the waist down. Additionally, nothing had been taken from his home. Jacques was perplexed about why the body was found in that location. Patrol officers soon arrived, and a murder investigation began. They quickly noted that it was a brutal crime. Sharon had multiple signs of abuse, including bruises and hematomas. She was only wearing a suede jacket and a blue sweater, with her jeans located a few meters away and her underwear caught on a tree. Her mouth was tightly taped, with the tape tangled in her hair. She was gripping the tape in her hand, suggesting she had fought to remove it. There were clear indications that Sharon had attempted to rise, implying she was left alive during the horrific ordeal. Investigators found additional evidence about 15 meters from the body, including tire tracks leading from that spot to where the body lay, along with a trail of blood droplets. No signs of dragging were present. The investigators quickly concluded that multiple individuals may have been involved in this violent act. Sharon's socks and shoes showed no dirt, indicating she did not crawl on the ground by herself. Instead, she was carried out of the car and abandoned in the cold. Near her body, investigators found a man's shirt tied around her wrists, which helped determine the main suspect in the case is quite tall. Additionally, a clear footprint was discovered next to the entry gate post, providing further evidence. They also located a receipt for Garo jacket, which Sharon never received. After a forensic examination, it was determined that Sharon had died only a few hours before her body was found. It was clear she had been held captive for several days, from Saturday to Tuesday. The perpetrator had been extremely cruel, as there were signs of strangulation on her neck, and she had choked on her own blood. Forensic experts found that her ribs were crushed, indicating the killer may have been kneeling on her chest. She also suffered a severe head injury and bleeding from multiple stab wounds. Both sides of her jaw were broken, her nose was fractured, and her cheek was torn by a tooth that had been knocked out from the force of the attack. On April 4, 1975, about 200 friends, relatives, and local residents gathered at a community center. They hoped that the killer would soon be caught. 9 months prior to Sharon's murder, another brutal crime occurred in Canada, the killing of a teenage girl in Chatoy. 12-year-old Norma O'Brien was murdered on the evening of July 9, 1974. After leaving home to play water polo, she discovered the pool was closed for repairs. Norma returned to the pond, but she never made it back home. That same evening, she was reported missing. The family was convinced that Norma would not have left on her own, so they started looking for her. The next day, her partially clothed body was discovered in a field near the pool. Norma's murder resembled that of Sharon, who was also found in the same area, brutally beaten and strangled. The two crime scenes were approximately a half-hour's drive apart, leading to speculation that they might have been committed by the same individual, although there is no definitive evidence to support this theory. Following Sharon's murder on June 23, 1975, 14-year-old Debbie Fisher disappeared in Chatoy while riding her red bicycle home. She was later found in the forest, unclothed but without signs of sexual assault. Debbie had died from a blow to the head with a stone. Subsequently, a 17-year-old male suspect confessed to the crime, but his identity is kept private due to his age. The suspect claimed that he was returning home on his moped around 6:30 p.m. when he spotted Debbie riding her bicycle and carrying milk. After observing her closely, he devised a sinister plan. He greeted her, and she responded in kind. He then overtook her, concealed his moped in the bushes, and sat on the curb, pretending to cry. Concerned, Debbie stopped, and the suspect called her over, prompting her to step closer to him. He grabbed her and began to assault her. He threw the milk into the field, and she lost consciousness. Then, he hid her bike in the bushes and attempted to rape her, but was unsuccessful. In a fit of rage, he struck her on the head with a rock, causing her death. He concealed her body in an abandoned car in the forest and fled on his moped. Debbie's killer later admitted killing Norma O'Brien, but he denied any involvement in Sharon's killing. He had an alibi at the time of Sharon's murder, so he was not considered a suspect in that case. He was convicted of murdering two girls, Debbie and Norma, and due to his age, served only a few years in prison before being released. He now lives and works in Montreal, near the location where Sharon's body was discovered. Police gathered a significant amount of evidence related to Sharon's murder. However, the outcome was not what they had hoped for. 13 months went by without identifying a primary suspect for charges. They found 38 individuals who might be linked to that tragic night. 6 of these 38 individuals were detained, but ultimately, all were released due to a lack of evidence. Sharon's close friends were also interviewed, and they all had alibis. Some were at a pizzeria, while others were at home watching a game. The investigation became increasingly difficult and gradually reached a dead end as investigators could not find new clues. And it appeared that everyone had given up, except for the mother of Sharon's. Sharon's mother, Yvonne, was frantic as she tried to piece together what had happened to her daughter. Yvonne realized that Sharon couldn't have gone far from home by the time she left the house to go to the pizza shop. On the way, Sharon was supposed to meet a neighbor who was also returning home from work. For years, the neighbor would walk the same path, but that day he claimed he didn't see Sharon on the sidewalk. Since Sharon had not traveled far, she should have been kidnapped right after saying goodbye to her friend. The kidnapper had only a few minutes to act, and somehow he managed to do it without being seen. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses to Sharon's abduction, making it seem like the perfect crime. Sharon's mother believed it was crucial to pay attention to all the neighbors on their street. Someone should have noticed the suspicious stranger or recognized him if he lived nearby. Detectives described the killer and rapist as being around 20 years old, likely living with his parents. They suspected that he had psychological issues, possibly including obsessive behaviors or hostility towards women. The detectives believed this crime was not the first committed by the suspect, and if he wasn't apprehended soon, it wouldn't be the last. They were convinced that several people were involved in both the kidnapping and the subsequent violence. It was also thought that one of the attackers could have been an unpredictable stranger with a knife who initially targeted another girl, Cheryl, but fled when come across by nearby witnesses. Witnesses described the attacker after Cheryl's assault. Despite thorough searches, he could not be found. It was statistically unlikely for two rapists and kidnappers to be active at the same time in one of the city's safest neighborhoods, prompting detectives concluded that the same person was responsible for the attack on Cheryl and the murder of Sharon. The attacker's behavior suggested he knew the area well, allowing him to navigate without leaving evidence or raising suspicion among residents. Detectives, along with Cheryl's mother, concluded that the assailant likely lived nearby. They characterized the attacker as a sadist. Typically, individuals with such tendencies follow a predictable pattern. They seek out compliant victims, initially presenting themselves as charming and sweet to gain trust. Over time, however, they become increasingly cruel and demanding. It all begins with control, followed by humiliation, and then they start mocking the victim. In this context, relationships with women often develop, and the sadist gradually shifts from seeking a partner to becoming a predator on the hunt. As a result, the police decided to thoroughly investigate all local residents with histories of harassment and domestic violence. Their goal was to find and question the knife-wielding attacker who had assaulted Cheryl. He matched the profile of the criminal, socially awkward and resorting to a knife instead of conversation. He was unlikely to be a successful individual or possess high intelligence. This type of person usually had a history of violence and preferred to use brute force to achieve his goals instead of clever tactics or deception. It was clear he lacked self-control, easily losing his temper and being ready to fight at any moment. The most alarming part of this situation is that the police are chasing a suspect who could be a serial killer, who needs to be stopped immediately. While he tried to run away from the detectives, they continued their search for him. Unfortunately, many crucial technologies we have today, such as DNA analysis, surveillance cameras, and phone geolocation, had not yet been developed at that time, leaving the investigators with limited resources. Although detectives investigated quickly and professionally, but 6 years after Sharon's body was found, the killer struck again. A 12-year-old girl named Temi was ferociously murdered. It is believed that the sadistic attacker, after assaulting a 16-year-old named Sharon, began targeting younger girls for his crimes. When Temi's body was discovered, it was revealed that the attacker had grabbed her and started to molest her. Then, he attempted to rape her but was unsuccessful. In a fit of rage, he struck her on the head with a rock, leading to her death. Although detectives investigated quickly and professionally, but 6 years after Sharon's body was found, the killer struck again. The second victim was a 12-year-old schoolgirl named Temi Leakey. She was ferociously murdered. It is believed that after attacking 16-year-old Sharon, the perpetrator chose to target younger girls for his crimes. When Temi's body was found, the same police officers who had been investigating Sharon's murder took on this case. They quickly noticed the similarities between the two murders, which further supported the theory of a serial killer. On March 20, 1981, Temi was visiting her grandmother when she disappeared just a few blocks from her grandmother's house. Later, Temi's mother found her glasses on the sidewalk. When she returned home, the woman immediately reported her daughter missing to the police. They identified a witness who saw a man in a beige raincoat get out of a small red car and force a screaming girl into it. That same evening, Temi was found barely alive on the street. A man came to the police station to report a serious matter. He saw Temi was naked and covered with clothes. Doctors worked hard to save her, but unfortunately, she died. The examination revealed that she had been strangled. Although she was not raped, there were traces of male fluid found on her clothes. The attacker had been careless, leaving behind enough evidence that connected this case to other brutal murders. Despite the detectives' efforts, the investigation hit a dead end. Meanwhile, in nearby areas of Canada, there were reports of similar assaults on girls and young women. In 1971, 17-year-old Lisa Blaze was found dead just a few meters from her home in Montreal. She had left a bar early in the morning, suffered a blow to the head, and was raped. This case has not yet been resolved. Because there are so many open cases, the police have difficulty determining whether these cases are related or not. In 2000, Sharon's mother reached out to the police, requesting a re-evaluation of her daughter's case using modern techniques. At that time, advancements in technology, especially in DNA analysis, had made it possible to investigate cases more effectively. However, a week later, she was disappointed to learn that most of the evidence from the year Sharon was murdered had disappeared. The few surviving items from 1995 included Sharon's clothing and belongings possibly linked to a suspect. Forensic scientists tested a shirt belonging to a man but found that the DNA did not match Sharon. Although no matches were identified in the database, the DNA sample was preserved for future comparisons with any suspects that might emerge later on. In June 2004, the police received a tip about a garage where Sharon might have been held by her killer. When detectives investigated, they found no new evidence. They collected 3 DNA samples from the site, but none matched Sharon's DNA or the materials found on her clothing. Ultimately, this lead turned out to be false. In 2012, a $10,000 reward was offered to anyone with information leading to the arrest of the killer of Sharon. This announcement suggested that the police might have new leads in the case and were seeking help from the public. They established a special hotline to make it easier for people to share information, and the investigation has been reopened. However, like previous efforts, this initiative did not result in any breakthroughs. Detectives revisited the case involving Cheryl's attack in hopes of identifying the perpetrator. They arranged for Cheryl to undergo hypnosis. During the session, she was shown photos of various men, including serial killer William Patrick Fife. She said her attacker looked very similar William, a Canadian serial killer who was convicted of murdering 5 women in Montreal. He claimed to have had 9 victims, but authorities could only confirm 5. Detectives had long suspected his involvement in the girls' murders and tried to link him to these cases. However, he denied any guilt and claimed he only started killing in 1979. It's important to highlight that Sharon was murdered in 1975. Regrettably, no evidence was found that connected him to the case of Sharon's. Later on, investigators later looked potential connections between the girls' murders and other dangerous criminals in Canada. One suspect was Mike French, a member of the Montreal biker gang Satan. He lived close to Sharon when she was killed in 1975 but moved away with his parents 2 years later. Those who knew him described him as aggressive and cruel, suggesting he could have been responsible for the girls' deaths. Some witnesses reported hearing Mike boast about his involvement in violent acts, but once again, the police faced challenges. Mike was killed in a gang conflict in November, taking with him any potential information about his connection to the murders. His murder also remains unsolved. Ultimately, all these leads were mere speculation. The Sharon family was outraged by the police's lack of professionalism. They committed to fighting for justice until the end, determined to find and hold the criminal accountable. Sharon's mother felt that this fight was not just for her daughter, but also for other parents mourning the loss of their children. In 2015, Sharon's mother was featured on television with 9 other families, accused the police of being unable to handle the case. A new development in the case occurred in June 2022 when a match was found in a DNA database through genetic genealogy. A DNA sample from a man's shirt discovered at the scene of Sharon's murder was matched to Franklin Maywood Romine, who had died in 1982. His body was exhumed for analysis, and DNA confirmation was obtained on May 2, 2023. Franklin resembled the suspect described by witnesses. He lived nearby where the attack occurred, and his car matched the tire tracks found near Sharon's body. He also had a troubled criminal history, including convictions for assault and rape. This evidence was crucial in resolving Sharon's murder case. Although no one could be charged or tried, investigators were able to bring closure to the case. The tragic murder of Sharon Pryor, a 16-year-old schoolgirl, has been solved, thanks to advancements in DNA testing and the determined efforts of her family. The case of Reagan Hancock. On the morning of October 9, 2020, Reagan's mother went to visit her pregnant daughter and discovered her body lying on the floor. Reagan, then 22 years old, had been brutally beaten and stabbed to death. Her unborn child had been removed from her womb and kidnapped. Born on November 14, 1998, in Howe, Arkansas, Reagan was part of a large Christian family that included a younger sister and several half-siblings. Reagan also had a 3-year-old daughter, Kinley, from a previous relationship. Unfortunately, Kinley's father had passed away. She had recently remarried to Homer Hancock, and the couple had just moved into a new home. Reagan and her husband were eagerly preparing for the birth of their child, due November 10, 2020. They had purchased all the necessary supplies and her parents had chosen the name for their child, Braxton Sage. Reagan and Homer worked hard to support their family. Despite swelling in her feet, Reagan continued to work at a fast food restaurant. She had plans to attend college, but postponed it due to her first pregnancy. Her husband Homer worked in the freight industry. On October 9, 2020, at 8:30 a.m., Homer started receiving unusual messages from her. Reagan expressed that she wanted to be happy, but things weren't going well. Homer was confused and worried about what was happening. He replied to her messages, told her he loved her, and tried to call, but she didn't answer. At 9:30 a.m., a neighbor texted Homer and said their puppy was outside. The neighbor came to their house and found the garage door open, which was strange since no one was home. Worried, Homer tried to contact Reagan again but got no response. He called everyone he could think of, but no one had any information. Finally, he called Reagan's mother and asked her to check on Reagan. Since he was away from home, he took the day off from work and rushed back. Reagan's mother arrived at the house at 10:15 a.m. and found a horrifying scene. It was her worst nightmare, and she immediately called the police. When Homer arrived, officers were already at the scene and wouldn't let him enter. The officers were stunned by what they saw. Blood covered the floors, walls, ceiling, and furniture. Reagan was found lying face down, severely beaten with multiple defensive wounds on her arms, showing that she had fought back. It was clear that her death was extremely cruel. Concerned for the baby she was carrying, Reagan's mother asked the police to check. When they turned Reagan over, they discovered a large cut in her abdomen, and the baby was missing. Police believed the attacker primarily targeted the baby. Reagan's 3-year-old daughter, Kinley, was safe and hiding in another room during the incident. Forensic scientists quickly arrived to investigate the crime scene. Around 10 a.m., police pulled over a car for speeding. Taylor Renee Parker was driving with a newborn baby on her lap, and the umbilical cord had not been cut. The other end of the cord was tucked into her pants. She stated that she had just given birth while driving and that her baby was not breathing and needed urgent help. The police found it strange that there was no blood on the seat. They called for an ambulance and began performing artificial respiration on the baby. An ambulance arrived and took Taylor and the baby to the hospital, but hours later, the baby was dead. Doctors began examining Taylor, but she resisted. During the examination, they discovered that she was not bleeding. A hormone blood test showed that she was not pregnant. The baby was small and premature, born at 35 weeks. Taylor initially said that she was pregnant with the baby. She staged the scene with the umbilical cord to make the police believe that the baby was hers. The police later discovered that the baby was not hers. They returned to the hospital and arrested Taylor. Taylor, a 27-year-old friend of Reagan, was excited when Reagan announced her second pregnancy on social media. Later, Reagan reached out to Taylor, who was also expecting, and they formed a friendship. The two girls lived close to each other. Taylor resided in the nearby town of Sims, Texas, about 15 kilometers from Reagan's home in New Boston. They frequently communicated online and occasionally met for walks. They had much in common, both preparing for childbirth, shopping for baby items, attending prenatal classes, and sharing their experiences. Taylor's relationships have been complicated. She has a daughter and a son from 2 previous marriages, both of whom live with their fathers and are already in school. Taylor lost custody of them and has had very little contact since then. Taylor formed a close bond with Reagan, even filming their wedding, but during this time, she was misleading both Reagan and her fiancé, Wade Griffin. At the start of her relationship with Wade, she lied about being an heiress to a multi-million-dollar fortune, claiming her family were oil tycoons. Later, she told him she had ties to the Mexican mafia and needed his protection, asserting that her presence caused a major shootout involving the FBI, which she insisted must remain secret from the media. Wade believed her and became involved in expanding his farming business at her urging, which led him to buy more pigs and cows. He took out a loan for these purchases, thinking he would repay it with the inheritance Taylor promised him. However, he never received any money and ended up in a tough financial situation. Later, Taylor became obsessed with the idea of buying a large hunting property valued at nearly $5 million, even though she didn't have the funds. She spoke to a realtor, claiming to be the heiress of a multi-million-dollar fortune from syrup producers, despite having previously said her family was involved in the oil industry. They reached an agreement to buy a plot of land for $3.5 million, making an initial deposit of $200,000 that Taylor borrowed from Wade. At that moment, Taylor felt proud and shared the exciting news with her family, giving everyone postcards featuring a photo of the property and saying they could go hunting there. However, the deal ultimately fell through, because she could not afford to pay the remaining amount. Initially, Taylor claimed that the syrup company would pay $7 million, but that money never arrived. At that time, Taylor was intensely motivated to purchase her dream home, which cost $20 million, a sum she didn't have. She falsely claimed that a wealthy uncle could provide the money, but then she vanished again. Concerned, the realtor attempted to contact both Taylor and Wade, unaware of the ongoing deception. Taylor eventually presented the realtor with documents claiming she had inherited $370 million, but these documents were fake. As a result of her lies, her relationship with Wade was on the brink of collapse. Feeling that she might lose Wade, Taylor decided to have a child to strengthen their bond, but she faced challenges getting pregnant due to her hysterectomy. Thus, she devised a scheme for a fake pregnancy. In February 2020, she told Wade they were expecting a baby in July. Taylor shared an ultrasound photo on social media, but it was actually an image of her other daughter. There are some people who know the whole story about Taylor and know that she cannot conceive. They discussed this in a conversation and are confused about why she would fake her pregnancy, believing it to be a tactic to keep her husband. However, they do not know her true intentions. Additionally, Taylor's family knows that she cannot conceive and suspects that she fabricated this pregnancy to keep Wade with her. They believe this is a hoax on her part. Recognizing her behavior, her relatives suspected that Taylor's false pregnancy would soon result in a miscarriage, and that would be the end of it. However, they never imagined she would go to the lengths of committing murder to obtain a child. While pretending to be pregnant, Taylor continued to seek approval from Wade's family, who were not fond of her. Knowing that Wade's mother had a crush on a Nissan Altima Platinum, Taylor bought one for her, much to her delight. Unfortunately, Taylor later claimed that the car had been repossessed by the dealership. Wade and his mother were hopeful for its return, but that never happened. Wade then contacted the dealership to inquire about the new car, only to learn that it had not been recalled. Rather, it had been sent back to the showroom because they hadn't paid for it. This revelation shocked Wade, but he chose to remain silent because he did not want Taylor to be stressed during her pregnancy. Taylor attempted to persuade her friends and family that she was pregnant. She shared ultrasound images and test results, claiming that her pregnancy was a blessing from God. Before the pregnancy, Taylor had told Wade and his family that her mother had committed to end his own life, likely to gain sympathy. However, everyone was shocked when Taylor's mother appeared at the Christmas party, as they believed she was dead. In mid-September 2020, just a couple of weeks before the due date, Taylor's ex-husband contacted Wade and claimed that she couldn't have children and was lying to him. Taylor then showed ultrasound pictures from a previous pregnancy and provided fake test results. She reassured Wade that her ex was trying to ruin her life and their happiness. Taylor promised Wade that she would soon give birth, proving that her pregnancy was real and that she wasn't lying. As October began, Wade asked about the baby's condition. She replied that the baby would come when the time was right. Meanwhile, Wade's mother expressed doubts about Taylor's pregnancy, insisting that Taylor was cheating on him. This caused Wade to distance himself from his mother because she did not trust him. Early on the morning of October 9th, Taylor felt it was time to act. She stopped at Walmart to shop, then grabbed breakfast at McDonald's while watching a video about a 35-week cesarean, which was the stage her friend Reagan was in. Taylor texted Reagan at 7 a.m., saying she was coming to visit. Taylor had made friends with several pregnant women online. She developed a sense of trust with them and eventually decided that Reagan would be the easiest target to kill. Reagan was the kindest and most trusting of the group, making her an ideal victim. Taylor was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and the murder of a child. However, she denied having planned the crime. Taylor claimed that when she visited Reagan, Reagan attacked her, and she used a knife in self-defense. Why didn't Taylor have any injuries after such an intense fight? She couldn't explain it, but she did share how the child ended up in her care. According to Taylor, Reagan was so injured that she felt the baby was dying inside her. Reagan begged Taylor to help, asking her to deliver the baby and take it to the hospital to save its life. Taylor was reluctant at first, but Reagan pleaded with her. At Reagan's insistence, Taylor attempted to save the baby. Taylor happened to have a scalpel and used it to cut into Reagan's abdomen to remove the baby and take the baby to the hospital. However, if this was the case, why did Taylor lie to the police who pulled her over, claiming that she had given birth? Taylor also later mentioned that Reagan's daughter, Kinley, left the room because of the screaming while Taylor was in surgery, and the girl testified to everything. This incident resulted in psychological trauma for Kinley. Additionally, Reagan's phone was never found. It seems Taylor turned off the phone and threw it away. When questioned, Wade said that he was not allowed to touch Taylor's stomach and not allowed to sleep with her to protect the baby, and that he believed her without question. Police believed Wade's story and he did not face any criminal charges. Taylor was transferred from Oklahoma to a prison in Texas, and her trial began in September 2022. Attorneys attempted to dismiss the kidnapping charges, arguing that the baby was not yet full term, but the judge rejected their arguments. The defense did not present any witnesses. Not even Taylor's mother or relatives were willing to testify on her behalf. During the trial, Taylor's ex-husband provided testimony. He said that Taylor constantly simulated seizures and health problems to arouse his pity. When he decided to end their relationship, Taylor suggested they have a child, even though she was unable to conceive again. She proposed using a surrogate mother, funded by her wealthy relatives, but he turned her down. After their divorce, a hurt Taylor spoke negatively about he to her friends, alleging that they had still planned for a surrogate mother together, but claimed that he had cheated on her with the surrogate, which made it impossible for her to forgive him. While her lawyers claimed she was insane, a psychiatric evaluation confirmed that although she had mental health issues, she was sane. In prison, Taylor exhibited aggressive behavior. Police discovered a map of the prison in her cell, indicating she was planning an escape because she was facing the death penalty. During her final hearing, her defense attorneys argued that Taylor was trapped in a desperate situation due to her fake pregnancy. Everyone, including her mother, knew the pregnancy was wrong, but no one offered to help her, which led her to take drastic action. Taylor had planned the murders for a long time and specifically targeted pregnant women she met online. She eventually chose Reagan as her victim. Reagan's mother described Taylor as a vicious person and called for the death penalty for her daughter's brutal murder. During the attack, Reagan fought desperately for her life and that of her child. She almost lost a finger in defending herself. Because she was pregnant, Reagan was especially vulnerable and unable to fight back. She suffered over 100 wounds to her body, including 39 to the head. The prosecutor concluded his argument by once again showing haunting crime scene photos. The prosecutor argued that Taylor deserved the death penalty for his horrific crimes. Throughout the trial, Taylor remained emotionless, showing no remorse even during the trial. On November 11, 2022, the jury deliberated for only 1 hour before finding Taylor Renee Parker guilty and sentencing her to death. Following the trial, the community came together to support the Reagan family, organizing a fundraiser for Homer and her 3-year-old daughter, Kinley. They also raised funds by selling T-shirts. Homer has been raising Kinley as his own since the tragedy and only returned to the house once after Reagan's murder to collect some belongings before moving out with her. The case of Nancy DePriest. In February 1998, a visitor arrived at the office of the current governor of Texas. The visitor was a criminal who wanted to confess and cleanse his soul. He began writing letters to the police and the prosecutor's office, attempting to reach out to them for 2 years starting in 1996, but all his attempts were ignored. Eventually, he decided to write directly to the governor. In his letter, he confessed to a crime far more serious than robbery or rape. Over 4 pages, he detailed the murder of a girl named Nancy DePriest, which he had committed in 1988. He urged the governor to take his confession seriously, stating that he had become religious and wanted to confess. 2 men had already been imprisoned based on statements related to a crime they did not commit. Both were falsely accused and unjustly convicted. During the investigation, it came to light that 2 young men had admitted to the murder. While the true killer felt remorse for ruining their lives, he believed that the wrongful convictions were a result of police pressure, which he managed to evade. In 1998, this criminal wrote another letter to the prosecutor's office, confessing to the murder of a young girl and providing numerous details that only the actual murderer would know. The letter caught the attention of the governor, leading to the reopening of the case files to investigate the man's claims, as his conscience began to weigh heavily on him. Police started to re-examine all the case materials and discovered many inconsistencies. The story of the murder began in the year of 1988. On the morning of October 24th, around 9:30 a.m., the administrator arrived on Ryn Street in Austin, Texas, to check on her employee, Nancy, who had not answered the phone. Nancy was a manager and was supposed to arrive early to prepare the food. Her husband drove her to the restaurant that day at 7:40 a.m. before going to work. According to the restaurant schedule, Nancy's last contact with the owner was at 8:30 a.m. when she placed an order for ingredients that were running low. However, when the owner called Nancy at 9 a.m. to check if they were ready to open, Nancy did not answer. Her attempts to call back were met with silence. Worried, the owner decided to go to the restaurant, where she found the back door unlocked, water spilled on the floor, and the mixer running. Everything was eerily quiet, and Nancy was nowhere to be seen. The restaurant owner continued to search and found Nancy in the bathroom, surrounded by her own blood. Her head was severely injured, her eyes were glassy and unfocused. Fortunately, she was still alive, but her wrists were tied with her own bra. Panicked, the restaurant owner immediately called an ambulance. The ambulance arrived, found Nancy alive, and rushed her to the hospital, where doctors did everything they could to save her. Unfortunately, her injuries were too severe to save her. After discussing her condition with the doctors, Nancy's family made the heartbreaking decision to remove her life support. They chose to donate her organs, believing that Nancy would support this choice, ultimately helping to save the lives of many others. Forensic experts found that Nancy had been violently raped before she was shot in the back of the head. DNA evidence was collected from the crime scene and sent to the lab for analysis. The lead police believed that the motive for her murder was robbery, as the cash register from the day before was missing. A year earlier, multiple pizzerias in the Austin area had been robbed, but those incidents happened late at night or after closing hours, and there were no injuries, rapes, or murders. The thieves focused solely on stealing cash from the registers and the business's earnings. Nancy's murder was markedly different from previous robberies in the city. The police discovered multiple hair samples throughout the crime scene, including behind the counter and in the restroom. Her clothing was found in the sink of the women's restroom, indicating a struggle had occurred. The police considered three possible scenarios. First, Nancy might have forgotten to lock the front doors. Second, she could have known the perpetrator and willingly let him in. Third, he might have had access to the establishment and possessed his own key. Rumors about the murder of the pizza shop employee spread quickly throughout Austin, particularly affecting other Pizza Hut locations in the area. All employees were warned about the potential danger. This horrific incident shocked the community, from the victim's family to all Austin residents. Everyone was desperate to know who could harm Nancy, and the public urged the police to apprehend this perpetrator swiftly. Police investigated whether Nancy had any enemies. However, at just 20 years old, Nancy had no known connections to criminals and had never been in trouble with the law. She was a kind, well-liked person from Fort Worth, Texas, and well-known to the locals. No one expected her to be the victim of such violence. Just before the tragedy, Nancy had been married to Todd DePriest, who worked for the United States Air Force. At the time of her death in July 1987, the couple had a daughter, Sylvia. The employees at the restaurant where Nancy worked were stunned by her murder. They described her as a kind and friendly young woman who was happily married and deeply loved her family, including her husband and daughter. As a manager, Nancy was well respected by her colleagues, who viewed her more as a friend or sister. There were no complaints about her work ethic or leadership. Police first investigated the possibility that the attacker had a key to the restaurant. This led them to consider current and former employees, as all the pizza parlors in the chain had the same key system. This greatly expanded the pool of potential suspects. Police focused on the restaurant owner who discovered Nancy's body, but eventually discovered that everyone had an alibi and that there were no suspicious individuals among the employees. The main suspect initially considered was Nancy's husband Todd, but he had a solid alibi. After dropping Nancy off at work, he went directly to his own job, which ruled him out as a suspect. This left police puzzled about who could have attacked Nancy. Her family insisted she would never open the door to a stranger and always kept her doors locked, suggesting that the attacker was someone she knew. The police faced growing pressure from the local community, which was flooded with complaints and demands for a swift resolution. The public's fear heightened, particularly on November 9th, 2 weeks after the incident, when the restaurant on Rynn Street reopened. Pizza Hut's management instructed employees to monitor customers closely and to report any suspicious behavior immediately. On the same day, restaurant employees contacted the police to report 2 suspicious individuals. It turned out that these men were Christopher Ochoa, 22, and Richard Danziger, 19, who were employees of Pizza Hut at different locations. The security guard noted that they arrived in a car, parked in the lot, sat in a vehicle for a while, and then came inside to order beer. The 2 young men barely spoke and seemed to be examining the pizzeria suspiciously. When the security guard approached them, he was disturbed by their comments about the murder of Nancy. Christopher and Richard asked if there were any suspects in the case and questioned why there was no security present during the incident. The security guard then asked Richard where he was at the time of the crime, and he replied that he had been working at a different Pizza Hut that morning. Richard believes that there are multiple people involved in the case. The 2 men then raise their beer bottles in a toast, which seems odd to the security guard. The security guard then informs his colleagues of this unusual behavior, prompting them to contact the police with their suspicions. The police quickly identify the young men and check their alibis, which are confirmed. They could not have been at the pizza parlor where Nancy worked that morning. The conversation between the young men and the security guard is also revealing. It is possible that the young men were simply afraid for their safety, as they worked at similar establishments, which prompted them to discuss their concerns with the security guard. However, Christopher and Richard were immediately considered the prime suspects. This was likely due to public pressure and the lack of other suspects for the police. They were well suited to the role of the criminals, as they were likely acquaintances of the girls. They also had keys to the restaurant and had a reputation as good people. They did well in college and worked in a pizza parlor to support themselves, so their loved ones refused to believe that they were involved in the murders. A police officer, Sergeant Hector Palenka, joined the investigation. Hector had actually solved all of his cases. However, there were rumors that he could be less than professional and abused his position. Some claimed that he was willing to use the most extreme measures to obtain confessions. According to rumors, Hector repeatedly beat suspects to obtain confessions. While talking to Hector, Richard revealed that he had heard from co-workers that Nancy was shot in the back of the head with a .2 caliber pistol. He also mentioned that there was a girl's blue apron in the sink, which was blocking the drain and causing the restaurant to flood. Although this information spread quickly among the staff, the police officer found it highly significant. From that point on, the officer became convinced that Richard was the murderer. Hector thought that only the killer would know specific details, like the color of the apron, ignoring that all the staff wore the same uniform. However, aside from his suspicions, the police had no real evidence against Richard. Colleagues verified that Richard was working the morning of the murder, so he was soon released despite the suspicions against him. The police met Christopher at a pizza parlor in another part of town and then brought him to the station to discuss the case. Unlike the previous suspect, Christopher faced a much harsher situation. He was interrogated for hours using aggressive tactics. The officers attempted to intimidate him several times and warned him of the possibility of physical harm and the death penalty, which is legal in Texas. During the interrogation, Christopher cried and tried to prove his innocence, but this only seemed to strengthen the officers' resolve. Despite the intense pressure, the boy maintained his innocence and denied any involvement in the crime. The officers threatened to imprison Christopher with the most violent inmates at the Palenka institution, implying he would face sexual violence if he did not confess. In desperation, Christopher asked what he needed to do to avoid this fate. The police insisted that he admit guilt. Overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion, Christopher falsely confessed that his friend Richard had committed murder. The police recorded his statement. Afterward, Christopher was not allowed to leave. He wanted to go home, but instead, he was taken to the hospital for hair, blood, and other sample collections. Then, he was informed that he couldn't be released because he had signed a statement against Richard and was at risk. Christopher was placed in a hotel and was not allowed to leave his room. The next day, he was brought back to the police station, where they stated that they were certain he was involved in Nancy's murder. He was not a witness, but an accomplice. The nightmare begins again. This time, the police demand a confession from Christopher. He is forced to confess on tape. He repeats the story against his friend, which he was beaten into lying about during the first interrogation. Now, the police force him to say that at the time of the attack, he was also near the Pizza Hut where Nancy worked and was waiting in his friend's car. Of course, they are talking about Richard, who allegedly raped the girl, shot her, and stole the money. Christopher is denied a lawyer during the second interrogation. He has not eaten, drank, or slept properly for days. However, even at this stage, they force him to take a lie detector test. He is forced to answer yes or no questions, not knowing that it is all a scam. As a result of this test, the police falsely accused him of failing a polygraph test in order to further threaten him. Next, the police asserted that they believed he was still in the pizzeria during the massacre and actively participated in the crime. They alleged that the reason for the polygraph test was to prove that Richard was the mastermind behind the crime and that Christopher was his accomplice. Despite the police's insistence on his guilt, Christopher maintained his innocence. They then proposed a deal. If he revealed the truth about what happened, he would serve 60 years in prison instead of facing the death penalty. Additionally, Christopher was promised that if he behaved well in prison, he could eventually be released early. However, if he refused to cooperate, he would face the death penalty. Christopher's answers were recorded on a tape recorder. The police focused on getting a statement that suited their needs. They asked Christopher suggestive questions, suggesting how he should answer. During this time, the recording paused. Then, Officer Hector gave Christopher the answer he wanted and the recording continued. This process took a long time, and the exhausted Christopher continued to resist, although weakly, because he was mentally and physically exhausted. The police became angry and threw a chair against the wall. Hector decided to repeat a tactic he had used just a few days earlier. At that time, Hector brought a typewriter and typed up the statement needed to close the case. Christopher simply signed it. After a few hours, Christopher was taken to the county jail. Over the past 24 hours, he had been interrogated for over 20 hours and spent a week in solitary confinement. In reality, he was being held against his will in a hotel room. Somehow, the purported confession made its way to the police. Although it was clearly false, Christopher signed it, allowing the court to use it as a full confession to Nancy's murder. The document claimed that at approximately 7 a.m., Richard and Christopher went to the Pizza Hut. They had a .22 caliber pistol and used a key to enter the restaurant without any trouble. They found Nancy inside alone, tied her up, and attacked her several times. She was then shot once in the back of the head. Before leaving, they turned on the water to flood the restaurant and destroy the evidence. The day after his forced confession, on November 15th, Richard was arrested while visiting relatives. He was charged with murder and faced the death penalty. After his arrest, the police informed him that they had solved a brutal crime, claiming that the public could now feel safe. Police Hector and others pressured Christopher to give a statement, claiming that they had enough evidence to proceed with the charges. However, the only evidence they actually had was Christopher's confession, which was obtained through torture and psychological pressure. On November 21st, Richard's lawyer, hired by his family, worked hard to argue that the police had illegally obtained a confession. Afterwards, the prosecution began discussing DNA tests, which they claimed matched samples found at the crime scene. The analysis indicated that Christopher could not be ruled out as a potential source of the biological materials found on the Nancy's body. However, the test results did not prove his involvement. It's important to note that the accuracy of DNA testing in the 1980s was much lower than it is today. This meant that expert opinions at the time could not effectively establish guilt. Despite this, the evidence was still presented in the case. Richard maintained his innocence and struggled to understand why his friend Christopher testified against him. The prosecution claimed that a hair found in the pizzeria matched Richard's hair. However, the investigation's findings were inconclusive. The analysis concluded that the material collected was not a follicle, which also indicated that the reliability of the test was very low. The phrasing used in the report was identical to that for Christopher. While Richard could still be considered a potential owner of the found materials, it couldn't be definitively stated that they belonged to him, especially given the low accuracy of the results. This data strengthened the prosecution's argument. Ultimately, the Supreme Court's decision relied heavily on how the prosecutor presented their case. The troubles for the young men do not end there. Christopher's family cannot afford a lawyer, so Christopher is assigned a public defender. Christopher asserts in his defense that his confession was obtained under intense moral pressure from the police, which he finds intolerable. Unfortunately, the lawyer chooses not to investigate this complaint. Instead of defending Christopher's rights, he claims that the only way to avoid the death penalty is to plead guilty. Christopher is asked to testify against Richard. Surprisingly, the lawyer shows little interest in defending Richard and quickly aligns with the prosecution. He is so certain of Richard's guilt that he opposes the investigation and questions the forensic evidence. In a discussion with Christoph, the defense even mentions a witness who claims to have seen Richard at the crime scene, adding to the list of false accusations. Furthermore, the attorney reported that Christopher's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon, so he threatened his client. In fact, the prosecutor's office did not find a gun at all. On April 6, 1989, Richard was charged with armed robbery and rape. For this crime, he could have faced a sentence of 5 to 99 years in prison. However, Christopher believed that the prosecution had shifted its focus and now considered Christopher the murderer, claiming that he had shot Nancy. In fact, the prosecution had enough evidence to convict Richard of murder. At his trial on May 5 of that year, Christopher followed his attorney's advice and pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. His cooperation resulted in a life sentence, avoiding the death penalty. Richard's trial started on January 22, 1990, and it attracted significant public attention. The courtroom was filled to capacity, creating an intense atmosphere where attendees seemed eager for immediate justice against the defendants. They were brought to court wearing bulletproof vests due to concerns over potential violence. After hearing the testimonies, the jury deliberated for just 7 minutes before finding Richard guilty of rape and related charges, resulting in a life sentence. Nancy's family expressed satisfaction with the verdict. Over a year later, it was revealed that Richard was wrongfully convicted for a crime he did not commit. During this time, he had been the victim of a brutal attack, where he was severely beaten and suffered a serious head injury that required part of his brain to be removed. Although Richard survived, he was left disabled for life. At 22, he was moved to a specialized care facility where he received 24-hour assistance, as he was no longer able to care for himself. On that significant day, the leadership of the Austin police focused on Detective Hector Palanca. It became clear that he was abusing his powers systematically, as confirmed by other department employees. There was even video evidence of Hector torturing and physically abusing a suspect to force confessions. As a result, he was initially removed from his position. However, he was later reinstated and continued to harass both guilty and innocent individuals for many years. The damage caused by Hector to the law enforcement system is hard to comprehend. One case alone led to an innocent young man being sentenced to life in prison, while another victim was left permanently disabled. Shockingly, their cases remained unexamined until 1998. The Nancy DePriest case was long considered resolved, and no one had revisited it. This situation changed when Akeem Marina stepped in and sent a letter of confession to the governor, requesting that he reach out to the lawyers. Akeem's letter to the governor's office provided information that could help the police gather physical evidence. He claimed that the handcuffs and bag used in the attack could be found at his parents' home. In addition, the gun that shot Nancy had been confiscated during his arrest for other crimes. The police eventually took the letter seriously and began investigating the case. After reviewing the information, the police were able to confirm the criminal's claims. With more evidence in the archives, they approached Christopher, who was serving a sentence in prison. At first, Christopher was skeptical about the police visit and thought they might be trying to frame him for another crime. As a result, he chose to stick to the false story he had previously confessed to, a story influenced by Officer Hector, and did not provide any useful information. Eventually, Christopher discovered that the police wanted to talk to him because of a letter from Akeem, in which Akeem had confessed to the crime. This news gave Christopher hope that he could prove his innocence and possibly be released. However, he no longer had faith in the justice system. In June 1999, he contacted a project called Innocence. In his letter, he explained his situation, and when activists from the project contacted the police, the district attorney reviewed the case documents. In August 2000, DNA samples were taken from Akeem, whose conscience was tormenting him. Multiple tests were conducted, the results of which clearly showed that Akeem had indeed raped Nancy, and that Christopher and Richard had absolutely nothing to do with the crime. A ballistics test confirmed that the shot that killed Nancy had been fired from the gun confiscated from Akeem. This news shocked everyone, including Nancy's family. Officer Hector Palenka was fired from the police force and retired, and it was eventually decided that the case would be re-examined. On January 16, 2001, a Texas court overturned the convictions of Christopher and Richard, whose lives had been irreparably damaged. In court, Nancy's mother sat next to Christopher's mother, holding her hand. During the trial, Christopher admitted that under pressure from Hector Palenka, he broke down and confessed to a crime he did not commit, dragging his friend Richard into the lie. Akeem, the author of the letter, testified at trial. He claimed that he killed Nancy because he was driven to human sacrifice by voices in his head. He admitted to stealing a work uniform from another restaurant and wearing it the day he knocked on the door of the Pizza Hut where Nancy worked. Believing that he was a co-worker from the same restaurant chain coming to her aid, she opened the door without fear, where he then pointed a gun at her. He demanded money and took her into the bathroom, where he raped and killed her. Akeem testified that during the attack, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at the back of her head. According to his confession, he raped her 8 times before shooting her. During the trial, Akeem revealed that he had heard voices since childhood, but they completely disappeared when he converted to Christianity while in prison. He expressed a strong desire to atone for his sins and confess to the crime. The prosecutor's office initially wanted him to face the death penalty but eventually asked for life in prison. The judge agreed, and Akeem received 3 life sentences. An investigation was then launched into the 3 police officers who questioned Christopher and Richard, but they faced no significant consequences. Christopher and Richard were eventually found not guilty, and their convictions were overturned, leading to their release. Their families were in disbelief. Christopher shared that he often cried at night in prison, unable to understand why he was there. Both men consistently claimed their innocence, yet no one believed them. The families of Christopher and Richard were furious about the unfair 12-year sentences, which had shattered their lives. Lawyers for the wrongfully convicted filed lawsuits, resulting in financial settlements. Richard received a total of $10.25 million, $9 million from the city, $1 million from the county, and $250,000 from the state. Christopher was awarded $5.3 million, and out of a sense of guilt, he donated $500,000 to Richard. Unfortunately, Richard's condition could not improve due to the traumatic brain injury he sustained. He required lifelong care and experienced mental health issues, along with partial recovery on the left side of his body. Richard spent his remaining days surrounded by loved ones who cared for him. He passed away from cancer in 2021 at the age of 50. Christopher was released after spending 12 years in prison. He pursued higher education and established a legal practice, offering many free consultations to those in need. Details about his personal life remain unknown. The case of Gabriel Ujlaki. Friendship during youth is very important. However, finding a true friend for life can be challenging. Sometimes, people may appear friendly but have hidden selfish motives or even darker intentions. It's not always easy to recognize these signs, and failing to do so can lead to serious consequences. Gabriel lives in a cozy little town in Nevada, USA. The local economy relies heavily on the mining industry, which provides jobs and supports families. Gabriel's family moved here from Colorado Springs. Her father Jim had planned to find work in the gold mines. The family was excited about their new life, believing that the town was perfect for them, and everything seemed to be going well. Gabrielle was immediately drawn to this vibrant atmosphere. She loved the beautiful natural surroundings, horseback riding and ATV riding, while some consider these activities more suited to boys. This added to Gabrielle's appeal as an active and adventurous young woman. Gabrielle has a close bond with her brother James, who is only a year older than her. They spend a lot of time playing game. Their family, united and loving, always supports each other through difficult times. Even when their parents decided to divorce, they handled the situation calmly to protect their children from emotional distress. After the divorce, both parents maintained a friendly relationship and resolved issues related to property division and child custody without conflict. After the divorce, her mother, Alicia, moved away but chose to live nearby so they could co-parent. Both parents took turns caring for Gabrielle and James and maintained open communication, which helped ease the emotional impact of the divorce on the children. This approach allowed Gabrielle to grow into a strong and intelligent young woman. She became very independent and faced challenges without fear. From a young age, Gabrielle helped her parents with housework. By the age of 16, Gabrielle was skilled at horseback riding, herding cattle, and helping on the farm, and was admired by her family and neighbors for her diligence and professionalism. She was cheerful and easy to get along with. After finishing school, Gabrielle plans to attend college to study psychiatry and help people struggling with mental disorders. Gabrielle has always been empathetic to the pain of others, which is what led her to pursue this career path. However, in 2020, Gabrielle faced bullying at school. Her best friend noted that many of her classmates suddenly turned against her that year for no apparent reason. This friend suspected that envy and jealousy were the main causes, as many girls were jealous of Gabrielle's beauty and intelligence and targeted her for bullying. Eventually, Gabrielle had to switch schools, but she remained optimistic. She had a small group of close friends who truly loved and supported her. Gabrielle started to spend more time on horse racing, where she met others who shared her interests. One of them was Bryce Dickey, who was a couple of years older than her. They quickly became friends, and Gabrielle often referred to him as an older brother. However, it seemed that Bryce wanted something more than friendship. He spent a lot of time with her, and she got along well with his family. Bryce was known to be a kind and polite young man who, like Gabrielle, was always willing to help those in need. Gabrielle and Bryce became close friends because of their similar personalities. They made plans to meet up, as they often did. That day, Gabrielle was at her father's house, where he was practicing with his rock band. She was eager to spend time with her father. She was chatting happily with the band members, and even invited Bryce to watch. Unfortunately, Bryce missed practice. Bryce then plans to pick Gabrielle up by car to his house to watch a movie and promises to drop her off later. When her father Jim got home around 7:30 p.m., he discovered that Gabrielle was not home. He searched the house, calling her name, but received no response. Worried, Jim tried calling her, but her phone was turned off. This was unusual, as Gabrielle was usually responsible. She was never late, and it seemed unlikely that she would forget to come home on time. The worried father called Gabrielle's brother James, but he also had no idea where she was. Jim then called Bryce to ask about his daughter. Bryce told Jim that after driving around the city for a few hours, Bryce dropped Gabrielle off near the school, where she met a guy he didn't recognize. Bryce then left to avoid interrupting their conversation. Jim asked Bryce again why they didn't go to the movie as planned. Bryce explained that he and Gabrielle had simply changed plans and decided to drive along country roads. Naturally, Jim was anxious to know who Gabrielle had met, but Bryce couldn't provide any details. He described the man as a tall, blond young man with the appearance of a cowboy. Jim was surprised by Bryce's words. He didn't understand who this stranger was or why Bryce would leave Gabrielle with a stranger instead of taking her home as planned. Bryce had always made sure to take care of Gabrielle, so this behavior seemed unusual. Bryce was very worried about what had happened. He felt guilty for not taking Gabrielle home, explaining that she had asked him to leave. Bryce now realized that the situation could be serious and that something might have happened to her. He remembered that the stranger was driving an old RD F-150 pickup truck. This only added to the family's worries, as none of her friends owned such a vehicle. Gabrielle's family tried calling her hundreds of times, but each call went straight to voicemail. Concerned, her parents decided to contact the police. However, as usual, the police assumed that Gabrielle had probably just run away or gone out with friends and would return soon. However, her parents knew that this was not normal for Gabrielle. She had very few friends and none of them knew where she was. Gabrielle had no family problems, addictions, or mental health concerns, and there had been no recent conflicts. To her family, her sudden disappearance was a clear indication that something serious had happened. The sheriff realized the seriousness of the situation. He gathered all the information available from Gabrielle's friends and acquaintances. The police then contacted Bryce to request a meeting near the school where Gabrielle had gone missing, to provide details about what happened after he dropped her off. Bryce said that he had spent the day with Gabrielle and that they had been driving around the Spring Creek area in his car. However, during their outing, his father called unexpectedly and asked him to come home immediately to help with some errands. Understanding the situation, Gabrielle agreed to reschedule their trip for the next day, but she asked to be dropped off near the school. She also mentioned that she wanted to meet her new friend, Jetty. Bryce reported that after Gabrielle exited his car, she walked directly towards a green pickup truck where a white man in a cowboy hat was sitting. He observed her, but then drove off, unsure if she entered a stranger's vehicle. The Bryce had a poor recollection of the details and did not note the pickup truck's license plate. During the conversation, the police found no reason to suspect Bryce. He seemed innocent, so they decided to release him and continue investigating other clues. The police wanted to draw public attention to the case using the media, believing that someone might have seen the man in the cowboy hat and driving the green pickup truck. Initially, the police focused on identifying the license plate number. Additionally, the sheriff contacted the phone service provider to determine the last known location of Gabrielle's cell phone. They discovered that her phone had been active near the school where Bryce had dropped her off. As a result, the police rushed to that location in hopes of finding new evidence, but they found nothing suspicious there. Gabrielle's family and friends continued to search the streets, hoping to find any clues to her whereabouts in the city and surrounding areas. They distributed and posted more than 500 flyers, but local residents remained unresponsive and there were no new leads for the investigation. It felt as if Gabrielle had disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Gabrielle's mother Alicia created a social media group to share updates and information about the search, but the effort yielded no results. Then, out of the blue, she received a text message from an unknown number. The sender claimed to have kidnapped Gabrielle and demanded a $25 ransom, threatening to harm her if Alicia did not pay. After some time, the kidnappers sent another text message, saying that Gabrielle was sick and would die without the medicine. The kidnapper insisted that he would only provide the medicine if he received the money he demanded. Initially, the parents agreed to the kidnapper's demands, but they decided to contact the police first. Alicia called the police to report the situation. They quickly asked her to come to the station so they could trace the phone number. It seemed that the investigation had turned up an important lead. While police were trying to track down the phone number used by the kidnapper, one of the search team leaders contacted the police. He informed them that volunteers were searching about 20 kilometers from the city when they discovered a puddle of what appeared to be dried blood on the side of the road. The search team got out of their vehicles and began searching the area, where they eventually discovered a blue tarp in the bushes. Underneath, they found the body of a girl lying face down, her clothes matching Gabrielle's description. One of the police officers entered the office and announced that the interview with Alicia would have to be postponed because they had to go to the scene where the body was discovered. Alicia began to cry, and upon arriving at the scene she identified Gabrielle. Forensic experts determined that Gabrielle had been raped, as her pants and underwear were pulled down to her ankles. She had been strangled and her throat had been slit. Which was the cause of death? Police found Gabrielle's headphones tangled in a nearby tree branch. They also found a used condom and its packaging near her body. This provided a clue to the investigation. Police wanted to learn more about Jetty, Gabrielle's new acquaintance, but no one could provide specific details about him. Finding this individual became a top priority. Gabrielle's family received significant support from social networks, with Bryce being particularly notable. He maintained close contact with Gabrielle's mother, father, and brother, offering help and expressing his sorrow. He described Gabrielle as a bright person and a close friend he would never forget. Meanwhile, the police began their investigation by obtaining warrants to search the Gabrielle's computer and mobile phone. They also needed to analyze the evidence they had collected, including DNA found on a condom, which was crucial for solving the case. It was suspected that Gabrielle might have been targeted by an internet predator with a history of sexual violence. The police quickly created and reviewed a list of registered sex offenders in the area who might have been connected to the incident. To identify the criminal, all the information needed to be compared. However, this process took a long time, causing the investigation to drag on. Meanwhile, the police quickly checked the information from the kidnapper. They were able to trace the phone number that called the Alicia to demand a ransom. Unfortunately, this number was not registered in Nevada. It was a hidden number bought online, making it impossible to track. The police first wanted to identify Jetty, who was considered the prime suspect in the case. After obtaining information from Gabrielle's phone, the police quickly located him. However, they were disappointed to discover that Jetty was in Alaska at the time of Gabrielle's death. Although they had met shortly before the incident and had planned to meet again, he was not the one who raped and murdered her. He had an alibi. He had not left Alaska during that time. The police decided to investigate all other people with similar initials, driving similar cars, and living in the city, surrounding areas, and near where the body was found. They were only able to identify two young men driving a green pickup truck, but both had alibis, as they were far away at the time of the murder. This stalled the investigation. The police then contacted Gabrielle's family again, hoping to get new information. Alicia said that in the weeks before her death, Gabrielle had been dating a guy who was pursuing a cowboy lifestyle, living on a ranch and competing in rodeos. They quickly broke up because Gabrielle wasn't ready for intimacy. After the breakup, they remained friends, but during some nasty arguments, he made extreme comments about wanting her dead. After verifying his alibi, it seems the investigation has stalled once again. However, the police took one last approach to identifying the suspect. They decided to review all the city's surveillance camera footage, specifically looking for a green pickup truck driven by a cowboy. Fortunately, there were several high-quality cameras along the route Gabrielle took before her death and captured clear images. Police had to analyze multiple videos that had been recorded. Despite their efforts, they were unable to find the green pickup truck that Bryce had mentioned. However, police did find something interesting. The blue Chevy pickup that Bryce himself drove really was on the recording. He did not stop or let anyone out, which suggests that he lied about the green pickup truck. The police then decided to trace the route the blue pickup took. Bryce had previously claimed he had been driving around the area with his girlfriend for several hours, but this was proven false by the video evidence. The police decided to request data from Bryce's cell phone to compare his geographic location with that of the assault victim. They quickly obtained a warrant to access this data and did not notify him to avoid alerting a new suspect. It was clear that he had been with Gabrielle all day because their movements matched until her cell phone turned off. Additionally, he was present at the location where Gabrielle's body was discovered before returning home. This indicated that Bryce was present at the crime scene and may have committed or witnessed the crime. To verify the assumption, an examination was conducted. The Bryce was immediately asked to undergo tests and provide DNA samples. He agreed. He was later released, but the police did not reveal their suspicions. Instead, they acted as if everything was normal and collected samples from everyone in the area. Skin particles were found under Gabrielle's fingernails, and these samples matched Bryce's DNA. It was clear that he had sex with Gabrielle, but everything happened involuntarily. Bryce was called in for questioning again. Bryce agreed to be questioned without hesitation, remaining calm and confident. The police asked him if he had ever had a relationship with Gabrielle, especially sexual. He denied these allegations, claiming that he considered her like a younger sister. Bryce's statements raised suspicion because if he was telling the truth, his DNA would not have been present at the crime scene. However, police discovered a condom containing his semen at the scene of the murder. Feeling that the police were onto something, Bryce changed his story, claiming that Gabrielle had flirted with him and that they had consensual oral sex while using a condom. Bryce later stuck to his story about a man in a green pickup truck, repeatedly claiming that he could not provide a clear description of the cowboy or the truck's license plate. However, multiple traces of Bryce's DNA were found under Gabrielle's fingernails, in her private parts, and even on her neck, near the fatal stab wound. Additionally, based on Bryce's movements and the surveillance camera footage, it was confirmed that he did not stop anywhere else. This indicated that he was lying. Under pressure from the police, Bryce eventually confessed that what happened to Gabrielle was an accident. He mentioned that she wanted to have rough sex with a knife, and in a moment of passion, the blade accidentally stabbed her. This explanation seems very unlikely, especially given his history of dishonesty. Bryce Dickey, 18, was arrested on March 19, 2020. Following his arrest, police searched his home and vehicle. At Bryce's home, police discovered several bloody items in his closet, including a knife that was determined to be the murder weapon. In the trunk of his car, they found a bloody sweatshirt with Gabrielle's blood on it, along with multiple fingerprints and DNA samples linking Bryce to the crime. When Gabrielle's family received the news, they were completely stunned. Her family had always considered Bryce a good young man, and he had treated them like family, considering him Gabrielle's best friend. The family had trusted Bryce as if he were their own, not knowing that he would betray them in such a terrible way. While the townspeople saw him as the true cowboy and a good person who would help others in times of need, he was actually hiding his true nature. Gabrielle's family trusted him. He made sure she got home safely and gave her regular rides, which seemed thoughtful. However, his intentions were not noble. He was actually trying to get close to his victim. In May 2022, the prosecution presented several credible testimonies, including testimony from Bryce's ex-girlfriend. She described him as aggressive and cruel, often getting into arguments. She recounted that he had choked her at least 4 times during their conflicts, with the last incident being so severe that she felt she was on the verge of death. She ended her relationship with Bryce, who had been stalking and threatening her for a long time. It was only when her parents threatened to call the police that he stopped. The jury then deliberated for about an hour and unanimously found Bryce Dickey guilty of first-degree murder and rape. The judge sentenced Bryce Dickey to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving 20 years. He received an additional 20 years for using a deadly weapon, another 20 years for kidnapping, and 10 more years for rape. In total, he will serve 70 years before he can seek release. Bryce did not explain his motive for the crime. However, a friend of Gabrielle's revealed that just days before the murder, Bryce confessed his love to her, but she suggested they remain friends. Police believe that Bryce could not handle the rejection and felt resentful. When he learned that Gabrielle was seeing a new boyfriend named Jetty, he became angry and sought revenge. The case of Jean Domenico. Jeanine Domenico was born on August 29, 1959, in Massachusetts, USA. After graduating from college in 1987, she moved to Shore, New Hampshire, where she married Anthony Kaczynski and started a family. They had 2 children, a daughter named Nicole and a son named Charlie, born 2 years apart. Unfortunately, after Charlie's birth, Jean's marriage began to deteriorate. Anthony became aggressive and abusive, which ultimately led to their divorce. After the divorce, Jean worked hard with Nicole, who had a developmental delay. Because of Jean's dedication, Nicole learned to manage her condition by the time she started school. However, after enrolling her children in school, Jean faced financial difficulties and wanted to work more. Fortunately, a neighbor helped care for the children. Despite her busy schedule, Jean prioritized her children and spent all her free time with them. When the children turned 14 and 12, Jean began working at an insurance agency about 20 minutes from home. With her heavy workload, she could no longer pick them up from school, but the teenagers were able to get home on their own, which helped them become more independent. In 2000, while working at an insurance company, Jean met Chris McVan. He was attracted to her professionalism and deep love for her children. They began dating and eventually became engaged, but Jean chose to postpone their wedding plans. She lived in a small house that was too small for the 3 of them, while Chris had a spacious house of his own. Although Chris was eager for them to move in together, Jean asked them to wait until her children were older, wanting to build her life with them without the added stress. Chris was very understanding and sometimes slept over, but he preferred to leave early in the morning to avoid having to queue for the bathroom. As Nicole's daughter turned 16, she entered a typical rebellious phase and started a relationship that Jean disapproved of. At the same time, Charlie began associating with a bad crowd, becoming hot-tempered and aggressive. It appeared that his transition into adulthood would be even more challenging than his sister's. Jean worried greatly while she was at work, leaving the children at home alone. She was particularly concerned because their biological father had been a domestic abuser who frequently resorted to violence, and Jean feared that her son might follow that same path. On August 6, 2003, the family's day started like any other. Chris woke up at 6 a.m., kissed Jean, and went to work, looking forward to dinner that evening. Jean finished work at 5 p.m. and went home, while Chris was still busy in a meeting. When Chris's meeting finally ended around 7 p.m., he called Jean to check in before they went out for dinner, but he was surprised when she didn't answer. He thought she might be out walking the dogs or busy getting ready. Before leaving the office, Chris noticed he had a missed call from his daughter Nicole, along with a long voicemail. In the message, Nicole sounded worried and frustrated because she had not been able to reach her mother or brother. She said she was going to be with her boyfriend William. The way she spoke was so chaotic that it was difficult for Chris to understand how serious the situation was. Chris decided to drive to Jean's house to talk things over. When he arrived, he quickly noticed Jean's car in the driveway, indicating she wasn't out walking the dogs, as they were barking in the backyard. Chris thought Jean should have been home for at least 2 hours and had enough time to finish her chores before dinner. However, the house was dark and there was no sign of her. Concerned and not getting any response to his calls, Chris used his spare key to unlock the door. Once inside, he found the house eerily quiet, with the lights off as if the power had been cut. He called out for Jean as he moved through the dark rooms, but there was no reply. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, he spotted Jean lying motionless on the kitchen floor. Chris feared she had passed out again due to her new strict diet, as she had fainted several times before from hunger. Worried she might have hit her head, he rushed over, shook her gently, and called her name, pleading for her to wake up, but she didn't respond. In the dark, Chris saw a puddle of blood beneath Jean. Panicking, he took out his mobile phone and called the rescue service. When the dispatcher answered, Chris's voice trembled, and he mumbled in confusion. He told the operator that he thought Jean had fainted due to her diet and had hit her head, which explained the blood. Without any light, he couldn't grasp how serious the situation truly was. As he waited for the police and medics, Chris sat in a chair, trying to calm down. He failed to notice the bloodstains scattered across the kitchen or the broken and disordered furniture around him. On the refrigerator, there was a note from his daughter. It explained that she wouldn't be joining the family for dinner because she was going out with her boyfriend. The note was signed William and Nicole, expressing their love and gratitude for Jean. Throughout the ordeal, Chris stayed in contact with the 911 dispatcher. However, due to his panic and shock, he struggled to follow the instructions and couldn't check for a pulse. While on hold waiting for the police, he still clung to the hope that Jean was alive. He knelt beside her, cradled her head, and gently fixed her hair. He kissed her and whispered that he loved her. In that moment, he felt how cold she was and noticed her vacant, glassy eyes. Chris came to the painful realization that Jean was dead, but he couldn't accept it. The nearest police patrol was just minutes away from the Jean's home. When the officers arrived, they were confronted with a gruesome scene. 43-year-old Jean lay in a pool of her own blood in the kitchen, having been brutally stabbed and beaten. It was clear her death was violent. Understandably, Chris, her lover, became the primary suspect. He was visibly shaking when the patrol arrived, struggling to speak after discovering her body. Karen Smith, a 29-year-old mother of 3 and a frequent babysitter for Jean, saw the disturbance in the yard and went to investigate. While Jean's fiancé was in shock and crying, the police spoke with the neighbor, hoping she might have heard or seen something during the attack. Unfortunately, she couldn't offer any useful information. The police cordoned off the area around the house, preventing local residents from entering the secured zone while they conducted their investigation. When local residents learned about the murder, they were heartbroken. The Jean was a kind and vibrant woman, making her death particularly shocking to those who knew her. Neighbors felt unsafe knowing that a dangerous killer was still at large. At the crime scene, police uncovered evidence of a horrific attack involving multiple knives. One knife was found in the sink with a broken handle, while the blade lay on the floor near the victim's body, suggesting it broke during the assault. Another knife was discovered in the backyard, and a bloody palm print was found on the refrigerator. A trail of blood stretched from the kitchen to the living room, leaving even seasoned police officers stunned by the severity of the crime. Police noted that the killer appeared so angry that they did not care about the evidence they left behind. This type of behavior often indicates that the perpetrator had a personal connection to the victim and may have harbored a deep grudge against her. After a brief examination of the scene, the officers returned to Chris, who was still in shock and struggling to answer even basic questions. They watched Chris closely, as he was the prime suspect due to his unusual behavior and the circumstances surrounding him. Once Chris was able to speak with the officers, he shared his own suspicions. After realizing that Jean's death was not an accidental fall, he believed that only one person could be responsible. In his opinion, Jean's ex-husband, Anthony Kaczynski, was abusive and had a troubled relationship with her. The police recorded his statement and spoke to Jean's neighbors and relatives, who confirmed that Jean had indeed had problems with Anthony. She had previously mentioned being afraid of him. It was known that the teenager had a bad relationship with his mother. He felt angry with her because they had become estranged from his father and other issues. After hearing the conversation, Charlie believed that his father could not have harmed his mother, so he reported this belief to the police. He quickly called his father to clarify, and Anthony assured Charlie that he had nothing to do with the incident. Later, Anthony's alibi was verified. Chris said that Jean was so afraid that she wouldn't even keep knives in the house, fearing that her son Charlie might use them in future conflicts. In fact, Jean was so afraid of sharp objects that she refused to even keep them in the house. Before she started dating Chris, she had confided many times that she felt like she was about to die from cold weapons. Surprisingly, this strange obsession turned out to be a premonition. After Chris gave her a set of knives, Jean had a hard time agreeing to use them. At first, she locked the set in her bedroom when she went to sleep. Gradually, she got used to it and started using it recently. Before the tragedy, Nicole and Jean's arguments began. Nicole increasingly clashed with her mother, who still treated her like a child. One of the main obstacles was Nicole's relationship with her boyfriend. Jean was not sure Nicole was old enough to be with Nicole's 18-year-old bad boy, William. At the time of the massacre, they had been dating for over a year. They mostly communicated on the internet. Jean and her daughter disagreed on this issue. Nicole met William in May 2002 when she was 14 years old, and the guy was 17. They began to correspond, and their connection immediately strengthened. Despite the fact that the young man lived in Connecticut with his mother, the couple seriously intended to date and develop a relationship. The young man was born prematurely in 1985 into a dysfunctional family. Once, when he was still very young, his father quarreled with his wife and struck her hard in the face. Life in a cruel and indifferent family had a negative impact on the William. From a young age, he displayed aggressive behavior, frequently breaking things and often hurting his sisters. During this time, his father's inappropriate actions forced their mother, with 5 children to care for, to seek refuge in a motel. One tragic day, the family's house caught fire, and he watched helplessly as their belongings were consumed. He feared that his father was trapped inside. The sound of fire truck sirens haunted him for many years. His mother observed that after the fire, he changed significantly. William began to frequently discuss death, exaggerate his childhood experiences, and express a wish to die to her. As he grew older, William began to exhibit cruelty and aggression, often directed at strangers. When he was 8 years old, he experienced a devastating loss when 2 of his best friends died in a car accident. This trauma deeply affected him, leading to the development of psychological disorders that resulted in his admission to a psychiatric hospital for 30 days. During his treatment, he struggled with anger towards his mother, which he expressed during phone calls. While at the psychiatric clinic, William was prescribed medication to help manage his aggression, but this had a negative impact on him. He became reliant on these drugs to control his behavior. His mother believed that repeated hospital stays were the only solution to his mental health issues. However, doctors were unable to provide a clear diagnosis, rendering their efforts largely ineffective. Starting at the age of 9, William's problems intensified. In 1994, he attacked one of his sisters with a baseball bat and damaged various items in the house. This led to another hospitalization, and similar incidents occurred 2 more times. Throughout these admissions, doctors tried to understand what disorders he was facing. Another significant episode happened when he was 13, during which he frequently ran away from school and initiated fights. The longest duration he spent in a psychiatric clinic was an entire year. After that, William continued to attack his sisters and mother, often using his favorite weapon, a baseball bat. Following a lengthy treatment at the clinic, he was prescribed a new medication aimed at stabilizing patients with schizophrenia. From that point on, William's behavior became noticeably more manageable, bringing relief to his mother and sisters. However, in 2001, about a year before he met Nicole online, he had another outburst of anger. He threatened to harm himself, prompting his mother to call the police. He was admitted to a psychiatric hospital again, where he stayed for about a month. When William started dating, he and his girlfriend began to communicate regularly through the internet and phone calls. This long-distance relationship turned out to be quite expensive, with Jean quickly noticing the high costs. Their frequent calls resulted in bills of $500 and even $1,000. The age difference in William's behavior became major concerns for Jean, who was already worried about the relationship. Jean was concerned about her daughter's future and the potential risks of her relationship with an older man. Meanwhile, William was charming Nicole with compliments and showing sensitivity, which easily swayed the inexperienced schoolgirl. Jean suspected that William was intentionally trying to make Nicole fall in love with him in order to push for a more intimate relationship. Jean recognized that this kind of behavior often comes from manipulators, and she feared her daughter might become a victim of someone like him from the internet. As a result, she tried to slow down the progression of their relationship. When Jean began to receive large phone bills, she banned Nicole from using the phone. This decision upset Nicole and led to an argument. In response, William wrote to Jean, expressing his admiration for her and thanking her for raising such a wonderful daughter. He asked her permission to continue seeing Nicole, saying that he was serious about their relationship. They had plans to move in together and start a family, and they both wanted to find jobs. However, instead of feeling happy about this, Jean was filled with fear. She felt that William was dangerous. Nicole convinced her mother to take her to Connecticut to meet William in person. Her mother saw this as an opportunity to end their relationship, believing that seeing the bad guy in person would turn Nicole off. She planned an 8-hour trip with Nicole. Unfortunately, her plan backfired. After the meeting, Nicole fell even more in love with William and ignored her mother's warnings about him. Nicole cried for 2 hours on the way home over the breakup, leaving Jean shocked at her daughter's immaturity. Nicole pleaded to transfer to a school in Connecticut so she could be near William. But Jean made it clear that until Nicole turned 18, she would live with her mother and younger brother. This became a source of tension in their relationship for the next 15 months. William got a job at McDonald's, helping his family financially while also trying to win over Nicole's mother. Meanwhile, Nicole struggled to live with her mother and brother, away from her boyfriend. Nicole and William both write letters to Jean, but their attempts seem childish and unconvincing. Jean remains adamant that Nicole must stay with her until she is an adult. William got his driver's license and saved enough money to buy a car, which made him excited to visit Nicole. In August 2003, he fulfilled his dream and went to see her. Nicole's mother hesitantly allowed him to stay for just a week so they could spend time together. Because Jean worked long hours, she let William stay at her home when she wasn't there. Their neighbor, Karen, occasionally checked on them throughout the day, claiming she was protecting them from getting too close. This, of course, was naive. One day, Nicole asked Karen to buy a pregnancy test, revealing that she and William had grown intimate. Karen was shocked and intended to tell Jean about it, but she never got the chance. Tragically, Jean was found dead in her home. The forensic expert concluded that she had been brutally beaten with a baseball bat. The evidence, including her injuries and the disarray in the house, indicated a prolonged struggle. In addition to numerous blunt object injuries, 53 stab wounds were found on Jean's body, especially on her arms, suggesting that these were defensive wounds during an attack. The most severely injured areas of the Jean were her head, face, neck, and upper chest. The attacker intended to kill her. Forensic analysis revealed 28 stab wounds concentrated in the neck, face, and upper body, indicating the seriousness of the injuries. The forensic expert noted that the Jean suffered for a prolonged period. Despite multiple injuries, only one stab wound to her arm struck a vital area, rendering her unable to move or call for help. This ultimately led to her losing consciousness and dying during the assault. The attacker also punctured her lung, causing her to suffocate as it filled with blood. When Chris learned of the severity of the attack, he was devastated. At that point, he regained consciousness and was willing to cooperate with the police. He provided a DNA sample. Chris went on to blame Jean's ex-husband, Anthony, for the attack, saying that Jean had expressed fear of Anthony, claiming that he had threatened to kill her. In the evening, Nicole and William returned to the house, but were stopped by the police cordon and not allowed onto the property. The officers were initially unsure of their identities. Once they recognized the young couple, the police detained them and took them to the station for questioning. William appeared very anxious and restless, explaining that his anxiety stemmed from mental health issues. His mood fluctuated rapidly. At times he was friendly and willing to talk, while at other moments he became aggressive and withdrawn. This erratic behavior raised the officers' suspicions. Nicole and William were interrogated separately. William stated that he last contacted Jean around 2 p.m. He mentioned that they had walked together in the supermarket and planned a family dinner with Jean and Chris that evening before he was supposed to return to Connecticut. He claimed he knew nothing about the attack. In contrast, Nicole began crying immediately, making it hard to understand her. She became even more distressed when she learned about her mother's death. After a while, she calmed down enough to explain that they had spent the day in the supermarket. However, her account had significant inconsistencies compared to William's, which led police to suspect that he was not being truthful. As a result, they requested DNA samples for analysis. The main issue was Nicole's story about buying a shirt that William claimed to have worn all day, but it was missing when he was arrested. He also couldn't explain the whereabouts of the new shirt, which raised suspicions. This was odd, unless he got rid of it because it was stained with blood. When the police noticed this detail, William became visibly more nervous as they asked him probing questions. Eventually, he grew aggressive and refused to talk, citing his mental health problems. The police then asked when he last took his medication. At first, he said he hadn't taken his last dose due to being held and questioned, but later he changed his story and admitted he had not taken his pills for several days. The young couple seemed to be hiding something and began to feel pressured. Nicole tearfully shares her problems with her mother, while William confesses that he has many burdens on his conscience that he feels he cannot reveal. They reveal that William has been planning to take Nicole with him when he leaves home, a plan that Jean is strongly against. William constantly pressures Nicole. This manipulation makes her feel responsible for their troubles, and she often blames her mother for forbidding them. Eventually, the couple managed to escape from the police station, but they were caught again 2 days later. This time, Nicole and William confessed to killing Jean and were questioned separately. At first, William joked about her death, but it quickly became clear he was serious. He suggested they mix prescription drugs into Jean's morning coffee, thinking she would either overdose or fall asleep while driving, leading to a fatal accident. Unfortunately for them, their plan did not succeed. William came up with a new plan. He decided to add bleach to the cream that Jean used in her coffee. However, Jean noticed the strong smell and refused to drink it, which led them to think of more extreme measures. They considered setting Jean on fire in a car, but William's childhood fear of flames made that plan unfeasible. They then thought about blowing up the house with her inside, but that plan also didn't work out. Ultimately, William chose to confront Jean with a baseball bat, a weapon he had favored since he was a child. Initially, Nicole opposed this violent idea, but after some consideration, she changed her mind and agreed. On the day of the attack, William waited at home with the electricity turned off. Meanwhile, Nicole stayed in a car parked at a nearby store, making sure Chris wouldn't come back. When Jean entered the house, an argument broke out between her and William. In a sudden moment of escalation, he grabbed the baseball bat, marking it as the point of no return. The confrontation quickly turned violent as he swung the bat. Despite Jean's efforts to defend herself, he continued to strike her. Then, he picked up a larger knife and inflicted even more injuries. When police asked William how many times he stabbed Jean, he said it was about 8, but that was a significant understatement. In reality, he inflicted 53 stab wounds on her. After the brutal incident, William tried to clean up the house before going back to the car where Nicole was waiting, visibly shaken. He urged Nicole to go home and get him a towel to clean up the blood, and she agreed. Nicole entered the house, unfortunately stepping over her mother's body. She left a note on the refrigerator, took a towel and a knife she found, but then discarded both items before going to get William a change of clothes. The police collected evidence at the crime scene, including bloody handprints on clothes and shoes. William and Nicole were arrested and charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy. From the start, William's lawyer highlighted his mental health issues. However, according to the prosecutor's office, William was aware of his actions during the attack and had meticulously planned the crime. Nicole convinced the prosecution to accept a deal. As part of this agreement, she later testified against William, resulting in her receiving a prison sentence. However, she could reduce her sentence by 5 years if she completed an educational program while incarcerated. In 2005, William's trial began. Nicole claimed her actions were motivated by innocence and love, but she had played a role in the tragedy of her mother's death. The defense highlighted William's family problems. It was known that his mother drank heavily during her pregnancy, which may have contributed to his premature birth and many of his developmental challenges. The prosecution argued that Nicole had incited him to kill his mother. Nicole was aware that her boyfriend struggled with anger management. According to the defense, she exploited William for her own gain. William argued that he should be placed in a mental hospital instead of prison. However, the trial did not support this request. The jury found William Sullivan guilty and the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The case of Deanna Laney. Deanna Laney was known for being quiet, uncommunicative, and calm. She lived in a small town with a population of just 600. She was deeply religious and a member of the Pentecostal church, where her relative was the pastor, and she participated in the choir. People who knew Deanna were shocked by her actions, as no one suspected she might have mental health issues. She always appeared to be a loving, exemplary mother and wife. However, outside of the church, the family lived quite isolated from society. They had no close neighbors, and their home was situated on a large plot of land, distant from other houses. They chose to raise their children in the countryside, homeschooling them instead of sending them to public schools. Deanna, a housewife, is responsible for her children's education. This isolation likely contributed to others not noticing any problems with the seemingly loving mother. Their family lived in isolation from the outside world, to the point that only a small group of family members knew the details of Deanna's mental health problems. On the evening before Mother's Day, May 10, 2003, a 911 call was made from Northeast Texas. A calm female voice clearly told the dispatcher that she had killed her children. The dispatcher kept talking to the caller and guided her to the emergency service location. When police officers arrived at the small house in Chapel Hill, they identified it as the home of Deanna and Dale Laney. Inside, they found Deanna in his pajamas, seemingly just woken up, looking confused as the police continued their investigation. Officers continued to search the area and eventually found the woman who had called 911. She was nearby in a small grove, wandering barefoot, in white pajamas covered in blood, still talking to the emergency dispatcher. It was 39 years old Deanna Laney. She calmly informed the police that her son's bodies were behind the swings in the yard. The officers went to the spot she described and discovered the bodies of 6-year-old Luke and 8-year-old Joshua. Both boys were lying on the ground in their underwear, their heads so severely mutilated that they were unrecognizable. The children had suffered fatal head injuries. Experienced detectives said this was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever encountered. However, there were only 2 bodies. Officers were told by Dale that they had 3 children. Despite this, they continued searching for the youngest child. They entered the house and checked the children's room, where they discovered 1-year-old Aaron. He was still alive but severely injured, covered in blood, and a pillow was over his face. Aaron was immediately taken to the nearest children's hospital and then moved to the Dallas Medical Center for treatment of the terrible injuries caused by his mother, Deanna. Deanna was arrested, but she was unable to give a statement due to mental health issues. She claimed that God commanded her to kill her sons. She used stones to attack the heads of the 2 children, Joshua and Luke. Although the youngest child, Aaron, was seriously hurt, but the boy survived the incident. Investigators questioned Dale, suspecting that he might have heard or seen something, as the children were likely to scream during the attack. However, he was bewildered and didn't understand how his wife could commit such acts. He mentioned waking up that night to the cries of Aaron, which was unusual since the child typically slept soundly. He went to the nursery and found his wife standing over the crib in the dark. She reassured him that everything was all right and that she was just soothing the baby. Trusting her, he went back to bed and slept throughout the incident. He only realized the true nature of his wife's actions when it was too late. Police were unable to learn of any problems Deanna was experiencing from Dale or her relatives. It was later discovered that she was hallucinating, which made her intend to kill her child, supposedly under God's influence. Among all the friends and family interviewed, only her sister, Pam, noticed changes in her behavior. Recently, Pam informed investigators that she started acting differently. During this time, she barely ate and lost noticeable weight. She spent all her free time reading the Bible and occasionally said strange things. However, Pam didn't think much of it. After discussing Deanna's behavior with Dale, she dismissed her concerns and felt reassured. The police observed Deanna's erratic behavior while she was in custody. Her condition visibly changed before their eyes. She would sometimes collapse to the floor in a fetal position and crying. Then she might stand up and start singing church hymns. At times, she seemed to realize what she had done, resulting in a vacant stare. It was clear that she was at a high risk of ending her own life, so the police followed protocol. Deanna was placed under special supervision to prevent self-harm. This was necessary to conduct a psychiatric evaluation, which later took place in a psychiatric clinic. The doctors questioned Deanna, and she smiled as she recounted her actions toward her sons. She laughed sincerely, believing she had fulfilled God's will. She was convinced her children would be resurrected, but she felt the youngest, Aaron, should have died too. She regretted that this did not happen, as she believed it meant she had failed to fully comply with God's demands. As punishment for her actions, she drank water from the toilet and licked it off the floor during her hospital stay. Deanna explained that she had resisted God's will for a long time, she did not want to kill her children, which she thought angered him. He increasingly insisted that she fulfill what was predestined. The longer she resisted, the more severe the punishments he demanded. Ultimately, she felt she had to surrender and follow his will. Deanna compared her actions to those of Andrea, who killed her 2 children 2 years earlier under similar religious delusions. According to Deanna, after the end of the world, Joshua and Luke would serve as witnesses at the Last Judgment, which is why she ended her own life. Deanna confided to doctors that she felt fighting those voices was a selfish act to save her child, even though it meant she was disobeying God. Ultimately, she believed she made correct decision by submitting to the Lord's will. Deanna recounted that on the night of May 9th, she was awakened by what she believed to be a message from God, telling her that the time had come. She quietly got out of bed to avoid waking her husband. First, she went to Aaron's room, where she had previously hidden a large stone intended for a ritual act. She used the stone to strike the baby on the head several times. The baby cried out, so she placed a pillow over his face to silence him. Her husband, Dale, half asleep, entered the room. She reassured him that everything was fine, so he left and went back to sleep. He was unaware of the situation and missed the chance to save his children. Deanna kept the pillow on Aaron's face until she heard a gurgling sound and then stopped. Next, Deanna woke her 2 older sons, Joshua and Luke, and took them to the backyard garden. She led Luke aside, instructed little boy to dig in the ground, and then began hitting him on the head with a large stone. She struck him at least 8 times, crushing his skull. Afterward, she dragged his body behind the swing and placed a large stone on his chest, believing this would prevent him from breathing. She then spoke to God, saying this was all she could do for her son. Then, lightning struck, which she interpreted as a sign that Luke had died. Afterward, Deanna went back to the garden and began hitting Joshua. However, he was bigger and stronger, so and resisted his mother more. She then pinned his arms down and struck his head with a stone until he stopped moving. After this, she dragged his body behind the swing. Immediately after the act, she called 911 and confessed to the horrific crime. Aaron also suffered severely. Though the baby survived, the injuries were so serious that he was left disabled. The child lost his sight and independence, needing a wheelchair for the rest of his life due to his mother's abuse. The case of Deanna had many similarities to Andreas. Both women lived in Texas and homeschooled their children. They were deeply religious and believed their actions were for religious purposes. Both felt that they had no other option but to harm their children. They each called 911 afterward, and both were evaluated by the same psychiatrists before their trials. Deanna was aware of Andrea's case and often compared herself to her, but Deanna's trial unfolded very differently. Deanna appeared in court in late March 2004. The prosecution sought to punish her for 2 first-degree murders and aggravated assault on Aaron, requesting the death penalty, which is applicable in Texas. Alternatively, she faced 3 life sentences for her crimes. The defense lawyers argued that she was innocent due to insanity. They claimed that insanity was the only reason a religious mother, who loved and homeschooled her children, would kill 2 of them and harm another without showing any emotion. In Texas, at the time of the murder, the state had some of the strictest laws in the United States regarding the handling of murderers. Defendants had to prove they had a mental disorder during the crime and convince the court they couldn't distinguish right from wrong. 5 psychiatrists formed a team to evaluate Deanna's. The examination lasted 6 days, during which she cried almost continuously. She refused to look at photographs of her mutilated children and the crime scene. Some psychiatrists believed she was sane when she killed her sons, while others thought she couldn't distinguish good from evil due to religious hallucinations. Deanna shared with doctors several details that even those close to the Laney family, including household members and relatives, did not know. The doctors concluded that signs of mental disturbances began appearing more than 3 years ago. An early indication, similar to hallucinations, was Deanna smelling sulfur, which she believed came from her children and perceived as a demonic sign. Deanna also reported seeing Aaron playing with a spear. She claimed that God had shown her 3 methods for her to kill her son, using a spear or a knife, a stone, and strangulation. While doing chores in the garden before the massacre, Deanna tripped over a stone. She realized that the stone would become the main weapon she would use to sacrifice her sons. She didn't tell anyone about this, but openly claimed that the Lord had spoken to her. She shared this in church, warning parishioners about the impending end of the world. However, the congregation largely ignored her, as such statements were common in their religious tradition, which not everyone followed. During her initial psychiatric evaluation, Deanna showed no emotion and genuinely believed her children would be resurrected. After taking antipsychotic medication, she eventually understood her actions differently and felt remorse. Deanna was horrified to realize she had been suffering from hallucinations that drove her actions. During a psychiatric examination, it was determined that Deanna was insane when she committed the murders of her 2 sons, Joshua and Luke. The examiners concluded that she suffered from psychotic delusions that prevented her from distinguishing right from wrong at the time of the murder. However, the prosecutor disagreed with the diagnosis that Deanna was insane when she committed the murders. He argued that even if she believed she was doing God's will, she should have known that her actions were wrong according to state law. The prosecutor pointed out that her first action after the murder was to call 911, which indicated that she was aware of the wrongness of her actions. Additionally, when Dale entered the room, she attempted to hide what had happened, further suggesting that she knew her actions were wrong. The prosecution also stressed that when Deanna was unable to complete killing Aaron, she told God that he just needed to do the rest. This statement demonstrated to the prosecutor that she was aware of right and wrong. The prosecutor believed that her actions were intentional and planned, which is not consistent with the behavior of someone who is insane. Prison guards testified at the trial, describing Deanna's behavior in prison as unusually compliant. They rarely saw such conduct and believed she had serious mental health issues. The 911 call recording was part of the evidence the jurors considered. Her voice on the call was eerily calm. Her voice on the call was eerily calm. Jurors also requested a psychiatric report to understand why she stopped attacking Aaron, who was 14 months old at the time. However, they reached a verdict before receiving the report. Deanna sat near the portrait of her 3 children and cried loudly as the prosecutor recounted the horrifying incident of how she used a rock to hit her children. Her sons, Joshua and Luke, were struck on the head so severely that their brains were exposed, leaving their heads in a bloody state. Deanna's husband, Dale Laney, 47, attended the trial and was devastated by the loss of his 2 sons. He couldn't comprehend how this tragedy occurred and believed it was appropriate to commit Deanna to lifelong treatment in a clinic. In the end, Deanna was declared innocent due to insanity and had to be treated for mental illness at the hospital. Doctors expected her to need lifelong treatment and doubted her recovery. Dale divorced Deanna after she was admitted to the psychiatric clinic in 2008. He eventually remarried and started a new family. He continues to care for his disabled son, Aaron. Deanna was closely monitored by psychiatrists for 8 years. In 2012, doctors determined that she no longer needed to stay in the hospital because she was healthy and did not pose a threat to herself or others. She was released on a number of conditions. She was to have no contact with minors. She needs court permission if she wants to change her address. Had to allow social workers to visit her at any time, and had to continue taking her prescribed medications and undergo drug and substance testing. Only a few people, including her lawyers, know where Deanna lives now. Her ex-husband, Dale, felt very angry when he learned that she was released from the psychiatric clinic. Many people in society also agree with Dale. They believe the killer of two sons should be imprisoned or face the death penalty. The case of Corey Richins. The death of a loved one is a devastating tragedy that deeply impacts family members and children. Each person handles the loss in their own way, trying to deal with the blow of fate. To cope with this shock, Corey Richins, a woman, wrote an entire book. It seemed that she, more than anyone else, understood the depth of what happened. However, as the police delved deeper into the tragic death of a man from Utah, it became increasingly clear that there was more cynicism. Eric Richins was born in 1982 as the eldest of 3 children, with 2 younger sisters, Katie and Amy. He shared a special bond with Katie. The family lived in Summit County, Utah, where they were well known and wealthy, thanks to their cattle ranch. Many buildings in the town still bear the family's last name. Despite their prominence, the Eric were humble and kind, and they were respected by everyone who knew them. Eric grew up on his parents' farm, where he participated in sports and helped with chores. His family was part of the Mormon Church, and religion played a major role in Eric's life. He spent 2 years on a mission trip to Mexico City, where he demonstrated good character by helping the community. Upon his return, Eric attended the University of Utah, where he earned a bachelor's degree in international law. During this period, Eric began dating Julia Jurgensen. They married when Eric was just 20 years old. However, due to their youth and desire for independence, they couldn't maintain the marriage and decided to divorce. After his studies and the failed marriage, Eric saw promising opportunities to start a construction business, which he began to pursue. Eric frequently visited the Home Depot store, where he enjoyed chatting with the cashiers while waiting for his order. During his visits, he noticed a charming cashier named Corey, who was widely considered one of the most beautiful women in town. Eric was captivated by her beauty and secretly in love with her. But he hesitated to ask her out because he was still dealing with the emotional and financial fallout from his difficult divorce. Eric's celibacy continued for a while, but eventually, he asked Corey out, and she agreed. Their first date was filled with laughter and fun. They got along well, and their relationship developed quickly. The couple was truly happy despite their significant difference in social status. Eric was always cheerful and sociable, able to cheer her up on Corey's worst days. Despite the shock from his first marriage, Eric quickly realized that Corey was the one for him and soon proposed. She accepted, and after a whirlwind romance, they got married in 2013. Corey was not only beautiful but also intelligent. She attended her chosen university and earned a bachelor's degree in health management, followed by a master's degree. Corey had previously worked as an administrator at a design agency before meeting Eric in a hardware store. Corey became a new ray of light and hope for him, giving him confidence that he could build a loving family. Corey was born in 1990 in an ordinary family. Corey has an older brother and an older sister. Her father died at the age of 57 in 2010 after struggling with alcoholism. He was unable to witness Corey's wedding, which took place 3 years after his death. Before the wedding, Eric's mother insisted on a prenuptial agreement to protect her son from experiencing another shock like his previous divorce. At that time, Eric's business share was worth about $2.5 million. His mother presented the agreement as a precaution in case of divorce. According to the prenup, Corey could not claim Eric's money, and he could not claim hers. Eric arranged for Corey and partner Cody to be the beneficiaries on his life insurance policy. In the event of his death, Cody could use his portion of the insurance payout to buy out Eric's share of their business. After their wedding, Eric and Corey began their ideal life together. They bought their home, lived happily, and hoped to have children. Inspired by her successful brother who had made a fortune buying, renovating, and selling houses, Curry decided to follow the same path. With Eric's experience in the construction industry, Curry obtained her real estate broker's license and began selling real estate. Her friendly nature and attractive appearance quickly made her a well-known real estate broker in town, which made Eric proud. Eventually, Curry shared her brother's business model with Eric and they began working together. Curry identified profitable properties for resale, Eric managed the renovations, and they sold the homes. Their business flourished until a couple sued Curry for failing to disclose the true condition of a home. The lawsuit was settled out of court and did not affect their business. After 9 years of marriage, they have 3 sons, Weston, Carter, and Ashton. Despite his busy work schedule, Eric values family time, being actively involved in his sons' lives and supporting them in sports. Since 2020, things have been unusual in their relationship. While on vacation in Greece, Eric called younger sister Amy and said Curry had given him a drink that made him feel sick. He suspected she was trying to poison him and warned that if he suddenly died, Curry would be responsible. Although the family was concerned, they dismissed Eric's claims as paranoid because the couple seemed happy. After the vacation, Eric secretly changed his will in November 2020, leaving his business shares and assets to younger sister Katie without telling Curry. The couple continued to live together for another 1.5 years until early 2022. This time, the conflict was over Curry's desire to buy an unfinished mansion for $2 million, which she thought could be sold for $5 million after renovations. Eric is skeptical about the deal's profitability, causing tension between them. Curry accuses Eric of controlling her business, while he believes the investment is too risky. Around this time, Cody, Eric's business partner, was notified by the insurance company that Curry had tried to change the beneficiary on Eric's life insurance policy to her name. Although she was unsuccessful, this raised serious concerns about her intentions. Eric started considering divorce, knowing that Curry would lose everything due to their marriage contract. Eric had already transferred his share to younger sister and removed Curry's name from all documents, including the insurance policy. Meanwhile, Curry spent $1,000 on powerful and dangerous painkillers. On Valentine's Day 2022, Eric told Cody that after eating a sandwich Curry made, he suffered severe respiratory irritation, similar to an earlier incident in Greece. Despite his suspicions, Eric did not leave Curry's side or stop eating her food. Eric continued to be suspicious of Curry, especially after he refused to buy the mansion. On February 26th, Curry bought more drugs for $1,000. On the night of March 4th, Eric, 39, was found dead in his bed. The night before, Curry had made Eric a Moscow Mule over dinner. After he finished drinking it, they went to bed. During the night, Curry woke up to comfort one of their sons, who had been having a nightmare. When she returned to the bedroom around 3 a.m., she found Eric cold and unresponsive. She called 911, saying that Eric had no signs of life and that her attempts to resuscitate him had failed. Paramedics confirmed Eric's death, and Curry mentioned that she had attempted CPR on him, but doctors doubted her story. The man was bleeding from his mouth, but his wife had no blood on her. His death appeared to be due to a drug overdose, as tests showed his blood levels were 5 times higher than the lethal dose. When Curry was asked why he was taking such a strong drug, she said she didn't know. Eric's family denied that he had any health problems that would warrant such medication. A review of his medical history revealed that he had not seen a doctor in a long time and that no one had prescribed him this hard-to-get prescription drug. Eric had no history of drug addiction or convictions and was otherwise healthy. Just one day after Eric's death, a dispute broke out between Curry and Katie. Curry discovers that all of her husband's businesses and assets are legally Katie's, leaving Curry with nothing. This revelation caused Curry to become aggressive, and she attacked Katie, leading to the police being called. Unwilling to back down, Curry filed a lawsuit, claiming that the prenuptial agreement had been violated. She argued that her name could not be removed from the will and insurance policy without her consent. Curry asked for her rightful share and $300,000 in attorney's fees. In response, Katie took legal action against Curry, suspecting foul play in her brother's death and accusing Curry of poisoning her brother for financial gain. Police began investigating Eric's death and suspected it was not an accident. Curry was the prime suspect. During the investigation, police requested access to Curry's cell phone. They discovered that messages with Neil, the salesman, had been deleted, but police were able to recover them. Curry said her husband's death was a huge loss for her and was especially difficult for Eric's 3 sons, as he was very important to them. Curry played the role of a grieving, mourning widow to avoid suspicion. Police continued working on the case and found another inconsistency in Curry's testimony. According to her story, she went to her son's room at night without her phone, leaving it charging on the nightstand beside her bed. However, records showed that she was actively using the phone at that time, messaging various people. It was even determined that the phone was in motion, indicating she was walking around the house with it. This information did not match her story. The police questioned Neil, the person who sold the medicine and supplied her with the medicine. He confessed everything. He revealed that she had been experimenting with different drugs, claiming that none of them helped with her severe back pain. Little did Neil know that the drugs had an entirely different purpose. In exchange for testifying against Curry, Neil was not charged. During the investigation, it was discovered that Curry had repeatedly taken out life insurance policies on her husband. Immediately after his death, she contacted the insurance company and received $100,000. The day after her husband died, she hired a locksmith to open his safe and took about $150,000 from it. With Eric gone, there was no one to fund Curry projects, and she was also burdened with significant debts at the time of his death. She owed $190,000 in taxes, $1,847,000 to creditors for a mansion purchase, and another $514,000. Her debts included a $250,000 loan from Eric, of which she used $100,000 from Eric's bank account for her projects, $30,000 in credit card debt, and $134,000 from Eric's business, which was meant for taxes. Curry's total debt exceeded $2.5 million, but she lacked the funds to pay it off, so she filed for bankruptcy. Curry then wrote a book called You're With Me with her sons. She wanted a book to help her children cope with the loss of a loved one, so she decided to write it herself. After the book was completed, Curry began appearing on various shows to talk about her book. She said that the death of her husband, Eric, was a shock, and she dedicated the book to him and her children. Sales of the book skyrocketed, becoming widely popular within a few weeks. Many mothers bought it to help their children cope with the loss of a loved one. The book's plot was particularly intriguing. In the story, the husband dies from a brain aneurysm. For the Curry, it was a means to secure financial stability since she was in financial ruin. In the book, Curry seems to imply that she did something to her husband, which seems suspicious. Despite everything, Curry profited from her husband's death, benefiting from insurance payouts and earnings from selling a book. She exploited her children's grief for monetary gain. There were also suspicions that Curry might have killed her husband. Rumors suggested that Curry had an affair during her marriage and wanted to be with this man without losing the affluent lifestyle her husband Eric provided. Divorce would have been financially disadvantageous for Curry, so she allegedly killed her husband to get his money. Another motive was Eric's refusal to finance the purchase of a house. 6 months after her husband Eric died, Curry's family noticed that she was preparing a Pinterest folder with wedding ideas. This confused everyone, since all of her friends and relatives were married and no one was planning a wedding, leading to speculation that Curry might be preparing for her wedding to her lover. On May 8, 2023, 2 months after actively promoting her book, 33-year-old Curry Richens was arrested on charges of first-degree murder with aggravated circumstances. She was also charged with possession of a large amount of a controlled substance. The investigation into her husband Eric's death on May 4, 2022, lasted more than a year. Curry is currently being held without bail pending trial. Curry's neighbors and many family members were shocked and could not believe that she had caused her husband's death. Curry Richens gave numerous interviews, presenting herself as a grieving widow who, even a year after her husband's death, had not yet come to terms with the loss. This strategy helped her gain sympathy from television viewers. The interview was broadcast nationwide, causing a significant public response. Curry received significant support and increased sales of her book. She attempted to defend herself by blaming her late husband for past problems with illegal substances, but this claim has never been verified. The couple's 3 children now live with Eric's family, and temporary custody is with Eric's younger sister, Katie. Curry's book could ultimately be crucial for prosecutors in painting Eric Richens' death as a calculated murder with an elaborate cover-up. The judge has scheduled a pre-trial conference for September 23 for the prosecution and defense to discuss jury selection. A trial date has not yet been set. The case of Tyler Edmonds. May 10, 2003. Joey missed the Air show, where Joey was expected to be present. The next day was Mother's Day, and he also ignored this important event. In the past, he had always made an effort to celebrate important occasions with his loved ones, so after these 2 incidents, his family began to worry that something was wrong. Joey's mother and sister went to his house, where they discovered a distressing scene. Joey was lying face down on his bed, with a large gunshot wound in the back of his head. They immediately called 911 to report the horrifying find. When police arrived, they began investigating the crime scene. Their first step was to interview Joey's mother and sister, who had found the body. Although they were understandably distressed, they answered questions calmly. They believed that Joey's wife, Christy, was the only person who might have harmed him. Given their troubled relationship, Christy was known to have affairs and had expressed a desire to be free of her husband, making her a prime suspect, especially since she was not at home at the time of the incident. The police also located a cross at Joey's mother's house in the nearby small town of Little Rock. Christy was questioned by the police but acted as if she had no idea what had happened. When they informed her of her husband's death, she began to cry and mourn him. The police did not find her behavior suspicious and continued to collect evidence. Then, concrete evidence against Christy emerged. Before any charges were filed against her, she arrived at the Starkville police station with her half-younger brother Tyler Edmonds. At the sheriff's office, Tyler expressed anger at her situation and wanted to protect her. Since Tyler was only 13 years old and could not confront Joey, a grown man, directly, Tyler came up with a plan. Tyler took a rifle and shot Joey in the back of the head while he was sleeping. Meanwhile, police questioned Tyler, without an adult or attorney present, a clear breach of protocol that would later affect the case. The boy's mother was alerted and rushed to the local police station. Tyler initially denied any involvement in the incident, but his story changed when his sister entered the room and gestured. He then repeated his sister's story, admitting that in the early hours of the morning, he and Christy had gone to the bedroom and pulled the trigger on a rifle, killing her husband. The mother was devastated when she heard the confession. She collapsed to her knees and cried. It was clear that the 13-year-old boy couldn't have committed the crime alone, as he simply lacked the strength to handle the weapon properly. The boy stated that he was unable to pull the trigger himself and needed his sister's assistance. Following the confession, the police began to view the boy as the main perpetrator and his sister as an accomplice. According to Tyler, he had given his sister the rifle beforehand. It was an old family .22 caliber gun that Christy had requested a few weeks before the incident. She was afraid of a large dog that frequently came into their yard and wanted to be armed for protection. Tyler did not want Christy or her children to be in danger, so he willingly gave her the gun. However, Tyler loved animals and begged Christy not to harm the dog. She eventually assured him that she would only shoot into the air if there was any danger, just to scare the pesky animal away. Before giving the gun to Christy, Tyler believed that the gun was broken because he and his friends had tried to fix it but failed. The old rifle had been gathering dust in the attic for years and was considered a family heirloom. The day before the incident, Tyler was picked up from school by his older sister, Christy. However, Christy was out with her new boyfriend and forgot to pick Tyler up. She then arrived a few hours late, picked Tyler up, and took him to her house. After returning home from school, Christy took Tyler to the backyard to test the rifle, and the rifle broke and failed to fire. Christy then put the broken gun in the trunk of her car. Police were convinced that something in Tyler's story did not fit and did not match his sister Christy's account. When asked by police how he held the gun and fired the shot, Tyler responded vaguely. Although he confessed, he was unable to describe the murder. A few days later, Tyler wrote a retraction. According to he pleaded guilty because he wanted to protect his half-older sister. He believed that he would not go to prison because of his age, so he was willing to accept responsibility for Joey's death. As a result, he was unwittingly held responsible for Christy's crimes and now faces life in prison. Tyler told a new story. He said that on May 10, 2003, he was getting ready for a trip with Christy to visit their father. The day before, he had slept over at his sister's house. That Saturday morning, Tyler woke up early to his sister's alarm clock to get ready for the trip. While waiting in the car with Christy's daughter, they sat together for about 5 minutes. As Tyler was adjusting the radio, he suddenly heard a loud bang coming from the house. He believed that the rifle was still in the trunk of the car, so he didn't think much of the noise he heard. Christy had a cat that often knocked things over and broke things, so he assumed that was the cause of the noise, especially since Christy was usually loud. A few minutes later, Christy left the house and got into the car, and Tyler thought they had left without incident. It was only on the way back that Christy revealed that she had shot Joey. Tyler was stunned. Christy cried and begged him to help her avoid the death penalty. So Tyler promised to take some responsibility, arguing that because he was young, he would not face severe punishment. Was Tyler really the one who killed his sister's husband? To answer this question, the police had to delve into the details of this family's life. Tyler and Christy went to the same school, but the girl was significantly older and graduated earlier. As a student, Tyler had always been a smart and hardworking child, sweet, kind and calm. In addition, he was a sociable boy, so he easily found a common language with his classmates and others. It seemed like he had a bright future. Tyler's mother, Sharon, raised Tyler on her own. His parents divorced when he was young due to his father's aggressive issues. Eventually, his mother ran out of patience and could no longer tolerate his behavior. Sharon filed for divorce, gaining full custody so as not to put Tyler in danger. Sharon prevented Tyler from communicating with his biological father, even when a social worker was present. Christy understood that Tyler wanted to see his father despite his mother's restrictions and a court ruling. Tyler still felt the connection to his father and wished to spend time with him. This led him to meet his father against his mother's wishes. One day, Christy asked Tyler if he wanted to spend the weekend at his father's house. Tyler was excited and agreed to the visit. At that time, Christy was married to her husband, Joey, and they had 3 children together. When Joey first met Christy, he was drawn to her beauty and strength, which made him overlook her flaws. Christy is quite manipulative and primarily focuses on her own needs, often ignoring Joey's feelings. She does not hide her affair from him. He is aware of it but chooses to ignore it. It seems that Christy desires a family mainly to satisfy her parents and meet societal expectations. Sharon prevented Tyler from communicating with his biological father, even when a social worker was present. Christy understood that Tyler wanted to see his father despite his mother's restrictions and a court ruling. Tyler still felt a connection to his father and wished to spend time with him. This led him to meet his father against his mother's wishes. One day, Christy asked Tyler if he wanted to spend the weekend at his father's house. Tyler was excited and agreed to the visit. At that time, Christy was married to her husband, Joey, and they had 3 children together. When Joey first met Christy, he was drawn to her beauty and strength, which made him overlook her flaws. Christy is quite manipulative and primarily focuses on her own needs, often ignoring Joey's feelings. She does not hide her affair from him. He is aware of it but chooses to ignore it. It seems that Christy desires a family mainly to satisfy her parents and meet societal expectations. At one point, Christy tried to persuade Tyler that she would be a better guardian for him than their mother, but Tyler resisted her attempts. He loved his mother deeply, and she had long suspected Christy's true motives. Christy often displayed manipulative behavior and had frequent outbursts of anger and aggression, often lashing out at family members over minor issues. These outbursts were impulsive and hard to control. Initially, her family thought her behavior was due to stress, but the reality was more serious. Christy's anger intensified, and she began blaming her caring husband, Joey, for her problems. Despite Christy's unpredictable behavior, Tyler's mother allowed him to continue spending time with her, believing that their close relationship was safe. Both individuals involved in the massacre were arrested and charged with murder, which, under Mississippi law, carries the death penalty. However, a judge decided to try Tyler Edmonds as an adult due to the serious nature of the crime. Despite this, because he was a minor, he could not receive a death sentence. Instead, it was anticipated that he would receive a sentence without the possibility of parole. Tyler Edmonds' trial began on July 20, 2004. This case garnered significant attention because the primary perpetrator of the brutal massacre was just a 13-year-old schoolboy. Tyler was defended by one of the state's best attorneys, who believed that Tyler's initial confession was a lie. The defense also believed that the confession was obtained under pressure from the police. The child admitted that he was frightened when he found himself being questioned, especially because he was initially questioned without his mother and attorney present, which was a violation. The only physical evidence in the case, apart from the bullet, included Christy's fingerprints found on the porch and motion sensors. The lights were turned off during the crime, likely to avoid alerting the neighbors. Christy's fingerprints were also the only ones found on the gun. The Tyler claimed he made the false confession to protect his older sister from the death penalty, believing that, because of his age, he wouldn't be punished for the crime. However, when he realized he could face serious consequences, he became scared and refused to support his sister. During the trial, the judge allowed the prosecution to present Tyler's confession in his own words. The jury watched a videotape of Tyler's confession. The jury deliberated for about 5 hours before reaching a decision. The defense believed that Tyler would be acquitted due to the weakness of the evidence against him. However, on July 24, 2004, 15-year-old Tyler Edmonds was convicted of the murder of Joey Fulgham and sentenced to life in prison. Following the verdict, the attorney quickly filed an appeal and continued to seek justice for Tyler by pushing for a review of his case. Investigations uncovered numerous errors in the handling of the case, and the investigation relied heavily on circumstantial evidence. The key piece of evidence was Tyler's own confession, but the defense argued that this confession may have been coerced or obtained through psychological pressure from interrogators. Given that the conversation involved a minor, specifically a schoolboy, the officers had significant control over him when left alone. Despite the lawyer's efforts, the Tyler was ultimately imprisoned. Mississippi's laws were quite strict, making it nearly impossible to appeal a conviction, and the process was extremely challenging. However, the lawyer and Tyler's friends and family remained hopeful. They found it hard to believe that he could commit such a brutal murder. Tyler had positive relationships with his family members, including Joey, and he did not have any mental health issues or disorders. Moreover, there was no clear motive for the murder, and many thought Christie's account was unlikely. People believed that Tyler's conviction stemmed from mistakes made by the court and that his confession was influenced by manipulation from his half-sister. Tyler's attorney was determined. The defense acknowledged that a review of the case would only be possible if they appealed vigorously. However, even if they were successful, the review process could take years. As a result, Tyler's trial attracted considerable public attention. In January 2007, a turning point came when the Mississippi Supreme Court agreed to review Tyler's case. This was a significant achievement for the defense attorney, who had finally gotten the court's attention. By this point, Tyler had been in prison for nearly 4 years. According to the expert, there were 2 people holding the rifle. However, he could not determine how many people were involved when the shot was fired based on the trajectory of the bullet. Other experts later challenged his testimony, claiming that it was biased. This put the Mississippi prosecutor's office in a difficult position because they lacked additional evidence. In order to simplify the situation and possibly reduce his sentence, the prosecution offered Tyler a plea deal. They suggested that he could plead guilty to a lesser charge in exchange for a lighter sentence, with the chance of immediate release because he had already served a long sentence. However, Tyler did not want to go free. He was determined to prove his innocence. Rejecting the plea deal meant that Tyler faced the possibility of being convicted again, which could have resulted in him being sentenced to life in prison. Tyler has vehemently denied the charges against him, maintaining that he is innocent and will not plead guilty to a crime he did not commit. On October 28, 2008, Tyler's retrial began. His attorneys viewed the case as a fight for justice. In their opening statements, the defense attorneys emphasized that the legal charges were brought against the 13-year-old boy as if he were an adult. The criminal investigation was riddled with serious errors, and the police failed to respect Tyler's rights during questioning. Following Tyler's confession, law enforcement focused solely on determining his guilt without investigating the truth of his statements. There were significant discrepancies between Tyler's confession and the available evidence, and police were aware of these discrepancies. Authorities had only circumstantial evidence, some of which the attorney believed could be challenged by Christie, Tyler's sister. The defense hoped her testimony would be important in disproving the claim of bias against Tyler. However, on her attorney's advice, Christie chose not to answer any questions, which came as a surprise. The decision suggested to the jury that she might be hiding something. Christie appeared to have selfish motives. She had no concern for the fate of her half-younger brother, and she had good reason to want her husband, Joey, dead. He had a $300,000 life insurance policy that would have paid her a substantial payout if he had died. Before the murder, Christie had asked about the amount of money she would receive upon her husband's death, even though Joey had signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting such questions. However, she believed that it would be an opportunity that would benefit her since she was the named beneficiary. During the trial, Christie's father testified that she had asked him to provide her with a weapon to help her kill her husband. She had promised him a new Cadillac with the insurance money if he helped her. However, he denied participating in any crime and suggested that she simply divorce Joey. Christie responded that divorce would prevent her from receiving the insurance money, which further exposed her selfish intentions. The attorney was convinced that Christie intended to kill her husband and had manipulated younger brother into pleading guilty to avoid responsibility. At the time of the murder, Tyler Edmonds was an exemplary student with no history of violence or crime. Tyler respected his elders, attended church regularly, and was active in sports, which made him well-liked in the community. No one thought he would be involved in such a violent crime. The defense faced a significant challenge when the prosecutor's office showed the jury a video of Tyler confessing to the crime. In the video, he claimed that he had helped his sister kill her husband. However, the video did not capture the moment Christie entered the room and pressured Tyler into confessing. This omission became a major obstacle to proving Tyler's innocence. To counter the prosecution's claims, the defense needed to convince the jury that his confession was coerced and false. The attorney planned to call an expert on facial expressions and gestures to support this argument, but unfortunately, the judge prohibited the use of such testimony. The defense attorney changed course and decided to focus on inconsistencies in Tyler's testimony. There were several troubling aspects in his confession. For example, Tyler claimed to have seen a large fountain of blood after the rifle shot. However, a forensic expert stated that such a fountain of blood would not have been possible with a head injury, since blood does not immediately begin to flow from that type of wound. Additionally, there would have been no splatter of blood. In fact, the victim had only been shot once with a .22 caliber rifle, creating a small wound and leaving the skull intact. Therefore, it is clear that Tyler fabricated this detail in his story. This scenario is like a fantasy. Tyler had no idea what happened because he never entered Joey's bedroom during the time of the murder. Furthermore, the judge in the retrial favored the defense by allowing the jury to see a video of Tyler recanting his confession, which had been barred from previous hearings. Tyler gave the police a new version of events that completely contradicted his original confession. Tyler said that on the morning of the murder, Joey, Tyler, and Christie had planned to take a short trip to see Tyler's father. He was in the car when he heard strange noises coming from the house, but chose not to investigate. Christie then rushed out of the house. On the way back from the trip, Christie revealed to Tyler that she wanted him to take some responsibility for the massacre, believing that this would help her avoid the death penalty. She seemed unconcerned about Tyler's future, even though he had not yet finished school. Tyler agreed to her proposal because he genuinely wanted to help and protect Christie. October 31st, 2008 marked the final day of the retrial, and the jury's decision was based on what testimony they felt was credible. On that day, Tyler presented his defense and admitted that he had pleaded guilty at Christie's urging, believing that as a minor he would not face prison time. And Christie believed that Tyler's confession would help her avoid the death penalty and save her life. Tyler and Christie had agreed that he would take the blame for the crime after she signaled him, but they never specified what that signal would be. During the interrogation following the murder, Christie entered the room, sat next to Tyler, and took his hand, which he interpreted as the signal. After the prosecutor's final statements, the defense attorney made his closing statement. He argued that aside from 13-year-old Tyler's confession, there was no substantial evidence linking Tyler to the murder. He also expressed doubts about the reliability of a child's testimony under such stressful circumstances. The jury's anxiety seemed endless. When they finally returned, 12 jurors declared Tyler, then 19, innocent. After serving 5 years in prison for a crime he did not commit, he was finally free. However, the question of justice for the family of the deceased Joey remained unresolved. Joey's parents were simply seeking the truth. They were not interested in revenge or punishment. All they wanted was to understand what really happened that tragic day. After being released from prison, Tyler Edmonds returned to normal life, graduated from college, and earned a medical degree. He was eager to pursue higher education in his field. Subsequently, he moved from Mississippi to Florida, where he was not known. He still resides there today and has shared in several interviews that he continues to be haunted by the consequences of the false accusation against him. Although he cannot forget the 5 years he spent in prison, he has managed to adjust to life outside. While some states require that detectives communicate with suspects only in the presence of their parents, many parents lack sufficient knowledge of the criminal code and their rights, leading to frequent disregard for these seemingly straightforward regulations. The involvement of a lawyer is an essential step. Following Tyler's retrial and acquittal, the prosecutor's office began investigating forensic expert Stephen Henn. He claimed he could determine how many people were handling the rifle based on the bullet's trajectory. This bold assertion raised concerns about his expertise and impartiality. As for Christie, she received a 12-year prison sentence for her role in the crime after the initial trial. While incarcerated, she used her manipulative skills to deceive 2 cellmates into assisting her. However, her plan ultimately failed, and in 2008, she faced a retrial for the murders of Joey Fulgham. After her brother was acquitted, she was convicted and sentenced to death. In 2010, Christie's attorney filed an appeal, and after a retrial, her death sentence was changed to life in prison. Christie later wrote a brief letter of apology to her half-brother Tyler, saying only, "Older sister sorry, me know why." This cynical letter only infuriated the Tyler, who had spent nearly 6 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit, all for his older sister's sake. As a result, Tyler severed all ties with Christie, believing that her only interest in him was to use him for her own selfish reasons. The case of Lacey Fletcher. Lacey Fletcher was born on November 25, 1985, and spent her childhood and much of her life in Louisiana. She was the only child of Sheila and Clay Fletcher. Her father worked for a non-profit organization focused on the American Civil War, while her mother had previously served as an assistant prosecutor and worked for the mayor. The family was well respected in their community and had strong religious beliefs, but they also harbored dark secrets. In 1995, the Lacey moved to a larger home in Slaughter, Louisiana, a small town where everyone knows one another. Lacey's early years appeared normal. She was a sweet and cheerful child. After the move, she enrolled in a Baptist school, continuing her education until high school. However, she faced challenges with concentration and connecting with her peers, which made her school experience difficult and resulted in very few friends. Despite these struggles, she remained kind and maintained a smile. After finishing 9th grade, Lacey was homeschooled due to multiple health issues. She had been facing challenges since early childhood, with doctors later diagnosing her with autism spectrum disorder and social anxiety disorder. Lacey struggled with these conditions for most of her life. Her parents believed they could find solutions to her problems, but they were unaware of the tragic fate that awaited their daughter. In the early hours of January 3, 2022, at around 2 a.m., Sheila called the rescue service, 911, to report that her daughter was not breathing. During the call, the dispatcher guided her on how to perform first aid. Sheila followed the instructions for artificial respiration, making desperate attempts to save her child. However, Sheila was in a panic and couldn't even answer the question about her daughter's age right away. She mistakenly said Lacey was 31, even though she was actually 36. When the medics and police arrived at the house, they found Lacey lifeless, lying on a leather sofa. This was just the start of a series of shocking revelations. Although the house looked decent from the outside, a terrible stench emanated from the doorway. At 3:07 a.m., police entered Lacey's room. The surroundings were in a frightening state of disarray, filled with insects and rodents. Sheila's was so wretched that it was hard to determine Lacey's age. Her parents were unsure but believed she was 31. She was eventually identified as a young woman thought to be between 24 and 48 years old. It appeared she had spent an extensive amount of time sitting on the couch, creating a shape resembling a crater. This indentation had collected dirt and waste, and she had remained nearly immobile in that spot. The room was filled with a horrendous odor, a mix of excrement and urine along with waste from the insects and rodents. Lacey's condition suggested that she had been in this place for an extended period. Her legs were curled beneath her due to the accumulation of waste, and her limbs were severely decayed, nearly to the bone. The police noted deep ulcers and signs of possible tissue infection on her body, which was very dirty. Her hair was severely tangled, indicating it hadn't been washed or combed in a long time. Additionally, her face was marked with red spots that were difficult to identify at first glance. An autopsy revealed that Lacey's stomach contained only candy and foam and residue from cleaning products. Similar foam and liquid were found on the sofa, along with evidence that Lacey may have tried to eat the cleaning products because she was hungry. Next to the sofa was a gray chest of drawers with a pile of neatly folded clothes. The room also contained a portable toilet and a black chair a few meters away from the sofa, which contained various medical supplies, talcum powder, and bottles. According to police, the girl's death was the result of neglect of her health. Police believe Lacey did not receive the proper care she needed and was unable to care for herself due to her physical or mental health issues. The medical examiner identified a number of health issues, including severe chronic ulcers, bone infections, malnutrition, and sepsis. These conditions led to Lacey's tragic and painful death. After investigation and discussion with her parents, it was discovered that Lacey had been sitting on the same couch for approximately 12 years. After her death, her mother posted on social media, "Mom and Dad love you so much." On January 18, 2022, Clay and Sheila were interviewed by police. They explained that Lacey's problems began long ago due to her health issues. Initially, Lacey refused to leave the house, then her room, eventually moving to the living room, where she found the most comfort. To accommodate her needs, her parents renovated the room, bought a large leather sofa, installed a toilet, and provided her with everything she needed to care for her. They brought her food and care, but her condition continued to deteriorate. Lacey became increasingly afraid to leave the couch, forcing her to urinate on herself or on the floor, sometimes using a towel. During the summer, her mental health continued to decline. Although her parents suggested moving to a psychiatric clinic, Lacey resisted the idea and chose to stay in her room. Lacey's parents maintained that she never complained about her health problems over the years, even as her injuries worsened. Sheila herself maintained that Lacey had not been neglected or harmed. Her mother maintained that Lacey had always been under the care of a doctor. However, when police spoke to the doctor, they discovered that Lacey had not seen a doctor since 2010. She did not report any pain or health problems, and the doctor did not visit her at home, leaving him unaware of her true condition. In fact, Lacey last visited the medical center in 2010. Although Lacey needed to be hospitalized, her parents refused, saying she did not want to go there. After that, Lacey's health rapidly declined. Her parents said that, in the fall of 2021, Lacey began to have nutritional problems and began to eat significantly less. On the evening of the incident, around 10 p.m., Sheila checked on her daughter before going to bed and found Lacey unresponsive. She had fallen to her left side with her legs crossed under her body and was no longer able to straighten her body. After the police arrived, they suspected that the parents had acted inappropriately. They believed that Sheila and Clay deliberately left their daughter on the couch, ignoring her needs and failing to seek medical help. For 12 years, she suffered and lived in her own waste until her death on January 3, 2022. In May 2022, Clay Fletcher, 65, and his wife Sheila, 64, were charged with second-degree murder. The couple was arrested but later released on bail, returning to the same house where Lacey had endured terrible suffering for more than a decade. This decision sparked significant controversy. The judge justified it by stating that the parents had no prior criminal record and posed a low flight risk. Thus, they were allowed to await trial in the community. In early 2023, the court dropped the charges, but prosecutors continued to seek a connection between Lacey's death and her parents' neglect. The prosecutor argued for second-degree murder charges, claiming they did nothing to help their daughter. Lacey's parents were her main caregivers, responsible for her well-being. On June 19, 2023, they faced new charges for the same offenses. They were arrested but quickly released on bail. This incident gained significant attention in the local community and received extensive media coverage. Journalists reached out to the parents, who shared the emotional pain they had experienced for years while witnessing their daughter's depression, feeling helpless to change her situation. Police suspect that Sheila and Clay's statements were an attempt to portray themselves as grieving parents to avoid legal consequences. Under state law, they could face second-degree murder charges, which could result in life in prison depending on the circumstances. Police believe the couple's actions contributed to Lacey's death. People started noticing that Lacey showed clear signs of autism, which was later confirmed by medical professionals. As a result, her development began to lag behind that of her peers. By the time she reached 17 or 18 years old, she occasionally invited friends over to watch children's cartoons. However, her childlike interests caused her social circle to shrink over time. Around 2007, Lacey stopped going outside altogether. During this time, one of the neighbors became concerned and asked her parents about her situation. Sheila, Lacey's mother, reassured the neighbor that everything was fine. Nevertheless, due to Lacey's condition, she was reluctant to go outside and tried to avoid strangers. After this conversation, the neighbor did not bring it up again. The situation began to deteriorate quickly around 2010 when Lacey became largely inactive and even soiled her living area. Officers reported feeling an overwhelming disgust, which they described as the worst they had ever experienced. The foul smell in the Fletcher home was so overwhelming that one officer could not eat normally for nearly a week after responding to the incident. The stench lingered in his mind. This reaction was particularly surprising because the detective had dealt with very gruesome cases in his career, including investigations into killers who sold body parts. He stated that Lacey's living conditions were far worse than anything he had ever encountered. While the Lacey claimed they had long adjusted to and lived peacefully in such an atmosphere, those who knew the family never saw any unusual behavior from their parents. For years, the couple seemed like a typical family struggling with the hardships of their sick daughter. Although some witnesses described them as somewhat reserved, no one suspected that they were deliberately letting their daughter's condition worsen. This led to questions about the girl's health in isolation, with some even suspecting underlying mental health issues. Her parents claimed that doctors had diagnosed their daughter with locked-in syndrome, a rare condition that leaves a person almost completely paralyzed except for eye movement. Patients suffering from this disorder are entirely bedridden and reliant on caregivers, yet they can still feel everything and communicate through their eyes. Strangely, there was no such diagnosis recorded in Lacey's medical files, despite her parents' claims. The girl was only diagnosed with social anxiety disorder and autism spectrum disorder. There was no evidence of locked-in syndrome, but that doesn't explain why Lacey spent years on the couch. Additionally, foam from a hygiene product was found in her stomach, suggesting she could feed herself but didn't appear to be fed. This begs the question, if Lacey's parents really wanted her dead, why did they call the emergency services? Furthermore, they didn't bother to clean the house to hide any signs of neglect. The situation seems absurd. Many neighbors did not even know they had a daughter. The mother and father had the opportunity to discreetly dispose of her body without raising any suspicion. No one looked for her, as she had no friends due to her significant developmental delay. Despite the apparent apathy surrounding the Lacey family, they chose to contact the police rather than dispose of any evidence, allowing police to investigate the room where Lacey had been suffering for years. From the start, Sheila and Clay denied any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, the police focused their investigation on proving that the parents were responsible for Lacey's suffering. But did they intentionally create an environment where Lacey was locked in her own room? The poor living conditions and the parents' calm demeanor raised suspicions. Furthermore, why would Lacey use sanitary products and lick foam off a dirty couch if she wasn't hungry? Police interpreted this as evidence that Lacey had been starved, while her parents insisted that her actions were due to mental health issues. Sheila and Clay told police that Lacey did not want to communicate or share her struggles with others. This could be seen as an attempt to avoid bothering strangers about her troubles. They claimed that Lacey had been dealing with various health issues for years, a sensitive subject that most people would rather keep private. The prosecutor's office suspected that the villains deliberately hid information and mocked Lacey without intervention. The victim had never complained about pain, likely feeling embarrassed in front of the police. Forensic experts found severe ulcers on her limbs, with flesh rotting down to the bones, which would have caused her intense, constant pain. Under such conditions, she would have been unable to endure the pain without strong medication. However, her parents claimed they never heard her complain, and the neighbors had not noticed any sounds coming from the Lacey household. The lack of noise is understood to be due to the distance between the two homes. Forensic experts have found discrepancies in the parents' accounts. They claim to have discovered their daughter's death at night and contacted the police immediately, but the medical examiner later determined that she had been dead for more than a day. Despite these discrepancies, the parents continued to refer to their daughter's disability and denied any role in the alleged abuse. Sheila told police that she frequently entered her daughter's room in the mornings to care for her by treating her wounds, feeding her, and looking after her. However, this claim was proven false since no food was found in Lacey's stomach. Sheila explained that she tried to keep the room clean but struggled because Lacey was uncommunicative. Her testimony contradicts the medical examiner's report on the time of death. This raises important questions about motive. If the parents were truly guilty, why did they call the police? Why did they subject their daughter and themselves to years of torture while living in such horrific conditions? Police believe that the mother and father might not fully grasp the seriousness of their daughter's mental health issues. The parents insisted on maintaining Lacey's common sense and cognitive abilities, despite the medical professionals' warnings that, due to her identified disorders, Lacey couldn't fully understand her circumstances. Some have suggested that Clay and Sheila may have suffered from mental disorders that made it difficult for them to understand their actions. However, they were well-respected members of the local community and had not aroused suspicion up to that point. Witnesses did not describe them as having such problems, and it was unusual for 3 family members to suffer from mental illness at the same time. Sheila's defense attorney initially succeeded in getting the charges against her dismissed. However, the charges were refiled on June 19, 2023. On February 1, 2024, the district attorney announced that Clay and Sheila would plead guilty to manslaughter. On February 5th, the prosecution decided to seek the maximum sentence of 40 years in prison. A hearing was scheduled for March 20th. A key moment in the hearing was the testimony of the police who were the first to arrive at the scene. They described seeing Lacey Fletcher in a horrific scene. They described the smell as a horrifying mix of rotting flesh and human and animal waste. The parents, who should have been protecting Lacey, transformed their home into a nightmarish environment. Lacey's legs were bent under her body and remained in that position for an extended period, leading to not only decay in her flesh, but also stiffness in her muscles and ligaments. Just imagine the pain and discomfort she must have endured. Naturally, she couldn't stay quiet and had to scream from her pain and suffering. Sadly, it remains unclear how they were able to silence her. The investigation revealed that shortly before her death, her parents had gone on vacation for a few days, leaving her alone. She had no food or water and was unable to move due to her health condition. The only food she had was a peppermint candy, which was found in her stomach during the autopsy, suggesting that this was not enough to satisfy her hunger. In desperation, she may have lost consciousness and ingested detergent. Forensic experts confirmed that the cause of death was septicemia caused by decomposing flesh. For many years, Lacey endured horrific and unsanitary living conditions, accompanied only by insect larvae and mice. Witnesses described the extreme neglect and cruelty exhibited by her parents. They were so indifferent to her well-being that they couldn't even remember her age when they called emergency services. During the call, the dispatcher instructed them on how to perform first aid. Sheila attempted artificial respiration, and it seemed that Lacey briefly regained consciousness as the operator heard sounds coming from her. However, later investigations by police revealed that this was likely a ruse to mislead the dispatcher into believing the couple was genuinely following his advice. In fact, resuscitation was impossible. Lacey had died the day before. Gradually, people begin to accept the situation, but it's important to note that this isn't a mental disorder. Sheila and Clay attempted to persuade the judge to give them a more lenient sentence, arguing that they had endured many years of suffering due to their daughter's condition. After 18 months of maintaining their innocence, the couple ultimately decided to plead guilty to manslaughter, likely in hopes of receiving a lighter sentence from the Supreme Court. The events shocked the local community, particularly the church members who knew Sheila and Clay. Many were taken aback by how calm the couple appeared despite the horrific circumstances. For 12 years, their daughter suffered in their home while Sheila, Clay managed to remain composed. Despite the prosecution's strong case, some community members continued to support the family. The defense team maintained that Sheila and Clay were innocent, portraying them as loving parents who supported their daughter until the end. The mother claimed she fed and bathed her daughter daily, although the daughter typically refused food in her final months. She also stated that she visited every day and sometimes slept on the couch next to her daughter, which she described as a peaceful experience. However, this claim raised suspicions, as the mother appeared well-groomed and it seemed unlikely she could sleep in a filthy environment filled with waste and insects. The prosecution requested a 40-year prison sentence, with many supporters arguing that the couple should be imprisoned for life, as they would not suffer like their daughter did. The court eventually sentenced Sheila and Clay Fletcher, who were responsible for caring for Lacey for the past 12 years, to 20 years in prison. The case of Sandra Gallas. Sandra was born on May 15, 1978 in Japan. Her background was a mix of half Japanese, a quarter Hawaiian, and a quarter Portuguese. Sandra had an older brother, Lawrence, who always looked out for her. After Larry retired early from the military, her parents, Larry and Tashi, decided to move to Hawaii. Turns out, Hawaii is Larry's hometown. They settled on the island of Kauai, fulfilling their long-held dream of living in Hawaii. They instantly fell in love with the stunning island and found the locals to be extremely kind and welcoming. By the age of 4, Sandra was practicing gymnastics, and by 5, she was learning the traditional Hawaiian hula dance. She studied very well and became a very beautiful girl. Sociable, cheerful, and active, she made many friends. After graduating from high school, Sandra attended New York University to study journalism. Although she dreamed of becoming a journalist, her life took a different path. As someone from an island, she found New York City overwhelming, with its towering, makes her feel suffocated. She didn't enjoy living there and visited her parents in Hawaii, missing them greatly. After graduating, Sandra returned to Hawaii, where she met Darren Gallas, who was working as a builder at the time. Darren was captivated by Sandra's beauty, and they began dating in 1999. With her parents' blessing, they got married, and Sandra took his last name. They bought their own house on the island of Kauai. They appeared to be a happy, loving family. Sandra and Darren had 2 sons. A year after their wedding, they welcomed their first child, Austin. 2 years later, their youngest son, Braden, was born. Sandra took care of the children and managed the household. She and Darren loved their sons very much and always tried to do the best for them. However, their relationship gradually deteriorated. In 2005, Sandra discovers Darren has been having affairs with 2 married women. She found their phone numbers among his belongings. After she called them, they confessed to having affairs with Darren. She decided to end the marriage and filed for divorce. She could not bear his infidelity any longer. In June 2005, Darren moved out of the family home, while Sandra and their children remained there. Sandra changes her hairstyle to enter a new phase of life. Sandra started working as a waitress at a restaurant on the island to support herself and her children. Her goal was to become financially independent and no longer rely on Darren. Sandra's kind, polite, and friendly nature made her a favorite among the restaurant's guests and staff. It was there that she met Ryan Shinjo, a chef. He was calm, polite, and courteous, the exact opposite of Darren. As they spent more time together, a romance blossomed. Sandra felt comfortable and at ease with him, something she hadn't had in a long time. Ryan made her happy, and their relationship grew deeper and deeper. On weekends, they would often take trips to Honolulu, and Ryan would shower her with gifts. Sandra's parents were overjoyed to see their daughter happy again after a difficult divorce. Sandra and Ryan had plans to move in together, but unfortunately, those plans were not meant to be. Soon, tragedy struck. On January 25, 2006, 27-year-old Sandra was brutally murdered. That morning, before going to work, Ryan visited her. But when he knocked on the door, there was no answer. This was unusual, because they had agreed that he would stop by to visit her before going to work. He began checking the area around the house to understand what was going on and found that the garage door was closed and the lights were still on, meaning someone must be inside. He thought it was Sandra and that she simply hadn't heard the knocking at the door. Ryan looked out the garage window, and he saw a strange sight inside. Inside the car, Sandra was half lying down and unresponsive. Concerned that she might be suffocating from exhaust fumes, he screamed and called her name. But she did not answer. Panicked, he rushed to a neighbor's house, about half a kilometer away, for help. Together, they managed to open the garage door. Upon entering, he touched Sandra. He found her body was already cold. Immediately, he called 911 to report that Sandra was not showing any signs of life. Sandra, 27, was pronounced dead by paramedics. Police began examining her body, which was found inside the car. She was partially lying down, with her lower body in the driver's seat and her upper body thrown back onto the front passenger seat. It was clear that Sandra had been dead for some time and had been attacked. Her body showed signs of beating and had lacerations on his neck, indicating that she had been murdered. Forensic experts searched the crime scene for evidence, but found none. There were no CCTV cameras or witnesses in the area. Police suspected that Sandra had been trying to escape from someone, as it appeared she had been in a hurry to leave. She had been getting ready quickly, got into the car, but didn't have time to drive away. Instead, she was attacked, knocked down, and strangled. Investigators found no signs of robbery in the house. Valuables were still in their places, and there was no sign of disarray. Sandra was not raped, so what could have been the motive for the murder? Meanwhile, Sandra's parents were visiting their son in Texas and never imagined that something like this would happen to their daughter. In the morning, Sandra's boss called her because she hadn't shown up to work. This worried them, as Sandra was always known to be hardworking and responsible. When her parents tried calling her, she didn't answer. By evening, they received the devastating news about their daughter's murder and rushed back home. The brutal killing shocked everyone on the island. The locals were scared and worried that a serial killer might be on the loose on the island, posing a threat to them. People asked the police to explain, but the authorities reassured the people. They believed it was a crime with a personal motive, meaning it was intentional and targeted. Hawaii generally has a very low crime rate compared to the national average, except for certain disadvantaged areas on the island of Oahu. Detectives were committed to solving the case quickly to reassure the island's residents. Investigators believe the brutal nature of the death suggests a personal motive, so they considered ex-husband and current lovers as suspects. Ryan, the current lover, discovered Sandra's body. Darren, her ex-husband, had a strained relationship with her, and their divorce was nearing finalization. Darren is very sad about their divorce, and he became enraged upon learning about her affair with Ryan. Additionally, Darren and she was embroiled in a heated custody battle, which caused constant conflict. As a result, investigators questioned both suspects, Darren and Ryan, at the scene. First, they interrogated Darren. He stated that the day before the incident, he had picked up the children according to the court-ordered schedule. He took them to kindergarten in the morning, painted his mother's room while they were away, and then picked them up, spending a pleasant time with them. Darren claimed that when Sandra was supposed to pick up the children in the afternoon after work, but instead, the police came to him with bad news about her death. Darren claimed he was not involved in Sandra's death. Even though they are divorced, they still maintain a peaceful relationship and keep in touch for the sake of their children. Initially, he spoke confidently, but his actions showed the opposite. In the middle of the interrogation, he became nervous, confused his statements, and raised the police's suspicions. He could not provide verifiable alibis. At the time of the tragic incident, their children were too young to give statements, being only 3 and 5 years old. According to Darren, he was home alone at the time. But he failed a polygraph test. Turns out, he never called Sandra to check why did she come home late, which was unusual, leading investigators to suspect him of Sandra's murder. A search warrant for his home has been issued. The police discovered that a room remained unpainted, contradicting his claims. This suggested he might have had the opportunity to go to Sandra and kill her. After thoroughly inspecting the house, investigators found nothing relevant to the case. Despite their suspicions, the detective had to let Darren go home. They interviewed people close to he and Sandra, including her parents, all suspected him of having something to do with her death. He was known to be extremely jealous and controlling. He did not want to leave her and opposed the divorce until the last minute. Sandra had no enemies. Her family and relatives believe that Darren is the only person who could be her killer. Sandra's new lover, Ryan, provided an alibi. Although he failed a polygraph test, he was removed from the list of suspects. An autopsy revealed that Sandra died from strangulation, with characteristic marks on her neck and hemorrhages in her eyes. Her body also showed multiple injuries, indicating a painful death. Detectives were convinced that Darren was directly involved in her death, but they lacked the evidence to prove it. 2 years later, Sandra's undershirt was re-examined. During this detailed investigation, DNA was found and sent for analysis. The results revealed that Darren's DNA was present on her undershirt. This led authorities to consider charging him with murder, as it was considered vital evidence. However, the prosecutor decided against pursuing charges due to insufficient evidence. Before the murder, they were in regular contact and saw each other, especially when he came to pick up the children. Therefore, it is possible that his DNA accidentally got on her clothes without being related to the murder. The children, Austin and Braden, lived with their father, Darren. He had been granted full custody. The loss of their mother, Sandra, at such a young age was a significant shock for them. Austin and Braden's maternal grandparents have requested custody of the two children, citing Darren's aggressive behavior and his endangerment of the children. They believed he was responsible for Sandra's death and accused him of alienating the children from their grandparents. Despite these accusations, the court awarded full custody to Darren. He later married his new girlfriend, Kyron, and moved on with his life. As time passed, the investigation made no progress. Sandra's parents maintained regular contact with investigators, determined to seek justice for their daughter. From the moment he learned of Sandra's murder, her father vowed to continue to find the culprit so that he could be punished by the law. Thanks to the persistence of Sandra's parents and their close cooperation with the police, the case was eventually solved. The family offered a $20,000 reward to anyone providing information leading to the arrest and conviction of their daughter's killer, but still no one spoke up. It was not until 2012 that a team of investigators was assigned to look into the case. They reviewed all the materials with a fresh perspective and discovered some other details. In the documents, they found letters from Sandra to the attorney handling her divorce. These letters showed that her relationship with Darren was very strained. The letters revealed that she was afraid of his aggressive behavior. He had threatened her, was unhappy about her new relationship, and had harassed her. The most important evidence is the sign that Darren is a fussy person. Sandra mentioned that he was so meticulous and organized in everything he did, to the point that he wrote down in his diary every time she was upset about something, no matter how minor. This information intrigued the police, causing them to return to Darren's house to find and examine the diary. When they found out, they were shocked because he had kept detailed notes of every complaint about Sandra. He recorded every day of their life. For instance, he noted when she was 5 minutes late for a meet or bought the wrong kind of bread. However, there were no entries on the day before the murder, which puzzled the police because they knew he and Sandra had met, making it hard to believe that such a picky person would have no complaints to record. Sandra did not pick up the children on the day she died. Why didn't Darren note this in his diary or try to contact her? Perhaps he already knew she was dead and wouldn't be coming. Darren said he did not remember clearly what happened that day, which is why there is no diary entry for that day, even though he recalls other details clearly. His behavior seemed odd and unbelievable. Researchers speculated that he killed Sandra because he didn't want a divorce. In October 2012, Darren was charged with second-degree murder, with bail set at $1 million. He managed to post bail, allowing him to stay home during the trial preparation. Darren maintained his innocence. His lawyer pointed out that there was no evidence against him except DNA on the clothes, which might have ended up there for legitimate reasons, as he often picked up the children. All other evidence was circumstantial. Despite disagreements with Sandra, but they had reached an agreement on the division of property and shared custody. Therefore, the defense argued Darren had no motive to kill her. Additionally, Darren's attorney asked investigators to turn their attention to Ryan Shinju, who was romantically involved with Sandra at the time of her death. Ryan had a criminal history related to burying illegal substances. However, he denied all accusations against him, citing an alibi for the time of Sandra's death. He also cooperated fully with the investigation. He attributed his past criminal record to youthful mistakes and emphasized that he has not committed any offenses since then and has shown no inclination toward violence. Sandra's relatives and friends, called as witnesses for the prosecution, supported Ryan's statements. They described him as a kind person who Sandra felt very comfortable around. None of them believed Ryan could commit murder, especially since he had no motive. However, they had a different opinion about Darren. Darren was a cruel and domineering. He was someone Sandra feared. She avoided seeing him to avoid angering him. By court order, Sandra was forced to give Darren the opportunity to communicate with the children, even though she did not want to. Ryan added that he and Sandra planned to move in together for her protection against Darren. He suspects Darren is the person behind the crime, although there is no direct evidence. During the trial, Darren was portrayed poorly and was likely to be convicted. On his lawyer's advice, Darren accepted a plea bargain from the prosecution to reduce his sentence. This decision disappointed Sandra's family, but the prosecutor argued that a plea deal was the better option because without enough evidence, Darren could be acquitted. The prosecutor estimated a 50% chance of conviction, so Sandra's family agreed to the plea deal. In May 2018, 12 years after Sandra's murder, Darren pleaded guilty to first-degree assault on his wife, causing serious bodily harm. He did not provide any details about the crime. He was sentenced to imprisonment with the possibility of parole after serving 85% of his sentence. In March 2022, his minimum term was reduced by 6 months. He may be eligible for parole in 8 years, with the earliest release date being May 2, 2026, and the latest May 1, 2028. He is currently serving his sentence in prison. Sandra's parents are still upset by the sentence, considering it unfair that Darren received only 8 to 10 years for a brutal murder. They believe he acted in a calculated, planning everything meticulously. He allegedly cleaned the crime scene thoroughly, wore gloves, and hid all evidence. He also provided a false, claiming he was painting walls, which was later proven untrue. Now that Sandra's parents are over 80, they live a peaceful and steady life. Her father had several heart attacks due to severe stress after losing his daughter. His biggest wish was to see Darren put in jail. Their son, Lawrence, often visits them from Texas. Sandra's parents hope Darren will one day feel remorse for his actions. Sandra lived a respectable life. Her children are now adults, living independently, no contact with maternal family, so little is known about them. Sandra's parents think Darren is the one who turned her children against her and her maternal family. During the trial, Sandra's children, then adults, sided with Darren and his parents. They do not believe that their father killed their mother. They attended all the hearings and, after Darren was convicted, cut ties with their mother's family. They believe that their mother's family put their father in prison. The case of Andrew Steele. Ashley Kristen was born in California. From a young age, she helped her mother with housework and took care of her siblings. Her relatives appreciated her support, although childcare could be a challenge. Young Ashley was willing to help her mother in many ways, which helped her mature faster than her peers. This early maturity may have contributed to her first love story, which began when she was just 12 years old. She met a boy named Andrew Steele and they felt an immediate connection. Unlike many of her peers, Ashley was not into parties or frivolous activities. She was quite modest. Their relationship continued throughout high school and was serious from the start. After finishing high school, Ashley's family moved to Minnesota, but she and Andrew managed to maintain their relationship despite the distance. They kept in touch through phone calls and letters, seeing each other occasionally but not often. During this time, they focused on their studies and college preparation while still taking time to connect. They were both committed to building a future together, knowing that getting a degree was essential to their plans. After graduation, they planned to move in together and start a family. Their dreams began to come true in 1998 when Ashley graduated with her bachelor's degree. After receiving their degrees, they decided to have a wedding and planned a solemn event that they had been waiting for many years. Ashley and Andrew exchanged vows at the altar, and with rings exchanged, a new chapter began in their lives. Meanwhile, the young husband got a job with the county sheriff, while Ashley was completely absorbed in her work and continued to build a career in finance. At first, things went smoothly for Ashley. She demonstrated impressive expertise in her field and handled even the most challenging tasks with ease. After years of working in finance, she took a job as a teacher at a local preschool. The preschool environment allowed her to reconnect with her previous experiences caring for siblings. In the early 2000s, Ashley's dream came true when she welcomed two children, Jack and Rachel, into her family. The couple's love story seemed complete, but fate had other plans. During this time, Ashley began to notice worrying signs in her husband, Andrew. At first, she noticed a slight tremor in his hands. Although he tried to hide his struggles, everyone around him soon noticed. The tremors were so severe that he had difficulty holding objects. As his initial anxiety increased, Andrew began to have difficulty speaking and his hand tremors became more severe. Communicating with others became increasingly difficult, and at times he was completely unable to speak. Even simple daily tasks became difficult for him. At times, the tremors were so severe that Andrew had difficulty eating. His wife did everything she could to support him, standing by his side in his fight against the disease. But it was clear that he was losing. On June 4, 2014, Andrew received a life-changing diagnosis. He had Lou Gehrig's disease, also known as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. At the age of 39, he was diagnosed with this rare, incurable disease that affects the central nervous system. ALS leads to degeneration of both upper and lower motor neurons, resulting in paralysis and muscle atrophy. Unfortunately, many people with the disease only have a life expectancy of 2 to 5 years after diagnosis. At this point in his life, Andrew was a deputy sheriff and everything was about to change for him and his family. As his health declined, Andrew struggled to perform his work duties. This deterioration worried his loved ones. They felt helpless as they watched his condition worsen. He was eventually laid off, which put even more strain on his family. At that time, the wife was not working, and for the first time, the family faced such difficulties that forced them to count cents. Ashley struggled to provide for her family. She worked part-time, but unfortunately her job paid very little. This made it difficult for her to make ends meet. During this difficult time, Ashley continued to care for her husband and protect their children. However, Andrew needed expensive medication and specialist medical equipment installed at home to improve his condition. Although the medication initially helped alleviate some of his symptoms, the costs were high and their financial situation became worse as they had to pay for these essentials. Despite their financial struggles, Ashley was determined to prolong her husband's life, maintain their standard of living, and provide for their family. To do this, they contacted a charity that supports patients with rare diseases. With an official diagnosis from a doctor, Andrew registered with the organization. Unfortunately, the charity was later shut down due to violations and possible financial fraud. This was a disastrous failure, especially since the charity had promised to cover the cost of installing medical equipment and the couple had pinned all their hopes on this support. After facing this challenge, the couple had to seek help from friends and acquaintances, as they felt they had no other choice. They needed to raise around $80,000. Andrew was surprised when people came together to support him. A friend suggested that Ashley take charge of the fundraising efforts. She created a special social media page where people could donate to her husband. She also held various contests and themed events to draw attention to their cause. This approach successfully raised funds and helped cover some of their expenses. Ashley remained determined to reach their goal until the very end. Her dedication stemmed from her desire to prolong her beloved husband's life. The outpouring of support from friends surprised Andrew, and he was grateful for their willingness to help him through his illness. He had never expected so many people to support him. Through this crowdfunding effort, they quickly raised over $23,000, which was used to purchase much-needed medical supplies. Eventually, the medical equipment installation for Andrew, a former police officer, was completed and the donations continued to pour in. Over time, Ashley became the manager and organizer of a large fundraising event. At first, she received little support, but over time, she was able to support other foundations working for similar causes. She constantly discussed her husband's condition and shared updates on social media. By this time, they had been married for 26 years, enjoying a long and happy life together. Doctors encouraged Andrew to do the things he had always wanted to do, but had not yet done. Andrew recalled a memory from his school years when he and his friends performed on stage, imitating the legendary rock band Guns N' Roses. He recalled the enthusiastic applause of the audience, making it the most thrilling moment of his life. He longed to experience that joy again. On August 16, 2014, Ashley and her friends held a concert to fulfill her husband's long-cherished dream. Thanks to invitations sent through the support fund, the entire group that had performed together decades ago reunited for the event. More than 300 people attended, and the musicians were moved to tears. The scale and importance of the event attracted media attention, as Andrew's battle with the disease was considered interesting by journalists and widely reported. Andrew's health was deteriorating and he was facing a tragic end. After giving the interview, Andrew decided to throw a farewell party for the two most important women in his life, his devoted wife Ashley and younger sister, Casey Tolles. The sisters looked very similar, differing only by age and hair color. Andrew invited both women to the party, which surprised Casey's husband because she was the only one going. However, this was considered the last wish of a dying man, so no one questioned it. On Friday, August 22, 2014, Ashley and Casey gathered at their home in Fitchburg, Wisconsin, to enjoy a weekend with him. Everything seemed to be going perfectly. However, around 1 p.m., Casey called 911 in a panic, trying to stay calm. On the phone, she reported that a shooting had occurred at her sister's house. She explained that Andrew had picked up a gun, shot her, then pointed it at his wife Ashley. She ran away from him and called for help. Police and ambulances rushed to Andrew's house. Outside the front door, they found Casey, wrapped in a towel. She was bleeding and bruised, crying that she was dying. She was quickly placed on a stretcher and taken to the hospital. The interior of the house was in disarray, making it difficult for the police to immediately understand the situation. Meanwhile, they returned to the house without realizing that Andrew was still inside and cautiously entered, gun drawn. They were unable to go out into the hallway due to the thick smoke that made it impossible to see. A perimeter was set up around the house to prevent anyone from entering or exiting undetected. A tactical team equipped with gas masks and equipment for extreme conditions arrived. Armed police surrounded the area. When the police called out to anyone inside with their hands up and received no response, they had no choice but to enter the house. They needed to act quickly, as something was clearly burning inside and the fire department was waiting outside. However, it was still too dangerous to put out the fire, as there could be people inside, including potential threats. In the couple's bedroom, the police found the body of a 30-year-old woman who had been shot in the head. A black tie was tightly wrapped around her neck. Although the task force arrived quickly, they were unable to save her. She died instantly from her injuries. The source of the smoke in the room was determined. Andrew had set up a portable grill inside, filled to the brim with charcoal, filling the room with thick, acrid smoke. Andrew himself was found lying on the floor next to the oven, with a pistol close to his hand. An officer moved his weapon aside, and at that moment, Andrew woke up. He had inhaled smoke and was severely impaired. The officer quickly subdued, handcuffed Andrew, and extinguished the oven. Andrew was rescued from the smoke-filled room just minutes before he died of smoke inhalation. During the 911 call, Casey mentioned that Andrew may have tried to end his life. She did not know what was going on in the couple's bedroom after younger sister's husband attacked her. According to Casey, after being shot, she heard more gunshots and saw Andrew pointing a gun at his wife's head. Casey then attempted to escape from the room, hoping that Andrew would be distracted and not notice her. She successfully hid in the basement and called emergency services. Meanwhile, Andrew was turning on the oven, intending to die of smoke inhalation. When the police arrested him, he was in very bad shape. He also had superficial wounds on his body. While investigating the events leading up to the brutal massacre, police discovered footage of Andrew purchasing 2 large bags of charcoal. It is unclear whether the attack on the 2 women was intentional. It was later discovered that Andrew had been planning a party, making the purchase of charcoal for grilling seem plausible. Ashley and Casey thought the items were for grilling, so no one found his purchases suspicious. Police are now faced with the daunting task of finding out why Andrew would commit such a horrific act against the people he claimed were his closest loved ones. Emergency crews rushed Casey, 38, to hospital, supporting her along the way, but she was unconscious. At the medical center, doctors fought for her life for hours on the operating table. Casey's injuries were so severe, she was sweating profusely. Unfortunately, she did not survive. Andrew, 39, was taken to a medical center under police guard. Fortunately, his injuries were not as serious as initially feared and were not life-threatening. He was released from hospital after a few days but was immediately arrested for double murder. Police suspect the crime was premeditated. That same day, Andrew made his first court appearance, conducted via video link. He was a respected sheriff's deputy who had become a suspect in a case that shocked the state for its senselessness and brutality. Andrew was arrested and his bail was set at $1 million. He was also banned from contacting his 2 children, aged 10 and 1, who are currently living with his wife's relatives. On September 11, 2014, the defendant appeared in court for his first in-person hearing. There was clear evidence linking the defendant to the murder of Ashley. The gun used in the crime contained only Andrew's DNA. The prosecution presented evidence that the murder was premeditated. They argued that Andrew had planned the crime for a long time. The main evidence supporting this claim was data from Andrew's cell phone, which contained numerous internet searches, including photos and videos of instructions on how to kill people, found on his device. Police discovered several online searches on Andrew's browser about effective and painless ways to kill people. Eventually, Andrew decided to use a gun. He chose a time when the children were visiting relatives to carry out his plan. Notably, he had written a will just 1 day before the attacks, suggesting he had planned to end his life after harming the women. However, things did not go as planned and Casey called for help. The only problem for the prosecution was that there was no clear motive. The couple was very much in love, and Andrew could not have profited from his wife's death. This also raised the question of why he would commit the murder when he himself was only expected to live a few months. Despite the substantial evidence against him, the court decided to continue the investigation and increased bail to $2 million. The trial was scheduled for April 13, 2015. However, on February 27, 2015, Andrew's health deteriorated significantly. He was brought into the courtroom for a preliminary hearing, where he pleaded not guilty, claiming amnesia. The defense argued that Andrew's illness left him unable to distinguish between good and evil, and between fact and fiction. He suffered from severe depression, which caused him to impulsively contemplate killing or react aggressively when provoked. Due to memory problems, the defendant was unable to recall these events and claimed that he had no control over what he did, attributing this loss of control to his deteriorating health. On March 27, 2015, Andrew amended his testimony. He admitted to killing his wife, Ashley, but maintained that he did not act out of malice. Instead, he claimed that his actions were entirely due to his medical condition. The defense faced a challenging task, as they needed to prove that Andrew's mental and emotional state had significantly deteriorated, as this contributed to the crime. They had to show a link between his illness and the murder, proving that he was not aware of his actions when he committed the double murder. To secure a favorable verdict, the defense had to convince at least 10 of the 12 jurors of Andrew's innocence. Now, the decision is in the hands of psychiatrists. Dr. Stephen Morse is responsible for assessing Andrew's condition. In his professional opinion, Andrew Steele's illness is not recognized as a mental disorder. Instead, it is a nervous system problem that can lead to cognitive and memory problems. However, there has never been a documented case of someone committing murder or acting aggressively due to this illness. On April 13, 2015, Andrew Steele's trial began. The defense quickly launched its defense, arguing that his medical condition was the primary cause of the tragic events, for which he was deeply remorseful. The attorney highlighted his professional achievements and best qualities. He recounted Andrew's struggle with a rare disease that eventually drove him insane, leading to the deaths of 2 women, presenting numerous friends and family members to testify in his favor. Acquaintances of the man testified that doctors had been monitoring the patient's condition for a long time. According to numerous witnesses, after the defendant learned of his fatal diagnosis, he fell into a deep depression. He was completely devastated, despite having an excellent relationship with his wife and children, as well as with friends. Unfortunately, fate decreed that he fell ill with a terrible disease, and he could have died. Against this background, the hero of the story significantly worsened his mental and emotional state, which could not go unnoticed. Witnesses said that for a long time, Andrew did not have problems with his memory, as the doctors had mentioned. However, these issues began on that fateful day in August 2014, which looked rather suspicious in the opinion of the prosecutor's office. This suspicion arose against the backdrop of the discovery of the man's notes, including a fresh will. All of this seemed to be part of an insidious plan, and the prosecution interpreted the text entries as preparation for murder. The prosecutor found confirmation of the assumptions about the premeditation of the crime, as well as evidence of a desire to voluntarily leave this life. This information became the main evidence on which the prosecutors relied. However, the defense did not lag behind in eloquence. According to the lawyer, these entries were evidence of the man's delirious state, which had begun long before the tragedy. He made spontaneous, incoherent notes that, if desired, could be interpreted in any way. The lawyer was sure that the evidence of the killer's innocence was on his mobile phone and tried to challenge the prosecution's opinion. The note about the will created by Andrew on August 21st, the day before the double murder, became a turning point in this court battle. The last time it was edited was on August 22nd at 6 a.m. The prosecutor's office claimed that the text contained direct references to a planned murder. The lawyers attempted to refute these claims, calling the text unrelated delirium. Unusual behavior of the criminal was confirmed by one of his sisters named Haley. The woman went on holiday with her brother and his wife sometime after Andrew learned of his diagnosis. During this period, when his sister was changing into a swimsuit and was in her personal room at the hotel, Andrew suddenly burst in. He just stood there for a while, looking at her with an empty gaze. Afterward, Haley came out, convinced that he was not himself. Similar incidents happened repeatedly. Several women from the prosecutor's office continued to insist that it was not typical for people with Andrew's illness to display cruelty and aggression. Before this episode, the disorder had never been considered a reason for an attack. However, according to the defense, it did not mean that the illness could not provoke anything like this at all, and it could proceed according to its own individual scenario. Andrew himself told a new, astonishing story of what happened at the trial. According to the defendant, that day he was going to engage in a sexual act with his wife while her sister was on the first floor. He claimed that Ashley liked strangulation during sex, so he used a black tie around her neck. However, in a fit of passion, he pulled it too tightly, and his wife began to choke. Andrew was unable to notice it in time. After that, Casey heard a suspicious noise upstairs and kicked down the bedroom door. Andrew remembered only that moment when she burst inside, and then there was a gap in his memory until the police arrived at the call. The confession seemed absurd. The deceased, Casey, told a completely different story during the 911 call. There was no damage to the bedroom door. It didn't look like it had been kicked in. The prosecutor's office provided several dozen photographs from the crime scene and the victim's body, revealing obvious discrepancies with the defendant's testimony. In particular, he claimed that they had naked sex, but Mrs. Steele was wearing a dress in the images. It was unlikely that he dressed her after her death. There was also confusion regarding tying up his wife. Andrews stated that he used handcuffs, then plastic cables, and then started talking about ropes on her wrists and ankles, although there were no signs of tying on her legs. However, there were signs on her hands. Cable ties were found lying on the living room floor in front of the sofa, and there was a pair of handcuffs on the coffee table. Casey's blood was discovered on the dining room carpet, along with bloody marks that suggested she was likely shot in the living room. Andrew's DNA was found under Casey's fingernails, indicating they had fought. Casey had numerous bruises and abrasions, as well as gunshot wounds to her lower body. She also suffered a broken nose and a cerebral hemorrhage, pointing to a violent struggle. Police noted that Casey was found wrapped in a towel and not wearing any clothes, raising suspicions that Andrew may have attempted to assault her. However, Casey did not mention this during the call, possibly because she didn't have time to reveal the full truth. Another theory is that Andrew knew he was dying and he loved these women, which led him to decide to take them with him. It is possible that his twisted love and fear of dying alone drove him to commit this horrific act. Considering these factors, the prosecutor was convinced that the double murder was premeditated and executed according to a calculated plan. On April 23, 2015, after 2 weeks of thorough questioning and testimonies, the jury began deliberating the verdict. The families of the deceased women were profoundly disappointed when the jury concluded that Andrew lacked the mental capacity to understand his actions during the massacre. The defense successfully argued that his mental illness contributed to his deteriorating psychological state, which ultimately drove him to commit the act. As a result, he was found not guilty and was ordered to be placed in a psychiatric hospital. The victims' families felt that the verdict was unjust and did not provide them with a sense of safety. They believed that the perpetrator should be imprisoned. Casey's husband stated that the mentally ill man should be confined until his condition worsened to a point where he could no longer pose a threat. He could remain in the clinic for the rest of his life. 7 months later, Andrew's doctors reported that he was no longer a threat to society due to his rapidly deteriorating mental and physical health. By this point, Andrew was unable to care for himself or even move. It was predicted that he would soon need to be placed on a ventilator as his condition was rapidly deteriorating. On March 7, 2017, Andrew passed away due to illness. It is still unclear whether the illness could have led someone to commit murder or whether it was a clever deception by Andrew and his lawyer. The case of Lillelid family. Vidar Lillelid was from Bergen, Norway. At just 20 years old, he decided to Florida, USA, to pursue his dreams. As the youngest of 4 children, he had always been a modest homebody, filled with positivity and aspirations of having a wife, children, and a bright future. In February 1989, Vidar married Delfina Zelaya, an American of Honduran descent, whom he met through their mutual involvement in Jehovah's Witnesses. Then, they decided to move to Miami. In 1990, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Tabitha. However, they soon realized they wanted a quieter life away from the hustle and bustle of Miami, forcing them to seek a more peaceful place to raise their children. Vidar and Delfina found a home on the outskirts of Knoxville, in a suburb called Powell. This typical American suburb offered tranquility, beautiful natural scenery, and a tight-knit community. The young couple was warmly received by the locals, and it felt like their search for a better living environment had finally come to an end, allowing them to enjoy a serene life. In 1995, Vidar and Delfina welcomed their son, Peter. As time passed, they decided to move to a larger home where each family member could have their own room. In 1996, they found a house that was built 50 years earlier, known for its remarkable architectural design, located in the suburbs. Upon moving in, the family quickly began planning for the future. Their first priority was to renovate the old house extensively and build several outbuildings. The couple eagerly started the renovations house, focusing on the guest house. Although the young family was not wealthy and chose the house for its affordability, they were aware of the significant work ahead and were motivated to tackle the difficulty together. Friends and relatives remembered Vidar and Delfina as enthusiastic people, attached to their faith, family, and aspirations. They worked diligently, with Delfina employed at a local restaurant and dedicating her free time to her family. The couple was very religious, and in April 1997, their local congregation organized a special event in a neighboring state for those interested in deepening their faith and learning effective practices. On April 6, 1997, the final day of the meetings, the congregation invited the family to dinner. However, Vidar and Delfina were want to get home because didn't have enough money for the meal. They had already spent most of their savings on the trip and new clothes for the convention. The young couple, along with their children, thanked the congregation for the invitation but chose to celebrate in a smaller setting instead. To commemorate the occasion, Vidar and Delfina planned a picnic on their way back to create a festive atmosphere for the children. They began their journey, but during the drive, their son, Peter, started experiencing a severe headache and complained to his parents. It was already 7:30 p.m., and darkness was approaching. Vidar decided to pull off the highway in Greene County, Tennessee. He parked at a rest stop and took a walk with his son to help him feel better. Meanwhile, Delfina and Tabitha went to the restroom, where they ran into some unfamiliar girls. As they waited at the restroom exit, Peter was already outside with his father, Vidar. After their short walk, the boy felt better, and they waited for Delfina and Tabitha to return so they could have a snack. At that moment, several people noticed them. In Knoxville, a small motel housed a group of young people from Kentucky who had moved into one of the rooms. The group consisted of 6 individuals: 18 years old Natasha Cornett, 17 years old Karen Howell, 20 years old Joseph Reisner, 14 years old Jason Bryant, 19 years old Edward Dean Mullins, and 18 years old Crystal Sturgill. Many of them faced legal issues, had abusive parents, and came from troubled family backgrounds, often dealing with domestic violence and academic struggles. These young people banded together to live and often lived together in a motel, often renting a room for a long period of time. On April 4th, they checked into a motel in Columbus, just days before the incident occurred in Tennessee. Their unusual and daring behavior quickly attracted the attention of the motel staff. They drew pentagrams and other symbols on the walls, feeling liberated and free from the supervision of older generations. This led them to disregard moral and social norms. Initially, their actions seemed to have a connection to occultism and self-harm. At night, candles flickered outside the motel windows. These young people used razors to cut their hands, which was both a protest against their difficult experiences and a silent plea for help that went unnoticed. This group was an attached relationship, with most having endured years of cruelty and oppression, ultimately leading to a series of the tragic incidents. The young people often acted inappropriately and caused big damage to the motel room. They broke furniture and painted on the walls, turning the room into a place resembling a drug den. Some of their actions appeared ritualistic, reflecting their inner turmoil. They actively took part in occult practices linked to Satan, but they sought to push the boundaries further. Psychiatrists who worked with these young people later realized that they were searching for their identity in life. Unfortunately, they had experienced years of abuse and cruelty, leading to a deep-seated resentment towards the world around them. In this environment, violence and bloodshed became common and a way for them to assert power among their peers. It's clear that their minds were not filled with good intentions or kindness. They formed a secretive community that was prepared for more than just drawing pentagrams. They were out for revenge. The most ruthless leader of this group was Natasha Cornett, who stated her intention to start Armageddon and insisted that nothing would stop them. They were resolute in their desire for revenge against the world. Before Natasha, there had been similar confessions, but they were largely overlooked. This lack of attention to her words likely contributed to her extreme actions. Natasha stated that she had been communicating with angels and demons since she was a child. From a young age, she referred to herself as the daughter of Satan and became obsessed with witchcraft, which worsened due to alcohol and drug abuse. In 7th grade, she developed an eating disorder that eventually resulted in her hospitalization in Lexington. Doctors diagnosed her with severe manic depressive tendencies and a propensity for self-harm and harming others. At 14, she was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for troubled teenagers. The doctors worked hard to help her with her social and family issues, but unfortunately, their efforts did not yield the desired results. At 17, Natasha fell in love and married a man named Stephen Cornett. However, when Stephen realized that Natasha had serious emotional issues and posed a danger to herself and others, he decided to end their relationship. This breakup deeply affected Natasha, who was already struggling with her mental health, and her condition worsened after she moved to New Orleans. There, she suffered a brutal attack by 5 men, which resulted in severe emotional trauma and further deterioration of her mental state. Natasha became obsessed with the movie Natural Born Killers, which features a young couple traveling across America and committing murders. At one point, she threatened her mother with a knife and ran away from home. During this period, she was at her most unstable, posing a genuine threat to herself and those around her. She sought a way to bring her dark fantasies, inspired by the film, to life. After leaving home, Natasha met a group of people who shared the same difficulties as her. Among them was her best friend, Karen Howell, who was also interested in witchcraft. Karen came from a troubled family and had a history of substance abuse and alcohol problems. She often caused disruptions, both at home and elsewhere. During her school years, she witnessed her parents' tumultuous relationship, including violent arguments and physical abuse from her father. Like Natasha, Karen struggled with thoughts of self-harm and attempted to end one's own life 4 times. Karen's behavior was very unstable, making she could not integrate at school because she was often scolded and criticized by her teachers. She changed schools 4 times and eventually ended up being homeschooled. However, being at home with toxic parents only made her situation worse. During this time, she began holding spiritual sessions in an attempt to communicate with demonic beings, which was made worse by regular substance use. Karen became a passenger in a car that was transporting weapons for a gang. Driving the unreliable car was her boyfriend, Joseph Reisner, who was born in Khazar on October 13, 1976. He never knew his biological father and took on his stepfather's surname when the family moved to Georgia. Joseph's parents' relationship deteriorated significantly, leading to their divorce. His mother, Mary, became actively involved in church activities. By then, Joseph had a reputation as a drug user. He started using drugs at the age of 10 and quickly progressed to harder substances. Joseph claimed to have had intimate experiences with 2 nannies who took care of him. His mother remarried when he was 18, but he continued to use illegal drugs, struggling to connect with his peers. He dated Natasha for a while but broke up with her, although they remained friendly. He then began a relationship with Natasha's best friend, Karen. In December, Joseph joined the army, hoping to build a military career. However, he struggled with substance abuse and was discharged. Feeling lost, he decided to leave everything behind and join a group led by Natasha. During this time, Natasha began dating Edward Dean Mullins, who was born on January 26, 1978. Edward came from a reputable family and did not usually have problems with the law. He worked at a grocery store and was very religious, attending church with his family. However, this changed after he met Natasha. She begins to control him, causing his behavior to change in a worrying direction. He stopped attending church and sided with Natasha against his parents, who were trying to help him return to a healthier life. Sadly, Natasha's influence outweighed his mother's concerns. Edward eventually ran away from home and moved into a motel. Their relationship deepened to the point where they began planning a wedding. The youngest member of the group was 14 years old Jason Bryant, born on July 18, 1982, in the small coal mining town of Helia. Despite his age, he had been on the police's radar for some time. His problems began after he using drugs and alcohol. In fact, his struggles started even earlier, as he had a developmental delay discovered in school, with an IQ of only 85. This thing caused emotional and social issues that negatively affected his life. His parents were indifferent to his struggles, and it was only after meeting Natasha that he decided to become part of the group. During this time, he was involved in a rehabilitation program where specialists tried to help him improve his condition. Unfortunately, their efforts were not enough, and he ultimately gave up on trying to change. Jason and Natasha even engaged in drinking each other's blood, believing it to be a demonstration of their deep love, convinced that it would strengthen their connection. On March 13, 1979, in the city of Harold, there was a girl named Crystal Sturgill who excelled in her studies. However, her life changed when she began using substances during high school. Crystal started smoking in the locker room, which frustrated her teachers. More serious issues emerged in December 1996, when Crystal entered adolescence. She began arguing frequently with her parents and isolated herself at home, which eventually led to her filing a police report. Crystal accused her father of long-term abuse and rape. She claimed that this abuse only ceased after she began dating. Her father denied the allegations, calling her a liar. Following a trial, Crystal was placed under the care of social services. Over time, she lived with 13 different foster families before meeting Natasha and joining her group. In fact, Natasha's Armageddon Cornet plan is already starting to become a reality. On April 6th, the group broke into the home of a police officer living nearby. The homeowner was OTV. They successfully entered, stealing pistols of the .&P caliber, 2 boxes of ammunition, and $500 in cash. This marked the beginning of their plot for the apocalypse becoming a reality. Afterward, they returned to Nashville to commence their violent rampage. The group, made up of reckless young people, was traveling in a car that was in poor condition, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. The driver, worried about the car's reliability, was speeding over 30 kilometers per hour above the limit when the police stopped them. They received a fine, but this was just one of many legal issues they would encounter. Ultimately, the 6 Satanists, including Natasha, Edward, Joseph, Jason, Karen, Crystal, armed and prepared, safely reached their destination. They understood that they needed a reliable car to execute their plans. A key task for them was to find an appropriate vehicle, which they planned to steal. They had to move fast before their Chevrolet completely failed. As they continued their journey, prepared for serious crimes, they came across a woman named Delphina Zelaya, who was heading home and had paused at a restroom. While Karen and Natasha went into the restroom, the rest of their group waited in the vehicle. They began discussing their criminal plans and suddenly remembered they had left evidence of their earlier speeding violation. At that moment, they had weapons and money with cartridges in the car, which made them realize they could face serious legal trouble. To avoid getting caught, they decided they needed to change cars. Initially, they considered burning the vehicle. Just then, they spotted Peter and his father, Vidar, as the Lillelid family parked nearby. Natasha's group immediately attracted the attention of the Lillelid family when they came out of the restroom. Delphina approaches Natasha and Karen, who are wearing multiple layers of clothing. She asked if they believed in God, but they said no. She then offered them a religious brochure, while her friendly husband, Vidar, invited the people in Natasha's group to join their picnic. Natasha's group, identifying as Satanists, saw that the family Lillelid had come in a van, which they thought was ideal for their malicious intentions. This sparked a dark plan in the minds of they. Natasha's group decided to act. They casually joined the family's Lillelid meal. Joseph and Jason were the first to approach the table, followed closely by Natasha and Karen. Seizing the opportunity, Joseph slipped away to the car, where Edward and Crystal were waiting. He quietly informed them that it was time to act. Joseph then and people in their group moved stealthily through the parking lot, ensuring no one was watching. Joseph aimed his gun at Vidar, apologized for the situation, and warned that nothing would happen if his family obeyed them. Raised the gun at Vidar, Joseph led him to the minivan. Vidar offered money and a car in exchange for his family release, but Natasha's group insisted on taking all his family to a remote location. They drove the entire family away, with Natasha, Karen, and Jason following closely behind. Joseph remained in his Chevrolet with Edward and Crystal. Vidar was driving the minivan, while one of the kidnappers, armed with a 9mm pistol, kept him under control. The company drove several kilometers before taking a turn onto the first side road they found. After traveling a bit further, they stopped in an isolated area. Holding hands tightly, Lillelid family prayed to God for protection from their predicament. Meanwhile, Natasha's group began to discuss their next steps. Natasha hesitated to release Lillelid's family for fear they might report them to the police. Vidar and his family were once again offered money in exchange for their freedom, pleading to be released with a promise not to inform the police. Natasha's group argued among themselves, with some advocating for the execution of the entire Lillelid family. Jason was against releasing Lillelid family, but assured that he would not harm Tabitha and Peter. He persuaded Karen and Natasha to go back to the van where Joseph was waiting. Shortly after, gunfire erupted in the street during the summer. Vidar was shot multiple times. The first bullet struck his eye, followed by 5 shots fired at close range into his chest using 2 pistols stolen from a police officer. The assailant then shot Delphina 8 times, with 2 bullets breaking her femur, 1 hitting her arm, and ultimately, she was shot in the stomach while already on the ground. Both Delphina and Vidar were killed with pistols of different calibers. The medical examiner concluded that 28-year-old Delphina did not die instantly. Instead, it struggled for about 20 minutes after the attack. Unfortunately, Natasha's group did not stop there. They broke their promise and they turned to attack Tabitha and Peter. With Tabitha, they shot her once in the head with a .25 caliber weapon. As for Peter, they fired 2 shots. The first bullet entered behind the right ear and exited through the right eye, while the second shot hit the back and pierced the right lung. This account of incident is based on the testimony of Natasha Cornett, whose story aligns most closely with the evidence. However, she is not considered completely reliable. From the start, Natasha claimed that Jason was responsible for the murders. In contrast, Jason defended himself by stating that he could not commit such acts of cruelty and pointed to Joseph as the actual killer. At that time, Joseph said he was sitting in the van with his eyes closed to avoid seeing what was happening outside. He alleged that all the criminals, including Natasha, Edward, Jason, Karen, and Crystal, were involved in the massacre, but Jason was identified as the scapegoat because he was a minor and could not be tried as an adult. Such a terrible crime could lead to the death penalty. The criminals were caught fairly quickly. A construction worker at a nearby site, who had spent the night in the building, heard gunshots. At first, he thought they were just hunters and ignored them. However, after a disturbing silence, he heard loud laughter, which made him uneasy. He described the laughter as sending shivers down his spine, followed by more gunfire. This combination of frightening sounds raised his suspicions, leading him to call the police. At the crime scene, the police encountered a shocking sight, for bodies were piled in a ditch. As officers got closer, they found Delphina in pain, but she died shortly after their arrival. Vidar was already dead, and Tabitha was lying face down on him. Despite her severe gunshot wound, Tabitha was still breathing. When a police officer approached, he found Peter lying there. The boy cried, and the officer stayed with him while immediately calling for medics. The officer comforted Peter by holding his hand until the ambulance came. Tabitha and Peter were then airlifted to a regional hospital where they fought for their lives with the help of doctors. Sadly, 6-year-old Tabitha did not survive. Nearby, an abandoned blue Chevrolet still faintly illuminated the darkness with its headlights. Tire tracks belonging to a family van were also discovered at the scene. A plan was devised to track down the criminals, leading to the blockage of all nearby roads. Police stopped vehicles, focusing on a Chevrolet abandoned by the miners known at the scene of a massacre. Although the car's identification number was found, it had been removed and discarded about a kilometer from the site. The police then contacted Joseph's mother, who had reported him missing 2 days before the incident. She also mentioned Natasha, whom Joseph intended to elope with to Mexico. Their vehicle was detained at the Mexican border, where they had no identification documents. On April 8th, around 5 p.m., they arrived at the U.S. border, and their car was checked against a database. It was discovered that the van was stolen and that the individuals might be involved in a triple murder. As a result, the group comprised of Natasha Cornett, Edward Dean Mullins, and Crystal Sturgill was arrested. After being detained, they quickly confessed to stealing the car and admitted to their involvement in the murders. They started telling a ridiculous story claiming that the Lillard family died in an accident, saying they had been run over by a minivan during a U-turn. However, the police were aware that the Lillard family had actually been shot, with gunshot wounds on their arms and legs. There were many conflicting accounts about how these injuries occurred. The judge received multiple requests from the defense to hold separate hearings for each defendant. The lawyers also asked for individual hearings. But all these requests were denied. For older defendants, including Natasha, Edward, Crystal, Joseph, faced the possibility of the death penalty, while Karen and Jason could receive life sentences without the chance of parole. The local community rallied together, demanding the death penalty for these violent criminals. Each hearing attracted a crowd outside the court, chanting for justice. During the interrogations, each person in Natasha's group attempted to blame one another for the crime. Most of them pointed fingers at Jason, citing his young age as a reason for their accusations. However, their accounts were all inconsistent, making it difficult to establish a clear timeline of incident or determine who actually shot Lillard family. This uncertainty has led to ongoing debates, but the judge concluded that each member of the group contributed to the circumstances that resulted in the family's shooting. While not everyone pulled the trigger, all were present during the kidnapping and murder and did nothing to intervene. Despite having the chance to help, but none of them tried to save the Lillard family, resulting in their shared guilt. The hearings commenced in March 1998. By this time, all 6 individuals had, including Natasha, Edward, Crystal, Joseph, Jason, Karen, on their lawyer's advice, pleaded guilty as part of a plea deal with the prosecution. This agreement secured them life sentences without the possibility of parole and allowed them to avoid the death penalty. However, many local residents opposed this thing, calling for the execution of the underage offenders. The 6 individuals are still seeking to have their cases reviewed, arguing that they were too young to fully understand their actions and that they were unable to resist the influence of the others. They continue to deny their involvement and shift blame among themselves. The first person to appeal was the group leader, Natasha, who, along with the others, was denied in 2017. Karen submitted a letter claiming her innocence, stating that she did not participate in the shooting of the Lillard family and did not deserve life imprisonment alongside the actual murderers. She also addressed rumors that their group was a cult and that they arranged the bodies in a cross shape, asserting that these accusations were false and that they were merely a group of troubled teenagers. However, Karen's appeal was also denied because it was impossible to ascertain the level of involvement of each group member in the crime. 2 years old, Peter was the only survivor from Lillard's family. The boy underwent a long recovery process, both mentally and physically, and now wears an eye prosthesis. Later, a custody battle ensued between the Vidar and Delfina families for Peter's care. In the end, he moved to Sweden to live with his aunt. Although he never completely overcame the trauma, he returned to the US as an adult, where he started a family and built a career. The case of Tiffany Crawford. At 11 p.m. on May 2, 2017, 37-year-old Jason Crawford called 911. He reported that he was outside his home and that his wife, Tiffany, appeared lifeless in the car. When the ambulance arrived, they found a woman sitting in the driver's seat of her SUV. She slumped over and unresponsive. As they opened the door and checked for a pulse, a pink pistol fell to the floor of the car. Unfortunately, the woman could not be saved. The police discovered she had 2 gunshot wounds to her head, one on the left side of her jaw and another in her temple. Jason explained that he was at home during the incident. After an argument with his wife, Tiffany, he had forced her to leave the house. As she left, she told him she loved him. Shortly afterward, he heard a gunshot, her scream, and then another gunshot. He rushed outside, saw the tragic scene, and called for help. A police officer believed she ended her own life. But other officers had doubts and many questions. Tiffany was a very positive person and loved children very much. At the time of her death, she had 2 children, a son who was 5 years old and a daughter who was 4. She was a teacher and worked in that profession before having her children. At one point, she raised her children herself and understands the difficulties single mothers face. This led her to create a social media group called Mothers Helping Mothers. The group quickly gained popularity, amassing over 9,000 members who actively supported one another. The organization has become a place where people share experiences and receive support during difficult times. Tiffany had been married for over 6 years, and it was her second marriage. Her first marriage did not go well. Her second husband, Jason, had also been divorced for several years before they married. When Tiffany met Jason, she and her first husband were separated and in the process of divorcing. Tiffany and Jason began dating after her divorce was finalized. She was known for being cheerful and sociable. Those who knew her could not believe that she could end her own life. But she doesn't have any enemies either. After Tiffany's death, the police discovered that Jason was the son of a manager in the sheriff's department. Rhonda Crawford, his mother, informed Tiffany's mother about the incident. Due to Jason's connections to the police, the investigation was conducted very carefully to avoid a conflict of interest. Police suspect a violent death has occurred, so they need to thoroughly inspect the car where Tiffany was found. Consequently, the car was confiscated and inspected, and the area around it was scrutinized, but they didn't find any clues. An autopsy was needed to determine if Tiffany could have shot herself twice. The police continued their work at the scene after the medics departed. However, by morning, the sheriff decided to transfer the case to the Alabama Bureau of Investigation due to the conflict of interest. The new investigators needed to reconstruct the incident from the beginning and EED the SUV to find evidence. A warrant was obtained to search the vehicle, but when an officer went to the sheriff's office, they found out that the car had already been returned to Tiffany's family and Jason was using it. When an officer arrived at Jason's house, he found that the SUV had been thoroughly cleaned and the interior was shining. Although less than 24 hours had passed since Tiffany's death, important evidence was lost. However, the lab was able to examine the car and take several photographs. For unknown reasons, the vehicle was returned to Jason, as if the possibility of murder was not considered. Despite these suspicious circumstances, the officers were interested in the conversation that occurred between him and Tiffany on that tragic night. Jason mentioned that Tiffany has become very distant from him in recent months. He noticed changes in her behavior, which he attributed to alcohol. According to Jason, she was consuming 2 or 3 bottles of strong alcohol each week and was involved with a support group for mothers. Meanwhile, their marriage was falling apart. At the same time, experts are analyzing the bullet's flight path and studying the possibility that Tiffany shot herself twice. The first shot struck the left side of her chin, and the second hit her left temple, with the weapon falling from her left hand. However, Tiffany was right-handed. It is very uncommon for police to encounter cases where a victim inflicts fatal injuries on themselves, especially using their non-dominant hand. This was the first time they had seen such a scenario. All the circumstances were very confusing, which made the investigation take a long time. Police accessed Jason and Tiffany's social media and computers. Then, they found several important messages. Just a few hours before the incident, Jason discovered Tiffany's messages with another man on the computer. This may make him angry, and maybe he killed her, making him a suspect. Then, Jason admitted he knew about the messages and was angry, leading to an argument. He met his wife at the door and refused to let her in. Their conversation lasted about an hour, during which she asked to collect her clothes. Jason slammed the door and went to gather her belongings. According to Jason, moments later, he heard a gunshot, a scream, and then another gunshot. After interviewing Tiffany's relatives and friends, the police discovered that her mother and friends knew about her extramarital affair. It was revealed that she intended to leave Jason because they often quarrel and have conflicts. They had been facing issues for a while, and it seemed that a divorce was imminent. Tiffany found a job at a grocery store, which allowed her to be financially independent and not dependent on her husband. She did not want her husband to find out about her new relationship to avoid hurting him. Long before the incident, she communicated with her mother over the phone, clarifying that she and the other man were just talking and nothing more. She planned to have a serious discussion with her husband, Jason, to talk over all the details of the divorce. Most of Tiffany's relatives and friends do not believe that she ending her own life, They knew that she would not be able to leave her young children behind. However, Jason already knew what had happened, and it involved he. Detectives listened back to the recording of Jason's call to 911, which he made after discovering Tiffany's body. The police noted that he was extremely calm, which was unusual given the circumstances. He didn't seem worried at all. Moreover, when the dispatcher repeatedly asked who had shot she, he didn't answer any of the questions. Was his silence due to remorse, as if he were the killer? A week after Tiffany's death, the results of the forensic examination were still pending. Nevertheless, the detective decided to question Jason. The officer inquired about the incidents of that evening, revealing new details that Jason had not previously mentioned. The detective suggested a lie detector test, which Jason agreed to take. During the test, he was asked directly if he had shot his wife. He denied shooting her, ended the interrogation, and left. The police did not detain him, but the lie detector test was automatically considered a failure. The forensic examination took longer than expected because of some contentious issues, and there wasn't enough evidence to charge Jason. However, there was enough reason to classify the case as a murder. No one believed that Tiffany had ended her own life. It took nearly a year for Jason to face a jury. For the relatives and friends of the Crawfords, this period was extremely difficult. No one could have imagined that Tiffany would end her own life, especially twice. However, Jason was such a wonderful person that it seemed impossible to suspect him of such a cold-blooded murder. During the year-long investigation, Tiffany's relatives continued to communicate and maintain relations with the Crawfords. Nevertheless, investigators had a different perspective, as the autopsy confirmed that Tiffany was murdered. The first wound paralyzed her, so it was impossible for her to fire a second shot. It appeared that the second shot was meant to finish her off. Jason was arrested on May 21, 2018, but was in custody for only half an hour, then, he being released on a $100,000 bail. Law enforcement officials noted that he appeared unworried, remaining confident and calm. The defense argued that no traces of gunfire or blood were found on Jason's clothes. However, the police did not conduct these tests because they initially believed Tiffany had ended her own life. The house was not searched. If searched, it might have revealed Jason's involvement in the case. Their eldest son hesitantly said he heard his father, Jason, enter the house before the first shot was fired. The prosecution argued for Jason's guilt, pointing to a failed lie detector test. However, the defense countered that lie detector tests are not 100% accurate and have a significant margin of error. Forensic experts and police remain convinced that he is guilty. His calm demeanor during the call to 911 was noted, but could not be considered evidence. He explained that he was in shock due to the traumatic sight, which was why he was calm. People react differently in such situations. Forensic experts have good reason to suspect Jason. A gunshot wound on the left side of Tiffany's head. There were no gunpowder particles or abrasions around the wound, which typically occur from the shock wave when a gun is fired at close range. These traces vanish at distances over 25 centimeters, making it nearly impossible for her to inflict the wound on herself without assistance, especially in the confined space of a car. Moreover, the trigger was pulled with the left hand while the car door was closed. Even if she had turned around in the car, there wouldn't have been enough space for such a movement. When detectives arrived at the scene that night, the driver's side door was closed. There was no blood or gunpowder on the glass, suggesting the door was open during the shooting. These inconsistencies imply that the killer was nearby when the incident occurred. The killer likely shot Tiffany with the door open, placed the gun in her hand, closed the car door, and the gun then fell from her hand. Despite this evidences, Tiffany's mother continued to support Jason. In an interview, she expressed that she still trusts him, emphasizing that he is a decent man. The first trial ended without a verdict because the jury could not agree on Jason's guilt. The reason is the lack of evidence such as fingerprints, DNA, or security camera footage. More than 4 years have passed since that tragic night. In the second trial, which included a new independent forensic expert, the expert supported the theory that Tiffany ending her own life. In November 2022, Jason appeared in court again, he facing charges of first-degree murder. He still had the support of Tiffany's mother, although she did not want to attend court to hear accusations she believed were false. Despite her reluctance, she was compelled to testify as the prosecution's first witness. The prosecution highlighted Jason's history of being wronged, noting that his first wife had cheated on him, severely damaging his honor, and that his second wife, Tiffany, was also in contact with another man. Police discovered a recording of a call Jason made the evening before the murder, indicating he was extremely upset. However, Jason claimed he did not remember this conversation. He also continued to have a friendly relationship with his first wife. Experts collected DNA to test the gun. They found a man's fingerprints on the gun. However, the fingerprints were too minimal to identify anyone, which raised further questions. It appeared the weapon had been wiped clean before it ended up in Tiffany's hand. The prosecutor stated that the main motive for the murder was anger over Tiffany's extramarital affair. The prosecution argued that the weapon was 25 centimeters from her head. However, an independent forensic expert countered these arguments. He explained that Tiffany's thick hair could have absorbed the impact and dispersed traces of gunpowder and blood. Therefore, the weapon might have been closer but didn't leave any clear traces. Friends provided key information, confirming that Tiffany had been drinking heavily. It was also revealed that she was seeing a psychologist before these incidents to address emotional issues. After 4 days, the case went to the grand jury. They deliberated for over 2 hours and then asked to see the recording of Jason's conversation with the 911 dispatcher. The jury noted that when Jason was asked where the pistol was, he said it was lying next to Tiffany, but the pistol was actually in his hand when the police and medics arrived. Based on this inconsistency, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Although Jason claimed he might have misspoken, but Tiffany's mother turned away from her once beloved son-in-law. Jason Crawford received a 99-year prison sentence but will be eligible for parole after 15 years. His expected release date is November 16, 2121, but he can apply for parole in 2038. Jason plans to appeal the verdict. The children of he and Tiffany currently live with Jason's parents.